right now. The conditions are like next level right now for the final day here at the 2016 Fronton King. Holy mackerel.
Yeah, there's been mackerels getting blasted out of the ocean the last couple days.
Yes.
The waves were huge, big enough to run the in honor of Eddie Aikau possibly, but it was massive, and now it's come down to the rideable level. It's still huge waves out there, Manny, but these guys are going.
All right, yeah, I mean, you can see just the ocean is wide awake. I mean, I'm turning around, I'm getting a little quick first-hand peek, and that left that you see right there on the inside could be potentially a heat winner, as the two competitors out in the water standing by for the heat to start. We have Eder Luciano going head-to-head with, that's right, the one and only Mitch Rollins. So Mitch Rollins will be out there in yellow, Eder Luciano, the Brazilian, in red. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are in round number 4, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. Only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals and one step closer to being the winner here at the Fronton King. But the Fronton King title is not only up for grab. What else do we got?
We have the men's World Tour APB champion will be crowned at the finale of this Fronton King event. Possibly a little sooner, we'll see, but it's likely going to come down to who wins this event. Mitch and Eder, not necessarily in the running for a world title, but could play a spoiler role if they come up against 3 of the riders who are battling it out for the world title trophy that's sitting on our desk, Manny. Wow, that thing's bigger than each of our heads put together. It's massive.
Amaury Levert from Reunion Island, Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii, as well as the Frenchman, PLC, Pierre-Louis Costes. All 3 of them are still in contention for a world title here on the 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And yes, spoiler alert, possibly coming their way by way of Eder Luciano or Mitch Rollins. We are just seconds away from starting that first heat here in some massive conditions. Give us a heads up.
Well, the reason why we haven't totally initiated the first heat of the morning, this round number 4, heat 3, is we are waiting for that jet ski to arrive. We have safety officials on the right, on the left, guys who will be assisting in the water, but we do want a jet ski present, of course, a way to get further faster. So waiting for a jet ski to appear. It does look like Mike Stewart coming on in straight. He'll be one of the few riders using the reef as access to return to shore, as it is very dangerous today to use that reef to go in and out of the water. Most riders will be paddling to the small fishing village just to our east.
Yeah, that fishing village has a little port, and it's about just shy of a mile away from the main peak here at El Fronton, and that will be access not only for the riders either to go in or come out if they need to, which I think in these conditions may be used more so than not, but also just in case we need to do a rescue mission. That's where the jet skiers will take the competitors if anybody gets hurt. Ambulance waiting there at the little town of Caleta Abajo. So Caleta is just about a mile away here. And we saw Mike Stewart earlier today. You can see it down on the water's edge that Mike Stewart did make his way onto. You can see that little speck right there coming in out of the water. Here's a look at round number 4. We have already seen Amaury Levert and Mike Stewart in an earlier day. Amaury Levert advancing on. Jacob Romero and Alex Uranga. Alex Uranga was also a world title contender, but got beat out by the Maui rider Jacob Romero in that heat. So now here we are with heat number 3 out in the water.
And as you can see, we'll start today with Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins, then moving on to Nicholas Chiara and Igor Sanchez.
Wow.
Some of the top qualifiers and wild cards, as well as, you know, Nicholas, of course, on the top APB, but those are kind of dark horse contenders right there. Then we're going to be moving on to heat number 5, PLC and Diego Cabrera. Should be an epic matchup as both of those young guns are surfing very powerfully and know this wave well. And then Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz in heat number 6.
Heat number 7, we're going to see Dave Hubbard and Udi Valadao. Dave Hubbard, your 2016 drop knee world champion. We're going to see how you fare out there in these conditions. And Udi Valadao, former world champion from Brazil, he is ready to rock and roll as well. And we're going to finish off round number 4 with the Portuguese, Miguel Adao, who looked very strong in the previous rounds, going against a title contender from Kauai, Hawaii, Jeff Hubbard. So we got stacked heats for round number 4, and we're going to go into the quarterfinals. But only one rider out of these heats will advance on into the quarterfinals. The rider who gets second will come in and equal 9th place in this event, and will accumulate 3,200 points that will go into the leaderboard. And those leaderboard points are crucial when it comes into becoming a seeded rider into 2017.
Yeah, we definitely want these riders to do their very best, because qualification will fall to the top 24 riders of the APB Tour. But this is what's on the line today. That first place, that world title, is between these fellas right here. And as you can see, as it whittles down, those are the possible placings as they move forward. Of course, Maz has already made it past round 4, so he's got at least a 5th place here in the Fronton King. But as you can see, those 5th place points aren't enough to beat the 9th place points, where Jeff and Pierre would, if they don't make it out of round 4, wind up with those kind of points. For Jeff and Pierre, if Jeff or Pierre win, they win outright. So if either of those riders wins this Fronton King, they will win the world title simultaneously and be unable to be beaten. For Maz, even if he does win the Fronton King, it will depend how the others finish. So it's a tight battle, especially looking at it from Amaury Laverne's standpoint, where his title hopes are extremely and actually completely dependent not only on his performance but also on the performance of PLC and Jeff Hubbard, whereas PLC can kind of write his own story there as well as Jeff. You know, if either of those riders, like I mentioned, win this event, they will win the world title.
And what other place to finish off the world title run here? None other than the massive conditions at El Fronton, just on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria Island, here in the middle of the Atlantic. We're about 93 miles from the northwest coast of Africa, so we're really close to the mainland of Africa, but it feels like we're in another world here. I mean, the skies are bright and shining, but there was an alert this morning from the weather forecasters who said, you know what, hold on, wait until we get a 100% confirmation. And once we got that, riders picked up their jerseys in that first heat and headed out.
Indeed they did, and they're out there ready to roll. Just a little tardy to the party is the jet ski operator, so as soon as he does show up, we will be starting this event. It does look like Ryan Hardy having a very excited moment in the channel as he watches. That was almost the best wave we've seen all morning, and it just broke right in front of Ryan, so does look like conditions are getting better. The tide is rising. We are going to be pushing on through the high tide, which will be in the middle of the day, and then hopefully into semifinals and finals as the tide comes off that high.
Ryan Hardy, as we mentioned, is going to be sitting out in the channel just to add a little bit more protection, a little bit more of a safety safety mat for the riders, just in case, just to make sure that everybody is safe as possible. So Ryan Hardy, probably one of the best people to have in that channel, as his ocean knowledge surpasses, you know, a lot of U.S. Coast Guards possibly. But we have, I think that's Mike Stewart. And check this out, we got a graphic here on your screen. If you haven't already downloaded the You Riding the Journey game, do so. You can find it in the Apple Store or Google Play Store. you can actually compete in the journey at the Fronton King and pick up a jersey. And you can compete all the way through October 31st. Even though we'll end today's event here live, in the journey, you can compete all the way through Halloween. So get on there and good luck.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to really connect with this event if you're not on site, if you're not entered in the event. And it is an awesome way to participate. Thank you to You Riding for being a media partner.
And check this out. We do have our top winners thus far on the APV Tour inside of the journey. Mark Goodnow won the Tahiti Challenge, and we had Francois from France win the Itacochata Pro, but this guy in the middle, Yuri Textera, has won pretty much every single event after Itacochata, so he is the guy to beat. So get on there, get on the journey, and play the Fronton King Pro. And congratulations to all these riders for the win. Let's see how well you can do. Now, back to the action here at El Fronton for the 2016 Fronton King. That is what we're waiting for right now, standing by out in the water, Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins.
Yeah, so we're just hanging out here. We do see the ski. It's approaching, and we do have something really exciting stuff, because we've had amazing highlights throughout this whole event, and we might, while we wait for the start, might be able to give you just a little peek at some of the highlights to get where we are right now, which is the potentially final day of competition.
Yes, we're all on standby waiting for the absolute green light to shine. So check this out. We're gonna get prepared here as the riders are getting 100% prepared here as well. So don't go back. We're gonna come right back right after this.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard. We're here for the 2016 Fronton King, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in. If you haven't already done so, email, text, send a tweet, Snapchat, do whatever you have to do to make sure we get as many eyeballs on this event, because it's going to be pretty crazy all day long. We still have a few minutes on our hands, so let's go check out some of those highlight clips that we've seen throughout the day. So I think we're ready to do that. So let's do that. Check these highlight clips. my goodness, today the conditions were incredible. We saw the finalists, the top 8 trial finalists, make it into the main event, and we couldn't wait. The conditions were off the chains. We went ahead and started the first few heats of the main event. Welcome everybody to the 2016 Fronton King. My name is Manny Vargas. Right behind me is one of the best bodyboarding waves in the world, El Fronton. Today we saw the rest of the main event, round number 1. Yes, more incredible action. So let's take a look at that right now. Today the tide got really high, so we had to put the contest on hold. But after the tide started dropping, we still had the battle for the world title on our hands. very trying times for a lot of the competitors with these conditions. Some of them, end of the road. Round 2 was an elimination round. First place advanced on into round number 3. So until the next day of action, we will see you then. Boom! Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. This is Manny V and David Hubbard. 2016 Fronton King is about to go down, and I say about to. Dub, give them the lowdown.
Well, last night there was an island-wide alert put on for water sports, and actually has still been blanketing all water sports, and that's why we haven't been able to run yet. We are applying for a way to get around that, and so that application and permitting process is underway. So unfortunately, at this very moment, we can't commence the event due to the extreme weather that we've had on the island. So that's just a caution that the island of Gran Canaria has put on the coastal areas. So while we work around those logistics, we hope to be able to work that out very soon.
All right, so with no water activity for now, so we're gonna come back. Don't go anywhere. I think we're gonna have a little bit more information after these.
We're gonna do some commercials, and then we're gonna leave you with a wide shot of El Fronton until 10 o'clock, at which point we'll have more information then.
So 10 o'clock is about what is that?
30 minutes or
okay.
Something like that.
Can we get a specific time on how far away, roughly? Okay. All right, so in about 30 minutes, we're going to have more news, and hopefully we're going to get that first heat underway with Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins. I know, we apologize, but man, we're just as amped to get this show underway. So we're going to leave you with a commercial and a wide shot. Don't go anywhere. We're just as amped as you are. So stay tuned, and perfect time to go have a cup of coffee if you're just waking up, or if you're having dinner, finish up that last biscuit, and have an espresso on us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the action within that 30-minute time.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
permit. The permit has been lifted. And check this out. The riders are in the water. Eder Luciano, Mitch Rollins. And here we go with the 2016 Fronton King live from the northwest corner on Gran Canaria. Man to be here with David Hubbard. The conditions are going off.
Yeah, it's solid out there. The waves are very large and it is very intense. We've got some nice offshore breezes keeping the conditions clean. So we are set for a very exciting day of competition ahead of us.
The waves are firing. The aroma in the air is unbelievable. Everybody is amping to get out there and get this show underway. It's massive out there. The riders have a lot to work with, but it might be a little bit, it's going to be kind of tricky out there. I mean, the riders, they have 25 minutes. This is round number 4 out in the water. And again, we're going to see Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins. Eder will be in red, Mitch will be in yellow. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are coming in at about 8 to 10 foot. Face waves, face size is anywhere between 15 and 20 foot faces. And here's the thing, Dub, the shallows here at El Fronton.
And as you can see on screen, it is extremely shallow. Ryan Hardy going out to be a part of water safety, and we can just see exactly how shallow. The center of your screen is actually a massive shelf of reef that is only barely submerged when water comes over it, and we are very close to the high tide this morning. So you can see, even as the spectators start to gather, the water as it gurgles off. That wave behind was actually rideable and looked pretty decent for today's standards. So we see some of these waves coming through. They are very large, so we're not expecting tons of rides to be happening in the heat, because it's going to be very difficult to get in position to find the right place to access these big waves.
And even though it's going to be a slower pace wave, we are still going to see some incredible, amazing riding. Either it's going to be giant barrels, or maybe even some huge maneuvers off these pitching waves on the shallow reefs here at Fronton. Again, here we are coming to you live from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria, one of the mini islands here in the Canary Islands. We're about 93 miles northwest of Africa, and we're in the middle of the Atlantic. So the raw power coming here from the storms out in the water is just unloading here in the shallows of El Fronton.
It certainly does exactly that, just unloads. And here we see on screen, that's Mitch Rollins in the yellow jersey, Ryan Hardy in the green with the water safety jersey. He's going to be assisting today. That is Eder Luciano. He's making his way down. He will be in the red jersey. And yeah, the waves really do unload, as Manny was alluding to, coming in from very deep, mid-ocean depths, and then just absolutely unloading here on the shallows of El Fronton in the city of Galdal.
All right, so as you can see, as you saw, Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins, they're going to be out there in that first heat. We already seen Amaury Laverne and Mike Stewart go head-to-head in days prior, and it was Amaury Laverne winning that heat and being the first one into the quarterfinals. Jacob Romero and Alex Uranga had an incredible heat, but unfortunately, the world title contender, Alex Uranga, lost to the Maui boy, Jacob Romero. So Jacob Romero and Amaury Laverne will face off in that first quarterfinal. Out in the water, Eder Luciano, Mitch Rollins ready to get the show underway. We're also going to see Nicholas Chiara and Igor Sanchez coming up in heat number 4.
Yeah, I think that heat with Nicholas and Igor is going to be absolutely amazing, because Nicholas, as we remember, has the perfect 10-point ride of this event. Igor Sanchez has been an absolute terror, and he even removed Ian Campbell from the title hunt earlier on in this event. That heat and the following heat, PLC, Diego Cabrera, those two heats to me look like the squarest matchups on paper. And PLC, he's hungry. He's got a world title on the line, but Diego Cabrera, he has always put life and limb on the line here at Fronton. He's competed here, I think, probably almost every event that has occurred here in Fronton, and is a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz will be in that 6th heat, and that's going to be an epic one. Alan Munoz showing no fear through these lay days as he was taken to actually going out in some heavy conditions yesterday. It was maxing out at a wave down the beach called Agujero. Alan Munoz and Sasha Damianich, the two Chileans, decided to go out and try their luck. But Tanner McDaniel, he's going to show no fear as well, because he knows what's on hand, and that is a win here at Fronton King. And then we got David Hubbard and Udi Valadao. Udi Valadao, former world champion, and he's going to be taking off on some of the bigger stuff too. David Hubbard, 2016 drop knee world champion. Can he fare in these conditions? We're going to find out. We'll have a short talk with him in just a second about that. Coming up on that last heat, Miguel Aldao, the young Portuguese, is hungry. We've seen him march through all the way to round number 4, so he is definitely a contender here to get into that quarterfinals. And a world title contender will be Jeff Hubbard. Those two will be going head to head in heat number 8. So the question to you, Mr. David Hubbard, how important is your family? Because the way I'm looking at it, if things could go as a Hubbard quarterfinal with one of you up for a world title, that is going to be very interesting if that happens. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. But I think, myself, I've got a massive heat in front of me with Udi Valadao. I've mentioned to a few other people that to me, he's the dark horse of the event. In some of the free surfs, I've seen him going maybe the hardest, and he's been really impressive in the free surfs. His previous heats up until this point, he's really been pushing it. He surfed absolutely amazing in his round 3 matchup. So there is definitely a massive obstacle in my way before I potentially meet my brother. But also Jeff, has an obstacle in his way if both of us were to advance on into the quarterfinals, because Miguel Aldao was able to eliminate Tristan Roberts, who was surfing a very strong heat in round number 3. But Miguel Aldao, with one of the highest heat scores, wave scores of the event thus far, a very high 9-point ride for Miguel Aldao. Beautiful, beautiful barrel. Finished it with a strong little invert on the inside. So Miguel Aldao will be putting up quite a fight, and Jeff Hubbard, who is going for a world title, will definitely have a massive heat in front of him as well.
So there you have it. That's what's in store for this early part of the morning. Again, we can't thank you enough from tuning in all over the world. So your way to get in here in the booth with us is on through our APB Tour Facebook page, and we'll every other so heat we are going to post where you at, and that's when you can post where you're tuning in from. Of course, Shane Lono from Hawaii has been tuning in pretty much every single day. Somehow he's just logged in without, he must have that new Google
auto log in.
Google pill that you actually just swallow and it'll alert you with any news feed from APB. So we have Kona tuned in as well. We got Maxime is also tuning in. Timothy Hamilton, he is barely keeping awake as it is night out there.
Yeah, Timba.
Alan is tuned in from London. We got Manu from Sintra. Again, he's another Shane Lono supporter who's always online. Davo is tuned in from France.
Of course, we got Big Todd in there too.
Oh, Big Todd from the east side of Oahu. Ben Clegg from Gold Coast.
Dave Kelly, love that he's tuning in. Love these guys.
All right, and we also have James Schneider tuned in. Matthew, Oliver, Jackson, and I'm going to keep attacking this list. Bodyboard Center as well in Anglet. We got, yes,
G's Nuts and Danny Black. So another just all-star crew of people who are tuning in. Thanks everybody for those shout-outs on Facebook. Love
Yeah.
the support, and keep it coming. We'll keep shouting you out if we can.
Okay, so Stuart as well coming in from Fort Marie in Canada. So again, thank you all for hanging in there and your patience. The permits have been lifted and we're ready to rock and roll here for that first heat of the day. Again, apologies, but that big weather alert last night has just been lifted, and so now water activity is allowed around the islands here in the Canary Islands. But we are ready to rock and roll. Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins are out in the water, and we're ready to get this show underway. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, it should be awesome. So we're going to go to commercials, and we'll be right back with the start of heat number 3, round number 4, right after this.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard at the 2016 Fronton King event, the last event on the APB World Tour this year. And two things are up for grabs. One, a win here at the very, very prestigious Fronton King event. And also, there are 3 guys still battling it out for a 2016 World title. Dub, punching in the info.
Yeah, just trying to get these calculations squared away, as we want to make sure everything's dialed in to bring you the most accurate information, the most accurate statistics, as well as the scenarios that could play themselves out here at Fronton. Eder Luciano on the left, Mitch Rollins on the right, Mitch in yellow, Eder in red. They're making their way out into the lineup now. And they've already been out in the water once, Manny, and I was asking you while they were sitting out there waiting for their heat to begin before we had to go on hold, should they be free surfing or should they be saving their equipment? Mike Stewart only rode maybe 2 waves during his little free surf, snapped the leash, lost his board, and went for a nice long swim. So probably it was a good call. Neither of them rode waves. They went out there, they waited patiently, and then when their heat was put on hold, they made that paddle to Calete and, came in from the little seaport, the little coastal fishing village town that's just over yonder from here. So they've been out in the water. They've done some paddling this morning already, but they are fired up to compete because they were,
Ready to go.
totally ready to go. And for a competitor to turn that on and off, it's not as easy as a light switch. It takes a while to kind of come down from that, and then the heat got called back on. They got to rev it right back up, get back out there. So we are just moments away from kicking off first heat of today, a potential finals day of the Fronton King.
Not only the mental aspect of going out there and coming back in, but also the physical aspect. The keyhole is, it's pretty nuts just getting out into the surf through the keyhole. Definitely wave knowledge and ocean experience is needed to be competing at this level in these size waves in these conditions here at El Fronton. And that wave right there is about easily 6 to 8 foot Hawaiian, which means that face of the wave is anywhere between 10 to 15 foot, and it's hard to get that perspective unless you're unless you're out in the water. Not only that, it's breaking on a super shallow shelf reef. The water coming from very deep and hitting the shallow reef here, and it's not just a rock reef. There's actually barnacles on the reef, and we've seen plenty of riders hit the reef and come out as their body went through a cheese grater. So definitely dangerous conditions out here. But this is the Fronton King. Oh
Yeah,
my
this-
goodness! I don't
this
know if
is
you can
it.
hear that noise, but
And-
Mother Nature is just.
Yeah, we can hear
Oh
the
my
waves
God.
detonating on that shallow reef right behind us, sending vibrations up the cliff to what you just saw was the competitors area. The booth was just adjacent to that facility that we're using for the judges, administration, the broadcast, as well as the space for the competitors to watch it all unfold in front of them while still being comfortable and being able to have their own space and assess and prepare and everything for these heats. Another pulled back shot to just kind of take in exactly what Fronton is. It's just a big shelf of reef, and it is so shallow, and the waves just heave themselves violently at times onto that very, very shallow reef, occasionally forming perfect barrels and incredible ramps.
Oh my gosh!
Opportunities for these bodyboarders to fly into the air. That's our view looking west from this cliff, as we see some beautiful windmills taking advantage of nature's power. And Manny and I had that conversation a few days ago about the power that's out here in the lineup, and if that was able to be harnessed for electricity, we could probably power a few of China's super cities with it, and so many megawatts coming through if we were able to convert the power of Fronton into electricity.
And we're seeing Mitch Rollins right now. He's full of energy himself, ready to get this show underway, as well as our viewers from around the world. Again, thank you for tuning in. We're trying to find out today who will be the next Fronton King and join the likes of 2010, Jeff Hubbard, 2011, Jason Finlay, 2012, Pierre-Louis Cos. In 2013, the event went from a world tour event to a specialty event called the Fronton King. And in 2013, it was Miguel Macias, Canary Island rider. 2014, Guillermo Cobo. And in 2015, Amaury Laverne won here at the Fronton King. But now we're back on the World Tour stage with all of the top riders in the world competing, and it sounds like we are ready to rock and roll. Out in the water, we have Eder Luciano in red and Mitch Rollins in yellow.
Yeah, and just on that list of previous
Okay, competitors, 1 minute
winners,
to start. 1 minute to start.
Amaury Laverne
Ok,
looking
vamos
to
a comenzar
defend
en
his
1 minuto,
title as a
señoras y
Fronton
señores, se
King,
reanuda la competición.
but Pierre and Jeff
Vamos a
looking
llegar a
to
todo listo, mucho espectáculo, muy buenas
recapture
condiciones.
their titles that they've
Condiciones
had here
épicas,
before.
señoras y señores, para este Gran
So
Canaria
we're
Fronton
just
King
about a
Pro
minute away from
2016.
starting, getting
Hoy
prepared
mismo se coronará el nuevo
for
campeón
the first heat of the
mundial
day. It
que
is
vuelve
heat
al
number
año
3
2016.
of round number 4. And
Así
Eder
que,
Luciano, Mitch
aquí
Rollins,
los detalles,
probably
señoras y
about
señores, que
30
las formas que
seconds
vamos a
away
hacer
from getting this heat
espectaculares.
underway.
That's right. So you heard it in the background. We're about 1 minute away, less than a minute away, and waves are pumping here at El Fronton. Now we are ready for some action. Again, it's going to probably be a little slower paced heat, as wave selection is critical. And here we go. The horn has sounded, and we are rocking and rolling here at El Fronton. Again, out in the water, Eder Luciano in red against Mitch Rollins in yellow. And oh my goodness, it is pumping out there. Massive conditions here, breaking on the shallows of El Fronton. And here's a look. Mitch Rollins is about just shy of 6 feet tall, and that wave rolling in right there is about 3 times his body length. So it is massive. And now they are the first riders of the contest. It's going to be interesting on where they set up. where they're going to go to position themselves and find that right spot to sit to catch these perfect waves that are few and far between here in the massive conditions of El Fronton.
Well, we got another massive wave coming in here, and these riders might be in a place where they could potentially attack it, but this one looks
my
too
goodness.
big almost.
Oh.
Wow, and as it comes into that inside section, so much power. Occasionally, Manny, as you would know, from being in hundreds, maybe thousands of barrels throughout your career,
Thousands.
sometimes it's kind of a safe place to be because it's sheltering you. There's a lot of explosion on the outside, and you can kind of traverse and travel through the barrel. Out here, it's almost one of the least safest places because that shock wave shoots up in the barrel. The foam ball just projects itself out so violently. Let's take a look now.
Oh
we got
my.
some paddling. Let's see if they're able to find
Mitch Rollins.
safety.
Oh, Mitch Rollins has paddled for that wave, looked at it, and now it looks like the priority will go into the hands of Eder Luciano, if I'm not mistaken. So no priority. I stand corrected. No priority until a wave is ridden. So let's talk about that priority system.
Well, priority is the rider's opportunity to wait for the wave that they want to ride. So it's kind of like gentlemen's rules. When you're free surfing, you wait patiently, and if you've been waiting longer, you've got dibs, or you have the opportunity to take the next wave at your discretion, regardless of the positioning of the other people out there. So in this case, once a ride is ridden, the rider who did not ride a wave will move into first priority, and then the sequence will be set, and if the first priority uses that by paddling or taking a wave, the rider in second priority will move up into first priority.
Mitch Rollins, yellow, drawing first blood out here. Look how comes around that section, and he slides into the pocket, trying to look for that barrel, but it's just sucking up off that shallow reef a little bit too hard, and it looks like that the riders are still trying to find that sweet spot on where to take off. So that was a good test run right there for Mitch Rollins to figure out, okay, how far can we push it here? He took off more on the shoulder, and now I think they're going to be taking off a little bit deeper as they are going to commit to being able to trust their speed and trust their board and trust their instincts on getting deeper in the barrel. But that could be, it could be pretty tough. Let's take a look at the replay.
So we see him here scooping in. He's got a nice line there, and he's just not quite in the barrel, but that was really cool. Safe ride. He gets into the channel safely for Mitch Rollins.
All right, so again, that was just testing the waters right there. So it looks like now the Eder Luciano is going a little deeper, and they're going to sit a little deeper, trying to figure out, okay, how far can we push it here? Can we go a little deeper? Can we get into that pocket? Can we get deep in the barrel without having that shock wave get a hold of us? And that is what these riders are trying to do for these first couple waves.
Yeah, and Manny, how you're describing that initial takeoff, Fronton doesn't always break in the exact same spot. So it is really difficult to decide whether to go deeper or more shallow on where they're sitting based off of there's different waves coming in that break in different places. So it's almost a wave by wave basis. We're seeing Eder taking a little look at this one now, and he's going to paddle for it, man. He's up and riding.
Eder Luciano comes off the bottom, going for a lip maneuver right off the bat, and he rolls off into the channel. You can see him streaking really hard because this thing is breathing down his neck right here, and he will get up and over it. And Mitch Rollins now has priority on the outside. So yellow priority is with Mitch Rollins. So now Mitch is going to figure out, okay, I got that last wave, and I'm going to try to get a little deeper. Igor Sanchez right there coming up next. He's going to be wearing the yellow jersey against the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara in red. But Igor Sanchez, he loves this stuff. He's from the Canary Islands, now living in Chile, and he was one of those riders that shows no fear in these kind of conditions and giving us a thumbs up. But Igor Sanchez, again, no stranger to the big surf, and he's going to be pretty spectacular to watch out here, and pretty much showing no fear. So here's a look at Luciano's last wave.
So he scoops in. He almost airdrops there at the start, which shows you, he wasn't necessarily on the shoulder. And then he finds that roll. It's, not critical by the time he gets to that lip, but great effort anyways.
Look how big that is.
Massive set behind
us. Is Mitch turning around?
He had a little look at that, but it seemed like he wasn't in the spot to get there. Wow, there's huge ones coming in, Manny.
So Mitch taking a gander at that last wave right there. So I think they're starting to move a little deeper and trying to figure out where to sit in these massive conditions. Again, the 2016 Fronton King going down here in Gran Canaria, just outside of Galdar. Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins currently out in the water. Again, this is for the Fronton King win as well. We do have a world title up for grabs with Jeff Hubbard, Omri Laverne, and Pierre-Louis Casas going for it here at this event, the last event on the APB World Tour. So dropping down the list, 2015 we had Jaron Houston, the South African, with last year's world title. Unfortunately, he's not here to defend his world title.
But he's been reigning world champion probably up until a few hours from now. Up until today, maybe for the next several hours. He is the world champion, but will be getting replaced potentially later today.
So he's not here to defend his title.
Because of an unfortunate shoulder injury, dislocated his shoulder pretty badly, actually even had a little crack in one of the bones there as well. So he's going to be mending that, though he's in good spirits. He's probably been tuning in as well. So big shout out to Big Jazz there, and thoughts are with you for a quick healing. Hope to be seeing you at Pipe, and thanks for all your support. He's been watching the webcast, and he's been psyching us up, but man, there's some waves approaching. Let's see if any of our riders, no one's looking, so we can start going down that list.
2014, we had Omri Laverne. That was his second world title, because back in 2010, he won his first world title. So multiple world champion Omri Laverne looking for a third title here at this event. But he has to contend with PLC and Jeff Hubbard. Then we had in 2013, Ben Player, the Australian, who some say is has the best and cleanest lines in any wave that he rides. So he was your 2013 world champion. 2012, we saw Jeff Hubbard winning a title. 2011, PLC. So multiple world title contenders are at stake here at this event. Now, we hear some whistling on the cliffside. Mitch Rollins with priority. Now you can see Eder paddling, and Mitch Rollins also paddling. Is any takers? Do we have any takers? Mitch Rollins looking down the line of this beast, and this thing's just unloading. Oh my goodness. It's going to be very, very difficult to pick off the perfect waves out here, because there's no way in the world you want to catch a wave from behind the peak and get caught inside of the barrel with a shock wave, or there's no way you're going to be out to outrun it if you do pull out in front of the wave. So it's pretty much you got to go all in if you're going to catch some of the bigger waves. Mitch Rollins currently out there with a 1.83. Eder Luciano with that roll, 2.83. So the judges are being very cautious on how many of those big scores are going to be given out today, because definitely a 10-point ride is doable today, but it's not going to be handed out easily.
No, you're going to have to earn it. And, like you said, they're on offer as far as there's some amazing waves out there, and it's just a matter of being in the exact right place at the exact right moment, and then pushing yourself over that massive ledge and hoping that you get blasted out into the channel and not blasted into the reef.
We're looking at a lot of the lefts rolling in here on the reef, but some of the rights actually look quite appealing too. What are the riders I don't know if you heard any chatter, and what are you thinking as well as you got a heat coming up? Lefts or rights? What's the better call on these conditions?
Well, it definitely does seem like the focus is on the lefts right now, but there is a potential for, at the peak of the tide, to have some rights. And we have seen a few rights, but it's, you know, each time that you see one of those empties, you think, okay, could you have been where you needed to be to take off? Would you have been in that area in the vicinity, and would you have been able to access it? And that's always been the big question with those rights, and it seems a little more possible on those lefts and a little more frequent that the lefts are coming through. So I think we will probably see a small
Look
handful.
at this. Look at this. Sorry to cut you off, but Mitch Rollins on a bomb, and he drops in, makes it to the bottom perfectly, and comes around that section and comes out in the foam ball. So solid drop, massive wave, more of a pocket ride, but man, that thing was pretty massive. And a big supporting crew from the northern beaches in Australia is Pete Moore and the posse tuning in from Australia, going for their boy Mitch Rollins. So here is another look at this monster.
Scoops into it beautifully, and he starts to just drive down the line and get away from the massive barrel that's just tracking him down. And it does look like a 3-5 for the last of Mitch Rollins.
First yellow, second red.
Big shout out to two Super Groms, Kaylee and Riley Talon, who are watching the action with Dad Lee. I think I said it right. Kaylee? How would you pronounce K-A-L-L-E?
Yeah, something like that.
So thank you all for watching from all over the world. So another wave ridden from Mitch Rollins. Eder Luciano taking a look at this one, seeing if he's in the right position. He's looking at that right. Here goes Eder Luciano, the Brazilian, the first right. Oh my goodness, lost that speed on the airdrop. Keep an eye on Eder, make sure he's okay. He just pulled in on the heaviest part on the wave here at the reef in Fronton. Oh my goodness, so there he is right there. He has to go under this. He's okay, he's ducking under that. But oh my gosh, airdropping out of the sky, making it to the bottom, but with no speed at all, was able to re-engage and just drive just a little bit, but not enough to make it out of that. Eder Luciano, no, my goodness. The Brazilian making his way back out into the lineup. Whew, hectic.
That was gnarly. That was gnarly. I'm excited to see a replay of that to just kind of see exactly how that drop went. Here we're gonna take a peek as he drops down right there. He loses so much speed. He does get his edge in, so he doesn't roll into where the lip is, but he still doesn't make too much lateral progress and ends up just getting absolutely smoked by that one.
I mean, he was right on that inside section. Right where that wave is breaking on your screen is where you do not want to be. That is one of the shallowest parts on the reef as the waves come in from the deep and into the shallows. And that's exactly where Eder Luciano just got ragdolled underneath the water. It was just insane to be able to make it to the bottom and just with all that water rushing up the face, just making it to the bottom out here is going to be a critical part of making out of the big barrels.
Here we see the competitors area, and they are excited but ever so tense group of individuals, not only the competitors but some of their friends and family and occasionally girlfriends, and that just wow, people just watching the lineup and definitely chewing their nails, a lot of nervous fidgeting with feet and hands. People are just on edge this morning for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we finally got the show underway, but it was a pretty crazy morning as we said, let's do this. And then we had to pull back as the permits had to be solidified. But we do have action underway, and we're gonna roll through the heats to find out who will be the next Fronton King and who will be the 2016 APB World Champion. Again, 2016 Fronton King. Right now in the water, we have heat number 3 of round number 4. This is a 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored, and only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals. The rider in second will be given an equal 9th place here in this event. And look at this, the drone from Planet Drone is out in the water and live.
Yeah, beautiful view here, and we just see a little bit from a different angle where these riders are choosing to sit and what these big lumps look like as they just roll underneath them and occasionally roll over the top of them as they wait to access some more scores that are hopefully going to be coming in. We are down to just under 9 minutes remaining in this heat, and it's been an exciting one for sure. Pretty even match so far.
First priority yellow, second priority red.
So first priority right now is with Mitch Rollins. Second priority is with Eder Luciano, and the priority going to be very crucial and critical in these conditions, as well as having priority just gives you the benefit of being able to catch any wave that rolls your direction. And to that right there in itself is enough for you to get the best wave that comes through. So having priority is key. Both riders moving towards the main P. Mitch Rollins in yellow, Eder Luciano. So now we know that the rights are doable and the lefts are doable. We saw Eder Luciano. I think he was just to the side just a little bit more. He would have made it to the bottom a little quicker, engaged that rail a little better, and then right out of that barrel. So we have been seeing a lot of sick waves rolling through, but it's just a matter of being in that right place right now. It's just a lot of water moving out there.
There's tons of water moving out there, and tons of water when these things just come in and just detonate on this shallow shelf. Looks like we're gonna have a paddle here. Mitch Rollins up and riding on this left-hander, and he scoops up under it. Big roll there for Mitch. See if he rides out. He does, so a completed roll for Mitch Rollins.
Red priority. Red priority, Trinidad Rojo.
Priority now is with Eder Luciano in the red jersey, the Brazilian. Eder Luciano waiting patiently.
And here's Mitch rolling up under that section. This was a little more critical section than Eder's, so we're anticipating a bit larger of a score. We'll wait and see exactly what it comes in at. Comes in at a 5.83, Manny. And we will see the situation needed for Eder. It's like he might need a 7 or something. But we'll just have to wait and see about that. Wow, these waves are detonating, and Eder's not in position for any of these sets that are coming in. And
Brahim Idoush, the Moroccan, was on screen right there. Just gearing up. If you see a lot of the riders who are still not in the competition, most likely they're going to be board caddying in the channel, which means that the riders are allowed to have board caddies standing by in the channel with a spare board or spare fins, and just be ready just in case the competitors leash breaks or if the fin comes off. So they are allowed to be able to have caddies in the channel. So solid waves are coming through.
5 minutes ago.
As we mentioned, it's going to be a little bit slower paced here with these conditions, but the waves are going to be pretty epic once the riders get into it.
exactly that, and with just about 5 minutes to go, Eder Luciano now needing a score to come up over Mitch Rollins in this round 4 matchup.
Scores are dropping right now. So again, Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins out in the water. Look at that, scores are on your
so
screen.
The requirement for Eder Luciano is that he needs a 6.5 at this point. 6.5 needed for Eder Luciano,
4 minutes ago.
and just 4 minutes remaining.
Pretty epic conditions out here. It's gonna be very epic as soon as we get this first heat, because a lot of the riders in the following heats are definitely looking at the ocean, trying to figure out what they could do to find those perfect waves that we've seen. But a lot of the middle-sized waves that are coming in look absolutely perfect. But if you're gonna get those waves, you gotta sit a little bit more inside, and the last thing you want to do in your heat is get caught inside by the big set. So a lot of riders are keeping their eyes on the water, trying to figure out, okay, what do I have to do to get a solid, excellent scoring ride? And I think just being in that right position out in the water is the key. But again, with so much water moving and the amount of energy coming in, it's not breaking in one exact same spot.
And something else is so difficult to read these waves as they approach. The level of commitment necessary to get into one of these waves, you have to commit pretty early on. So you don't get a lot of time to look at the swell as it's approaching the reef. And once you start paddling, once you really get your head down and muscle in, there's almost no turning back. So those final few moments while you're dropping in reveal so much more information about what you're about to ride. But riders not really privileged with all the information of these waves as they access them and take off on them. They really have to just use their gut instinct, kind of trust, and use whatever kind of evaluation that they use just in the first few moments when they see the wave. From there, they really have to get their head down and fight their way to get into these very gnarly waves.
And experience is a vital part here at El Fronton. And we have two Canary Island riders, Igor Sanchez and Diego Cabrera, still in round number 4. Igor Sanchez is coming up next, so it's going to be very, very interesting on how he finds that spot out here, because he's put a lot of time here in the reefs on Gran Canaria, and it's going to be pretty fun to see him and see where he's going to be sitting, and a lot of riders are going to be watching him as well to see where he's going to line up, whether it's going to be for the right or is it going to be for the left. So Igor Sanchez against the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara is coming up next, and Nicolas, he's just a full-on charger. If he sees that if there's a slight chance that he can come out of a deep pit, he's going to paddle hard as he can to drop into these waves and, you know, make the best of it. So we got a big wave charger and a super knowledgeable big wave charger, Igor Sanchez, coming up next. But winding down with less than a minute to go in this heat, Eder Luciano and Mitch Rollins.
Yeah, this has been telling of what to potentially expect throughout the day with these kind of scores coming in. You know, guys just putting it on the line, charging hard, but no one's really yet to have an amazing ride. Mitch with the highest score thus far, a 5.83 for the nice roll there. And, you know, not much else on either of these guys' scorecards. Of course, that 3.5 Mitch dropped into was just a gorgeous wave, but just kind of amounted to a pocket ride. So this will be an action-packed day, and I don't think the scores are really going to be, you know, revealing what it takes to attack this lineup. We're going to take a quick look at the so yeah, just as we finished off that heat, Mitch Rollins will be moving on in to the next round of competition. And we will be starting the next heat
There it is. You heard the sound in the background. We do have heat number 4 out in the water. Has just started this 25-minute heat. We have the Argentinian in red, Nicolas Chiara, going against Igor Sanchez in the yellow. Nicolas Chiara clocking in a 10-point ride earlier in the event, so he knows what it takes to get those higher scores. Igor Sanchez, he has the local experience in his pocket, and those two are now in the water, getting into that position. Again, we're going to keep a close eye on Igor Sanchez in yellow. He has spent a lot of time here at El Fronton, and he's going to be looking for that right place to sit, and it's going to be very interesting if he's going to go left or right.
Yeah, this should be another wonderful matchup, and it's certainly one that excites us on paper. As Manny mentioned, the only 10-point ride of the event, Nicholas, for a massive left-hander that he scooped into. So if he repeats that, approach, he should be hard to beat, but he's up against a very talented Igor Sanchez who knows this lineup probably just as well as anyone else. Of course, Igor now residing in Chile, but previously from, and originally from, the Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands.
Nice Planet drone shot right there. Again, Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian, looking fierce. And Igor Sanchez out in the water, and you can see them paddling over to that left, and look at that thing just unload. Oh my goodness, what a great shot. Thank you, Planet Drone. And that was a perfect perspective on how much power is just unloading on this reef right here. Now, they don't want to go too far, too deep, as where they're sitting at now, sometimes a right-hander rolls through there, so it's going to be, they're both paddling out right now, trying to set up for a wave that is coming through. It is Igor Sanchez taking a look. Oh, Nicolas Chiara dropping in on this one. A nice clean bottom turn, gets down a little bumpy and just getting engulfed by that whitewash right there, and is able to ride it out into the channel. But wow, it was pretty insane right there for Nicolas Chiara, dropping in on that first bomb of the day.
But right behind him, Igor Sanchez might be having a look at this one. Wow, that was a massive wave. Had he been way deep, he could have maybe gotten into that one. Wow, just amazing, really. Woo!
Wow, Igor Sanchez going up and over that last set right there, and that's just an idea on how massive it is out there. So again, we are here at the 2016 heat number 4, or 2016 Fronton King. Heat number 4 of round 4. Whew, let me get my marbles together. Round number 4, heat number 4, out in the water in red, Nicolas Chiara dropping in on that first wave of the heat. And yellow, Igor Sanchez. He is a veteran here in El Fronton, putting in a ton of time on this wave. Nicolas Chiara drawing first blood in that first wave. So first priority in the hands of Igor Sanchez. So now he can wait patiently for that wave that he wants to come his way and drop into. Conditions are pretty hectic.
Oh, they're super hectic, and I would say that it's just you could just say that it's rideable out there. Any bigger and you'd really be hemming and hawing about that term rideable, and you'd be arguing that with some people, and even today some people would argue that it's just barely rideable. We've seen some empty waves that it didn't look like you could be in the barrel whatsoever. The shockwave just comes so strongly once that lip hits the wave face that it erases anything within about 7 meters of it, and the barrel instantly turns into a giant tumultuous foam ball. So to be inside some of these barrels, I think, is a very, very difficult and a very tall ask. So we'll see throughout the day if anyone is really able to exit a barrel ride. We are expecting the swell to decrease throughout the day, so then if that occurs, we could get conditions that might be just a little more manageable for our riders in the water to, go for those barrels and go for those lip moves that we want to see, because yeah, the conditions are extremely intense.
So we're still waiting to see that first solid wave ridden. I mean, we've seen a bunch of intense airdrops and bottom turns, but yet we have yet to see that deep barrel or perfectly executed lip maneuver. We've seen a few rolls already from the previous heat of Erder Luciano and Mitch Rollins, but we are still waiting for that solid barrel. Look at the paddling going on right now. Nicolas Chiara and Igor Sanchez. Nicolas Chiara setting up, trying to get in position. Here he goes. The Argentinian on a bomb, airdrops down to the bottom, and a couple bounces, and again, makes it to the shoulder with the whitewash. But man, I keep holding my breath when these guys are dropping in on these bombs. But again, it's a matter of trying to figure out how to get into that barrel and stay in the barrel and come out with a spit. But that's a tough one to ask for.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as we saw with that one of Nicolas Chiara, I mean, it looked like he just barely was able to bottom turn in time to survive the drop. And then as soon as the lip landed, we didn't see him until he was in the channel, still on his board, raising his hand. So did seem like a make there.
Igor Sanchez dropping in on this. Nice clean scoop right there. The scoop is a bottom turn where you actually just slide down the wave and then pull up on your board and scoop in under the lip and ride it out and right into the barrel. So that was Igor Sanchez right there with his first wave of the heat. Igor, he loves to go right, so I'm still waiting for him to get in position to go into that right. Diego Cabrera, the other Canary Island rider, he is coming up next against the world title contender who has all the cards in his hands right now, PLC. Nicolas Chiara dropping in on this one. Now he got to the bottom. He's going to hold on to that edge. Nice pocket ride. Gets covered up just a little bit and is able to ride that into the channel. So Nicolas Chiara looking a little bit more confident as the heat continues on. Again, a 25-minute heat out in the water, 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Nicolas Chiara getting a little bit of confidence going on in this heat.
Yeah, Nicolas Chiara's really attacking it. He's having some success on these rides. Igor is able to get himself into one. Didn't really eventuate for too much of a score, we don't think. But Nicolas Chiara's kind of notching his way at it. And, just kind of like how Manny said, he's feeling it. And then he's, pushing himself a little deeper. And finding a place where he can make the wave but be a little closer to the barrel. So scores coming in. The first three scores for Nicolas Chiara are as such: a 2.17 for his opener, then a 2.77 for his second wave. That last wave of Nicolas Chiara, his third, is a 3.67. Igor Sanchez's only ride thus far, a 2.23. So again, really hard to reflect exactly the energy in the water, how hard it is to take off on these waves. When you just look at the scorecard, you look like, oh, the wave, that heat must have been flat with no good waves. But it's just accessing them is so difficult that that could be the best 3.67 of somebody's life.
Exactly.
That last wave of Nicolas. I mean, I don't think in most cases you're going to push yourself to almost your absolute limit and get a 3. So just a massive beast rolling through there, and again, just nearly unrideable to be in the barrel of that thing. So much white water, so much explosion.
I really wish we had a microphone down on the water's edge so you can hear the power unleashed by these waves. It's pretty intense out there, and every single competitor is going to make sure that whatever wave they choose, they're going to go all in, because you have no other option.
No, yeah, it's all or nothing out here today. And speaking to some of the competitors beforehand, doesn't really look like there's average scores on offer. You're either going to get an excellent ride successfully, or you're going to be getting a poor or fair ride today. it seems. We are just a few minutes off of the high tide for today, so it does seem as if this round 4 heat 4 matchup and the next heat will be enjoying the highest tides, the highest tide of the day. Of course, that next matchup is one of the contenders in the world title hunt, PLC, going against Diego Cabrera. So potentially some of the best rides of the day could come in these 2 heats, because we're going to have the highest tide of the day, and we're going to be running it around this high tide. Of course, especially with this much water on the reef, you really want to be out there when it is high tide. You don't want to be out there when it's low.
We got a paddle, looks like yellow, and we have a yellow. It is Igor Sanchez, and here he goes, dropping in on this right. Nice clean scoop. This could be the first clean barrel of the morning, and there he is. Igor Sanchez clocking in the first solid ride of the morning here in the second heat of the day. Heat number 4, round number 4, and Seamus Makeham, who is not even on the island, called it from his small town here or in Germany. But now look at this, Nicholas Giada slides in, and he's in the barrel of himself, but does he come out of this? No, he just gets eaten up by the whitewash, the massive amount of water rolling onto the reef. But Seamus Makeham in his house in Germany shooting me a message saying, Manny, Igor loves the rights, and he is going to get a solid right, and here it is.
Igor Sanchez, he just scooped. He took that very vertical drop, but he was able to transition that speed laterally, scooped off the bottom after that drop, and he did get spit out. It does look like Igor Sanchez is stoked. Here's a APB staff photographer as well as a social media expert. He's actually moonlighting as a judge as well. Joshua Tabone on screen for a moment there. Just real enthralled in that telephone conversation. Apparently is just a bit more interesting than what's happening out in the water, but you know, must be an important call.
Yeah, he also, I believe he's doing some photo stuff with Movement Magazine as well, but check this out. Last wave from Igor Sanchez, 6.17, the highest score so far of the morning, with a solid barrel from Igor Sanchez. And yes, Seamus Makeham, who is currently at work. Don't tell my boss. Oops. Sorry, we won't say that, but Seamus and Igor Sanchez, really good friends and have surfed a lot together. So a little inside information coming from Seamus Makeham, who was videographer of the year in 2012 World Tour. So last wave from Nicholas Giada, 2.5. So now we got a race, a competition in heat number 4 on our hands. So PLC. Oh, look at this. Igor Sanchez coming right on the right again, riding that perfectly. Igor Sanchez is finding that right-hander, and I'm going to say a lot of the riders are going to start looking at that right-hander, and it is staying open and unleashing perfectly cylindrical barrels. And Igor Sanchez putting it together. Now he's pulling away from the Argentinian. The right-hander is looking solid.
Yeah, I stand corrected, and you are being proved right here by the right itself. Let's take a look at this replay. Igor Sanchez locking into another beautiful right-hand wave. He's just glides in there, and it really starts running. So he takes that speed line, and he starts going with it. Nice, clean little tube ride. Wasn't terribly deep, but was in there for a bit, and makes it out clean,
amazing,
smooth, and it does look like 717 for the last of Igor. PLC now making his way down the cliff. He's for sure taking note of what has just taken place in this heat.
Not only will PLC be looking for the barrels, but his patented backflip may be thrown out as well, as he comes up next with Diego Cabrera in heat number 5. Again, 25-minute heats. This is for advancing into the quarterfinals. If you end up in first, you will go into the quarterfinals. If you end up in second in these heats, you will be in an equal 9th place for the event. So now, Nicholas Giada looking for a 4.74 excellent scores are possible in these conditions out here at El Fronton. And Ian Campbell giving good luck prep talk to this kid right here, Alan Munoz from Chile. Alan Munoz has been making his name as a standard in the bodyboarding international arena, so he's going to be coming up next and showing no fear here in the big waves of Gran Canaria. PLC coming up next against Diego Cabrera, the Canary Island rider, but PLC, he's the one that holds all the cards right now for the world title. He has the title to lose, so it all depends on how the other riders are coming up. So Nicholas Giada on the outside, look at this massive wave coming in and just unloading right there. That was incredible. So, whew, I'm pretty excited as the tide is starting to fill in. The waves are going to be keep becoming more phenomenal as they start filling in and just unloading perfect barrels here at El Fronton.
And something along those rights, it does seem like because the section is moving faster, and it's allowing the rider to travel in the barrel with speed and get away from that tumultuous apex, whereas the left really stands up and barrels slow and heavy. Maybe that's why Igor's been able to find these scores on the right, because he's able to scoop in and fly through the section, and you know, that could just be one of the components to this right-hander scoring more.
So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the other competitors who are coming up in the quarterfinals or the remaining other rounds, heats in round number 4, are going to fare, and see if they're going to go on the rights as well, because that's where the high scores are coming in right now.
Exactly. So we're going to just continue to keep our eye on the action as waves continue to pulse through this high tide, really showing its stuff. Nicholas having a peak there, just a massive wave, and just so difficult to negotiate, but you know, he's gone on some amazing ones. He's having another look here, and he's up and riding late.
Oh my, airdrop. Is he going to come out of that? Oh my goodness. So Nicholas Giada just airdropping from the top, and he makes it to this channel, but again, I think he may want to start considering the right-handers. I mean, we're seeing what Igor is doing. He's not. He's in the water. He's not seeing Igor clocking these higher scores on the right-handers. So Nicholas is going to hang on that left, but he still has some time. 7 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. So, whew, extraordinary conditions out here in round number 4, and we're going to move on to the next. We're going to move on into the quarters after this, but we still have some heats to go through. PLC Diego Cabrera coming up next. We're going to see Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz. After that, Dave Hubbard, Udi Valadao, Miguel Adao, and Jeff Hubbard will finish off round number 4. And that is on tap for the next few heats at least. So scores are dropping, and actually scores have dropped, and we're all caught up. Again, Nicholas Giada in second place, looking for an 8.34. Conditions are actually getting very, very good here, as Nicholas Giada with second priority. Igor Sanchez going up and over that 7-8 foot wave as it crashes onto the shallows here at El Fronton. Again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. We do have a APB Facebook page where you can drop us a comment on the post that Dub and I set up, saying where you at. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is, and let us know if you're having a morning coffee or if you're having a nighttime nightcap. So again, APB Tour is where you can come and join us. Taking a look at this, it is Nicholas Giada on the left again, coming around the section. He's going straight off the bottom, going for a lip maneuver, and again that whitewash is just taking hold of him, and he gets flung into the channel. At least, oh, he's not in the channel. He's right there grabbing his board. So look how far he went underwater right there. He's probably traveled about 40 yards underwater and then comes up, grabs his board. How much energy do you need to be competing out in these conditions?
You need a lot of energy for sure. You definitely have needed to have a solid breakfast, good night's sleep, and be able to deal with the butterflies, as you mentioned. You anticipated some of the riders to be feeling, and some of the nerves that produce themselves when the conditions are as such, and you're watching life-threatening waves just detonate on this contest venue. Competition underway today, and potentially we will be crowning the Fronton King as well as the world champion in the APB 2016 men's division. Igor Sanchez in the lead, in priority, out the back, waiting for potentially another ride as we have 4 minutes remaining.
Igor Sanchez using his experience out here at El Fronton to find a couple solid right-hand waves. Those were the two riders. Actually, that was Diego Cabrera in the channel as Nicholas Chiardo paddled by him. Makes his way back out into the lineup. Scotty Arena in New South Wales. Tuning in. Nainoa Stewart is tuning in. It's 2 in the morning in Newport, drinking a couple beers and seeing Jeff Hubbard take the win. Well, we're going to have to wait to see. Lorenzo is tuning in from Germany. Jason in Maui. Shannon, thank you for tuning in for these conditions. Tanner McDaniel looking serious as he's looking out into the water. Michael and the Perth brother. Oh, Perth brother. Felipe is tuned in. Mitch as well. Jonathan, Howie B is another one of those faithful fans who's been watching every single day's live stream. So Howie B, thank you, brother. Joey tuning in. Kenny Willis, Danny, Steve Carter, Jason is tuned in. Danny says it's around 10:45 p.m. in Hilo. Loic is tuned in as well. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, round number 4, heat number 4 out in the water. We're coming down to the 2 minutes and 20 second mark. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining out in the water. And a big shout out and hugs to our man in Arica, Yo-Yo.
Yeah, Yo-Yo, love those pants.
Yeah, Dubs loving your pants that you gifted him back in Arica. So Yo-Yo, we love you, brother.
Checking out this replay, just great attempt from Nicholas Chiara to make it through that big barrel, but it just ends up catching him there as he attempted, to make it through that one.
Riders up and over. So winding down this heat, 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. Round number 4, heat number 4. Nicholas Chiara now looking for a solid scoring ride of an 8.34. Totally possible, but to be honest, it's probably going to happen on a right-hand wave. So if there's any way for him to get that score, it's going to be, I'm going to say, on the right. And Nicholas Chiara turning around. Nicholas Chiara not going. 1 minute left. 1 minute for Nicholas Chiara from Argentina for an 8.34. So he made a good run in this heat, or in this event, clocking in a 10-point ride in last day's action, which was massive as well. So Nicholas is definitely going to go home with a solid grin on his face for getting that ride. Will he come up with that 8.34 ride?
30 segundos.
Just 30 seconds now remaining as Nicholas has finally made his way back out into the lineup, but Igor, of course, holding that priority spot. So
15 segundos.
with the time ticking down, right now Igor looking strong to advance.
Look at this. Last chance right here. Oh, actually, no, it's Igor Sanchez. He finds a left, is able to pull in under the lip. Can he come out of that? And there he is. Igor Sanchez. Igor Sanchez showing how to do it on the left and the right. Nicholas Chad is going to make his way in from the lineup. So welcome everybody one more time to the action here from the 2016 Fronton King. David Hubbard's going to step out and prepare for his heat, and we're going to get the tour leader coming into this event, Ian Campbell, a South African, to take over. So, again, thank you all for tuning in, but it looks like we have a replay of Igor Sanchez. All right, he slides into the barrel and he does find the hole and he does come out. So Igor Sanchez showing how it's done on the right and here on the left. So Igor Sanchez, of course, dominating that heat. But Nicholas Chada making a great showing here at the Fronton King. And don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back with more action right after this. So again, Ian, let's give us your thoughts on the conditions out there.
Man, we've seen some crazy stuff go down already. That last heat was insane, Manny. Yeah, Nicholas Chiara just going for broke. I mean, he had like 5 or 6 waves that were just out of hand, bro. And yeah, Igor Sanchez again, like just ripping his heats and getting some nice barrels. So that last one is absolutely incredible. So let's get right back out into the action. I think there's going to be some crazy stuff going down.
Did you hear any of the chatter or anything that some of the riders talking about the rights or the lefts? Or are there going to be more riders looking at the rights?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know Jacob and a couple of the other guys are looking for.
All right, here we go. Yellow, turn around and deep in the barrel. Oh my goodness. Diego Cabrera comes out of the barrel, and oh my God, that was amazing. So Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands is making his presence known right here in this heat. So Diego Cabrera, that was an incredible wave to start his campaign against the one who has the cards in his hands to pull off a world title here.
Man, that was insane. Diego Cabrera just threading the needle on that one, Manny. So going to be a tough heat for Pierre. We saw him hit the reef the other day, unfortunately, but
PLC pulling out of that one. It looked like he was looking at that, but pulled back on that.
Man, this is crazy, man. He's so excited to be here.
Yes.
So stoked to be on the live
PLC
webcast, yeah.
Pisa, look at this, right-hander. Oh my goodness, that's a wide open one. But you saw right there, it pinched at the very end right there. So PLC not making it out of that right-hander. Oh my goodness.
This is intense, Manny. Yeah, just see PA just getting mangled there. You're going to have to sub this one, so luckily getting out of that, but some crazy rides already to the start of this heat. We've only been going for about 2 or 3 minutes, but it's turned on.
Yeah, PLC just getting manhandled under that lip right there, and then paddling in that whitewash. How much water is moving out there?
Man, I can't even tell you, Manny. Surfing the other day, and it's just like you got absolutely no control in the whitewater, and today's about another 2 to 3 feet bigger on the smaller ones, and yeah, it just seems like these guys are getting absolutely rocked out there.
Yeah, we saw Mike Stewart earlier today. He was out there for a pre-surf and tried to catch a wave from behind the peak and just got ragdolled on the inside. But yeah, these riders, if they're going to go for a wave, they got to go all in. If not, they got to suffer the consequence of possibly just getting slammed against the reef.
Yeah, we saw Eda Luciana in that first heat just unfortunately not committing 100% and kind of just got caught a little bit and just slammed after that. So he looks all fine. I mean, there's a lot of water moving out there, luckily, so hopefully these guys just stay off the reef because there's some pretty severe consequences out there, Manny.
I haven't been keeping an eye on the keyhole, and look at these riders going up and over. Yellow actually taking a look. That was, whew. That was incredible of those guys going up and over, but that was Diego Cabrera taking a look at that wave, but not going for it.
Madman getting that 8.5 to start off the heat, man. You can see Diego's just got that commitment there. I mean, he wants this so bad, and unfortunately just got out of the last couple contests, so he's really looking for a good result here to stay in the top 24. So he's going to push it all the way through to the end, and yeah, I just saw him standing here this morning and he's just pumped up. So he's going to go for broke, but can never count out Pierre. I mean, he's fighting for this world title, so again, he's going to put it all on the line to make sure that he gets this. Oh, man.
Yeah, Diego Cabrera totally could be the spoiler right now. So here's a shot from above the drone. Both riders turning around, both riders taking a look, and no one went on that one, but oh my goodness. Definitely some hectic situations right now with the priority and being in that right spot. I mean, that is crucial out in these conditions, is being in the right spot. How important is lining up in the lineup?
Oh, it's vital, Manny. Yeah, it's just like, you know, these guys are the best in the business, and they have surfed this wave a lot, so they'll know where to line up. But a lot of the time, there's so much water moving and it's always shifting on the reef, so super tough to get in the right position. I mean, you can be out of it by just a meter and you're stuck way behind the section, and there's no chance of you coming around that. So yeah, these guys will know what to do, and they're going to go for broke out there. I mean, these guys, we just see Diego in the lead here. He's got an 8.5 for that first wave, and
wow.
Pierre just got a 1.5 for that short. Unfortunately, not making out that barrel, just pinched at the end. So yeah, Pierre's got quite a lot of work ahead of him here.
Yeah, PLC. He is a world title contender. If he does not make it out of his heat, he's going to pretty much just open the doors for Jeff Hubbard and Omri to take that title. And that is why this heat right here is very critical when it comes down to the world title race. And Diego Cabrera, one step closer to becoming the 2016 Fronton King winner. So Diego Cabrera, he is no stranger to this event, as I mean, he calls it his backyard, and came in second behind Jeff Hubbard in 2010. So here we go, Pierre and Diego. Diego up and riding, comes around the section, and oh,
my goodness,
that was insane. So Diego Cabrera with a giant backflip in yellow. So Diego Cabrera going for the lip on that one.
Man, Diego just getting so much flight time here, and it's just unbelievable to watch this guy just going ham out there. So
Pierre up and over that wave right there. Woo, again, welcome everybody. 2016 Fronton King, Manny V here, and Ian Campbell bringing you the live feed from the incredible action in this heavy. Woo, I'm just scared looking at it. I mean, there's so much water, and I always hold my breath when these riders are taking off on the bombs, because it's dangerous.
Yeah, for sure, Manny. I mean, these guys are risking life and limb.
Pierre is going right, dropping in, scoops under the barrel, and he comes out with a roll. Look at that, PLC in the red jersey, the world title contender, looking for a new top score, but that was a solid ride right there for PLC.
Yeah, Manny, that was incredible. I mean, Pierre just dropping those legs down and just stalling for that barrel. So he's going to get a good score on that one. Unfortunately, not landing the roll, but incredible to see both of these guys going at it out there. And yeah, Pierre will definitely put that one into his top wave, and just look for a backup on these next ones. As we see, Diego dropped a 4.5 for that that backflip of his, maybe the judges just not considering that as a land.
Jeff Hubbard and Omri Laverne, two world title contenders. They are watching this heat intently because those two riders are very, very important. So Diego Cabrera, look at this left-hander. Oh my goodness, that was heavy right there. So Diego Cabrera going for this left-hand wave, but wow, where is he? He's still underwater. And there he is popping up. Diego Cabrera.
15 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Diego Cabrera, how long do you think he was underwater?
Man, that was like a good, near 10 seconds underwater, Manny.
Última ala de
And
amarillo,
he just
1:33.
pops up with his board all casual, and now he's back in the channel. So we see quite a big score. I think it was a 6.5 dropping for Pierre.
Rojo
So
necesita
getting closer.
6:51.
he's real
Rojo
into
necesita
that. So
6:51 para ponerte primero.
Let's take a look at Diego Cabrera's last wave from that big backflip from Diego
15
Cabrera.
minutes ago.
Nice speed, ton of speed right there. Goes for the lip right there and hits it perfectly right there and goes gigantic on that backflip right there. So Diego Cabrera lands it and lands on top of the water and pulls it around. So Diego Cabrera, that was insane. So that was Diego Cabrera's. Back to action right now. PLC on this left-hander. Oh, a huge gaping barrel. Does it stay open? Yes. And he comes out of that one. PLC coming out clean, and that is solid. So PLC, he's getting closer.
man, he is doing so well out there. I mean, both of these guys just going back to back with some insane rides. So yeah, PLC back out there already, straight into priority. So he's going to look to get another score. So Manny, this is insane.
Yeah, PLC. Now look at the water just coming in here on the shallows of El Fronton. Here's another look from above, from Planet Drone. The drone shot above is incredible. It's a great perspective. Scores are coming through. A 4.5 for Diego. And a 6.5 for PLC.
Now situation change.
So now the scores are all dropping. First place right now. Oh, hold on. Last wave for PLC still coming down the pipeline.
Rojo 7 puntos se pone primero. Segundo amarillo necesita 5 puntos.
So it looks like that last score of PLC is a 7-point ride. So it's 7 point. So here's PLC's last wave right there coming out of that wave. So wide open, staying open for PLC. So that score right there, along with his 6.5, a 6.5 and a 7, PLC now in that first place position. So Diego Cabrera needing a 5-point ride.
Yeah.
So Tanner McDaniel, how
man.
anxious is this kid?
Yeah, I was sitting with him now, and he's super focused, Manny. It's incredible to see the 17-year-old just fully focused on riding out here, and I'm sure he's going to go for broke. He was talking about some big air moves that he wants to perform as we see this one coming.
All right,
through,
here we
Manny.
go. Look at this, Pierre. Oh my God. He's going over the falls. Oh my God. And look where he ends up.
God.
It didn't get sucked over to the falls, which he did. Now he has this bomb coming down, breathing down his neck as well. Oh my goodness.
Manny, this is intense.
Oh, PLC in the whitewash. That was insane. Oh my goodness. So PLC in the whitewash. Oh my gosh, pulling back on a wave will get you sucked over, and you are going to suffer the consequences. Oh my goodness.
Man, I am
He's in the keyhole now. He's in the
for these
keyhole.
guys. I've just got like the most intense. My heart is racing. It's just so crazy right now, Manny. So many heavy things going on out there, and yeah, just some crazy action here at the 26th.
Look how
Fronton
close
King.
he is to the rocks, Ian.
Oh my goodness, man. Get out of there, Pierre.
Oh my gosh, if another wave comes in, he will get smashed into the rocks. I think he's okay. So look at the replay right now of him getting sucked over. So he's paddling for it right there. And that's where he pulls back and he gets sucked over the falls. Oh my goodness. You just see his body go over. It is insane right there. The current rider who has a chance to get that world title, just getting absolutely destroyed.
Man, this is so intense to be watching.
11 minutos. 11
We're so lucky to have these conditions, Manny, and the safety guys are so on top of it. They're watching out for Pierre there, as we just see some bombs offloading here on this reef.
I mean, if you can hear it.
Man, this is intense, Manny. I'm loving the action down here on the beach, and
Whew, yeah. that
happy to
drone
be here
shot
in the
is-
booth, bro.
Oh my gosh, right now, I mean, I'm falling out of my seat right here. I better be careful because I'll roll down the cliff. So, yeah, Ian Campbell, Manny V, bringing you the action. It's just incredible here at El Fronton, especially when a world title is on our hands with PLC outside going all in. And if you hesitate one bit, you're going to go over the falls.
Yeah, we just saw Pierre on that last one, man.
Diego.
Oh, Diego, you madman.
Diego Cabrera. Oh my
Oh
goodness,
my
this thing is
goodness.
just sucking off.
And he makes it, Manny.
Oh my goodness.
Woo! This is out of control. Just wave after wave. These guys are putting life and limb on the line here, Manny, and both these riders just, I mean, we saw Diego, as you said earlier, the 2010 runner-up, and I'm sure he's got some good results here. I saw in the highlights from last year's clip, he was there on the podium, so Diego, no stranger to being out here in these heavy conditions and taking it on, eh, Manny?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking across the way here and I see the other two riders, Jeff Hubbard and Omri Laverne, who are up for a world title. So they are keeping a very, very close eye on this heat as PLC is currently out there with just an edge over Diego Cabrera, just behind Diego Cabrera. So, yes, we got Diego Cabrera, who could be the spoiler for PLC for a world title. So, oh my goodness. Woo! Sorry if we get a little bit out of control here, but let me tell you, it's just very, very hectic out there.
This is crazy.
PLC in red. PLC, he's looking at this bomb. Oh my goodness. A giant bottom turn from PLC. And he comes out of that. Comes out high on top of the wave. That's the only place he would have to ride to be able to come out of that wave. So PLC coming back firing.
Man, this is crazy, Manny. I think this is probably one of the most intense contests I've ever been at, for sure. And these riders just going for broke. It's amazing to see them just pushing these levels and getting out there and getting very excited here for this heat.
All right, check the scores. The last wave of PLC has yet to drop, but it is a close one right here, ladies and gentlemen. Most exciting heat so far. They've all been exciting, but this one right here has a world title up for grabs. PLC has to make it out of this heat. We have about 8 minutes remaining in this heat. 8 minutes remaining. Diego Cabrera on this left, wave for wave. Look how wide open this is. Oh, and he comes out of this out on the whitewash, but just gets sucked back into the whitewash. Oh my,
Man.
Wave for wave, ladies and gentlemen. We have an incredible showdown right here. Oh
Man,
my
sorry,
goodness.
I screamed in the mic on that last one, Manny. This is
Scream away.
This is insane. And PLC just looking on the next one, it's just, whew. My heart is racing, Manny. I'm getting so excited.
My hands are sweating. It's pretty crazy right now.
Man, this is probably the craziest heat we've seen of the day. I mean, whew. I need to just take a little bit of a breather here,
Here,
Manny.
open up a Red Bull. That'll help.
Oh. And we just see that last of Diego, 6.9. So he's slightly behind Pierre. He's on a 15.4 heat total, and Pierre just got the upper hand here. So Diego's going to be looking for a 7.34 on his next ride to just take this lead ahead of Pierre. But he's got a long paddle, man. He got washed all the way through onto the inside here. So he's got a big paddle ahead of him, and hopefully he's got enough time to just get back out there and get another score as we see the sets just approaching on the outside here.
Oh my goodness, it's pretty crazy out there. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna crack open that Red Bull right now. I might fly off of the cliff, so you're gonna have to take it away if I do disappear down into the water.
Man, we just have a huge one approaching on the outside here. And Pierre just turning to have a look at
PLC
it.
having a look. Pierre dropping in another scoop, and this thing is wide open. It spits, pulls in, and he comes out of that. Oh my goodness, can you believe that? PLC and Diego Cabrera, wave for wave. I would not want to be a judge in this heat, that's for damn sure.
This is bodyboarding, Manny. This is how it's meant to go down. These guys just putting it all on the line, and wow, these back-to-back waves are intense. It's
oh my goodness.
PLC just scooping into that last one and just driving straight through that pit. It was beautiful, just huge gas. And Fronton, she is on fire, Manny.
Woohoo! Diego Cabrera and PLC are putting a show on for us this morning. And let me tell you what, this is just the beginning. Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz are watching, and they know what has to be done to make it out of this heat. I mean, Ian Campbell and I are going crazy over here, and you can probably hear in my microphone. Yep, that's a Red Bull. It is getting cracked open. If we need the energy to call the rest of this heat, that's what we need. PLC, yep, PLC taking it right. Nice clean line. He's looking for a big, oh my God, look at that. Look at that air forward, flawless.
Making it look so easy, and that's just like kind of PLC's signature for this year, man. He's just kind of flying out of those bowls all year, and the judges are loving them. So let's see what they give him for that. That was probably one of the cleanest moves that we've seen in a while from Pierre. I mean, out here especially, last couple of days have been rather hectic, so he just flew out of that bowl. It's just so clean and beautiful to watch.
Check this out, a replay of Pierre's barrel, and take a look at this. So this is Diego Cabrera. And he comes out of the barrel with a little roll on the foam. So Diego Cabrera. Oh, Ian, we're having a freaking pretty incredible heat right now. I'm trying my best not to let my Imperial Beach background come out and curse throughout the entire heat, but holy mackerel, it's pretty
Manny,
stacked.
This is insane. This is the most beautiful thing we can watch. I mean, this is bodyboarding, hey, Manny?
Yeah, this is it right here. Heavy slabs, world title up for in the water right now. We got a local rider, a Canary Island rider, who knows this spot like everybody, like more than any. So PLC takes off. Here's another look at PS off, and he's paddling into it. Live action. We're going to live action. Diego Cabrera. Oh my! He just pulled back on that one. So Diego Cabrera. Again, live action is priority. There's another one behind it. Diego Cabrera, again, the Canary Island rider versus a world title contender. Let's take another look at that air forward from PLC. So PLC, as you can see, draws a high line and then releases the rail. Three minutes to go. PLC trimming, nice ton of speed. And he sees the section, and then he hits it perfectly, and perfect textbook air forward from PLC. So that was a perfect air forward from PLC. So PLC and Diego Cabrera, incredible. Back to the live action.
I feel like we could just make a highlights clip just from this heat alone, Manny. I mean, these guys are just going back to back with huge scores. I mean, we've seen some 8s and 9s from both riders. Well, I mean, 8s from Diego and 1 9 from Pierre. So these guys are just going for Baroque out there, and this is what we like to see. This is why we came down here, and this is why we put this event on for today, Manny. This is bodyboarding at its best, and to end off the year on this is just unbelievable.
Look at the scores are proof right now that this heat is intense. Look at those scores right there. We got a 9.67, 2 minutes remaining. 8-point scores, 7s. I mean, this heat is incredible. So right now, Diego needs a 10-point ride to get into that first place spot and become the spoiler for PLC. A 10-point ride, totally possible for Diego Cabrera. We've seen him go all out from the very beginning. Can he do it?
Of course he can, Manny. This guy can never be counted out. We've seen him here just doing the craziest stuff. I mean, that roll in his previous heat was just out of hand. I mean, he didn't even look into the barrel. He just looked for that end section as we
All right,
Pierre maybe having
PLC,
a look at this one.
Oh my, oh, ducking out of that one. PLC. Now Diego Cabrera, he has priority. He needs a 10-point ride. And look at this thing coming down the pipeline for Diego Cabrera. He's having a paddle. Nope. He's going up and over. So Diego Cabrera, he's in need of a 10-point ride. I think he's going to find it on the right-hand wave if it comes towards him. So he's looking for a 10-point ride. Look at this right-hander. Diego Cabrera slides in perfectly. The wave stays open. He needs to do a lip maneuver. And no, he just comes out of a big barrel. I don't think he was going to get a 10-point ride. What's missing from that for a 10-point ride?
Oh, Manny, I think he needed to be slightly deeper. I mean, we were talking about that positioning earlier, and if he was just a little bit deeper on that one, he could have been driving through and come straight up into the lip, and that's what the judges are looking for as we see Pierre on this one.
PLC, he's up and riding. Look at this lip maneuver, another giant air forward, but lands out the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he might have just hit that one a little bit early, and you see him he just put a lot of pressure onto the front there and kind of just headed off the back, but with 10 seconds and counting down in this heat, it looks like PLC is going to have the upper hand here.
And that is it. That is the end of the heat. Oh my God, we can finally breathe.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
That was insane, Manny. That's why we put it on for today. I mean, that authorization from the government just to run this event, and so worth it. I'm so stoked to be down here. Happy to be in the booth alongside Manny V for this one.
Let's take another look at that last wave right there from Diego Cabrera. Pulls into this super thick barrel right there, and yes, comes out of that cleanly. So Diego Cabrera, solid wave right there towards the end of that heat. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. So that was it. PLC barely squeaking by out of that heat against the fierce competitor Diego Cabrera. Woo, woo. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Campbell and Manny V here. I feel like we just did a PX90 course in a sweaty gym after doing Bikram yoga. That was insane.
Manny, I am on the edge of my seat here. I can't sit still, but
We're going to go to a quick commercial break, take a breather, drink 4 more cans of Red Bull. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back right after this.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. 2016 Fronton King, it is massive. So Alan Munoz pulling into a solid little wave right there on the left. So Alan Munoz out in the water in yellow, going head to head with Tanner McDaniel in red. I think we're going to see another insane heat. The waves are cranking, the waves are pumping, and it has been incredible. This is definitely a spectacle here at El Fronton.
oh, Manny, this is why we came down here this morning. I mean, last 2 days just having the most insane waves here at Fronton. Those updates of yours were just unbelievable, watching some of the biggest waves I've probably ever seen out here just offloading on this reef. And oh man, I can't believe we're on today, Manny, after this morning's little issue, and now these guys are out in the water pushing the levels, as we might have seen a rider just take off on that first wave there, Manny. I'm not
my
sure.
gosh. All right, so check this out. We're gonna, oh my gosh, check this out. We do have a red out the back, Tanner McDaniel. Nope.
Oh my goodness.
So
Look
Tanner
at
ducking under that massive barrel right there. So Alan Munoz paddling out on the inside here. So Alan Munoz. There we go. So the action is insane. So Ian Campbell, Manny V, bringing you the live feed. Again, out. We got action. Tanner McDaniel pulling in and coming out with a roll. Solid clean roll right there. Manny V and Ian Campbell bringing the live feed out in the water again. We have Tanner McDaniel in red and Alan Munoz in yellow. Woo! Crazy action here at the 2016 Fronton King. Another incredible day of action. So we are here now, bringing you the live feed from the live window right there. Look at that wave just hitting the shallows right there. Woo! Incredible.
That is insane, Manny.
Oh my gosh, that last heat. What can you say about that?
Man, I'm just so drained, just so physically tired from just watching those guys pushing the levels. And I mean, we just saw such good scores from both riders getting put on the line. And I mean, PLC at the end where they just saw him paddling under a monster of a set. So
how was that over the falls from PLC too?
Oh, Manny, that last heat was insane. I'm just so drained from everything and just lucky to see both guys get some insane rides. And
oh, look at that one.
Oh man.
So we're looking at pretty epic. This is I'm pretty sure it's not as good as it gets, but for a competition, this is right up there for being some of the heaviest conditions to have for not only an event, but also for a world title up for grabs in these conditions.
Yeah, Manny, this is why we came down here. And I mean, this is what everyone's really excited to see. These guys just pushing the levels, surfing the heaviest slabs in the world. And this is what bodyboarding is all about. And this is why we came down here this morning. And so stoked for this event, to be honest. We just see this one offloading. Oh my goodness.
I know. So yeah, I mean, what better way to go for a world title than heavy. Look at this thing draining. Oh, airdrop to the bottom. Tanner McDaniel, is he going to come out of this one? And he just gets sucked back into that whitewash. But I mean, that airdrop into that wave. Man. Oh my God.
Don't forget that kid is 17 years old. I
exactly.
mean, he has got the wave knowledge of like a 25-year-old man. He's just an incredible kid, and we've seen him this whole contest just riding out of his flippers, and it's just so sick to see him killing it in every way. So we saw a big air forward from him the other day, just absolutely ripping.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, scores are dropping right now. Tanner McDaniel, he looking pretty solid. You're seeing the scores on your screen, but look at the rights. Some of the rights are looking pretty solid as well. And we saw Igor Sanchez giving the green light that the rights are possible, but the lefts are now looking solid. Woo!
Man, that last one was insane. Just seems that every inch of water is just offloading on this reef, and we see some incredible conditions out here this morning. I mean, these guys are going to push the levels as hard as possible, and we might even see some 10s being thrown down today, Manny. It looks like
for sure.
After that last heat, this is very possible. So just really excited to be down here. These guys going for Baroque out there, back-to-back waves. And here we just have a little bit of a lull in this, in the conditions. But
I want to know who's going to get that first 10-point ride.
Man, it's so possible out there. And
look at that.
Man, this is beautiful. Fronton, she is amazing this morning. So we see a rider having a look there. I think that's Tanner McDaniel in the red vest, just opting not to go. But Alan Munoz and Tanner McDaniel out in the water. This is insane, Manny.
Coming up next right there, we have former world champion Udi Valadao. He's going to be going against Dave Hubbard. That heat is going to be incredible too. We saw Udi Valadao. He along with a few other Brazilians were known as competition machines, but not really big wave riders. Oh my, look at that bomb just coming in. But Udi Valadao, Herder Luciano, and Dudu Pedra proving to the world, along with, of course, the madman himself, Guilherme Temega, proving to the world that the Brazilians mean business in the big stuff as well.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. Yeah, I just don't know what to say about those guys. I mean, we saw Uri the other day. He's killing it in the smaller waves, and then as soon as we got into the bigger stuff, he just destroys it. So I mean, we just see these guys going absolutely ham in any conditions. I mean, I don't know if you saw that photo of Dudu Pedro, but do yourself a favor and go onto Instagram and see that thing that he caught yesterday.
It was insane.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this, look at this. We got Tanner McDaniel on the left. He's pulling in behind the section, and he comes out and hops over that little wedge that was coming at him. He must have flown about 10, 15 feet coming out of that battle. And look at this, answering back. Oh my, is he going to come out of that? Yes.
Alan Munoz and Tanner McDaniel going back to back out here, and just incredible to watch both of these riders putting it on the line as we saw the last guys in these heats. I mean, these guys really are pushing the levels of the sport, and it's insane to see these two, as we see Uri there just prepping himself to go out. I mean, he's got to be nervous, hey Manny. What do you think's going through these guys' heads as they stand on the rocks there about to go out?
I mean, if I was sitting on the beach and I saw that last heat, there was no way you cannot go on the biggest wave. I mean, because PLC and Diego Cabrera showed exactly what was possible out in the water. And to sit on the beach and see that go down, having your heat come up next, you had to go all out. So it was one of those things, you have to go.
Man, this is some crazy stuff happening here, and really looking forward to this next heat as we watch Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz go for it out there.
Everybody to 2016 Fronton King Pro. Manny V here and Ian Campbell. Woo! So out in the water right now. Again, 2000s heat round number 4, heat number 6. Whoa, Ian Campbell, intense, brother, intense.
Yeah, Manny, this is crazy for all of us. Just see these guys going for broke out there. I mean, just killing it in these conditions, and man, I'm so excited for today. This has been some absolutely incredible rides already, and I mean, we're only in heat 3, so we're gonna have a look at these guys in the water. It's Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz. I mean, both riders putting some really good scores on the board for the last one, and there's just tons of action down here.
Uh-oh. I am looking up and above, and I do see some clouds coming in, and a couple raindrops are rolling in as well. But yeah, I mean, woo. All right, so welcome everybody. Can we take a little breather for a second, please? But no, we can't because of this right here. Alan Munoz from Chile coming around the section, eyeing up this section. Big invert, and he pulls off. He flies off the back, and we got it. And he rolls off the side of the wave there. So Alan Munoz from Chile out there going head to head with Tanner McDaniel out in the water. So you can see a little bit of the texture coming up onto the water surface. That is just a little sign that we do have some rain on its way. So we're gonna keep rolling until that rain decides to come fully down.
Oh, Manny, this has been an intense
morning
already. I mean, we saw Pierre-Louis Costes, the world title contender, currently in the lead, just absolutely scoring out there, and Diego Cabrera trying to back up some scores, and unfortunately just coming a little bit short. But riding from both of those guys has just been incredible this entire contest, and today they did not disappoint.
No, they did not, and this heat is not disappointing as well. We are at the 12-minute mark, 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Woo! Pretty hectic.
So Manny, quite a crazy situation in the water here. We got both riders on 11.9. So maybe for the guys back home that don't know about it, the judges will then take the top score of the riders, and he will be deemed with the first place if it goes to the end of the heat. So the rider with the highest top score is going to go into first place. So that's why we see Alan Munoz here with a a lead over Tanner McDaniel. Tanner needing that 5.83 as we see this replay of Tanner's wave here. He just taking off and drawing a very tight line in there, Manny, as you see that little chandelier just come down, and there he goes, just flying out of that bowl. I mean, he traveled far, Manny.
How much speed did you need to be able to do that? And here's that gutter right there from Alan Munoz's last wave right there. Look at the gutter. It just opens up, super deep barrel, and he just comes out with the froth right there. So a solid wave right there for Alan Munoz.
Sick exchange from both riders. I mean, they're going here and just going absolutely crazy. So Tanner McDaniel just needing that 5.84, and both riders, as we see there, with their totals of 11.9, but it's just Alan Munoz has just got the slight edge over Tanner McDaniel with that 6.67. Oh my goodness.
Look at that. You saw the implosion. The wave broke and all the water got sucked back up that explosion.
As we see,
here we go.
Tanner McDaniel stroking hard into this one, and oh my head at Tanner. Just unfortunately not getting enough of that lip, so he's just going to fly off the side there and head back out.
Oh my God.
Ooh,
do you think Tanner's dad is watching right now?
Oh, Mark's definitely there on the screen. I mean, must be pretty late there in Hawaii, but I'm sure Mark's up. What's happening, Mark? Hope you're well. And looking on as his son, Tanner McDaniel, just flies out of that bowl. So amazing to see this ride. As we see
Alan Munoz sneaking under the lip right there, finding a little pocket ride with a nice quick barrel. He's happy with that, so he's going to roll through.
Yeah, he'll be very happy with that one. Just another little backup score to go into his list of 5s and 6s. So yeah, Alan's going to be really stoked with that, and we'll see Tanner and Alan both head back out, and they're going to sit out in the lineup and hopefully wait for one of those bigger ones like we saw in the last heat. It's just been crazy, Manny. Oh, man.
I mean, this whole morning has been so hectic, from the weather authorities saying, hey, hold on, we had a red alert last night. We're not going to send you out there until we say it's all clear. And that had to put a little delay on the live feed and the competition itself. And you can see the clouds behind starting to roll through quietly and secretly. Hopefully it doesn't start pouring here. But then slowly but surely the riders were getting a little bit more comfortable. More water was coming onto the reef. And then we saw that incredible heat. Just actually Igor Sanchez was the one actually hit the gas and showed us how this is going to be run. So out on the water, look at this. There is a little bit of texture on the water.
Yeah, Manny, it just seems that the wind, I think, with these clouds have just come up a little bit, and some of these riders you can just see that little bump on there, but I think when the bigger ones come through, I mean, those are still looking so clean and glassy, and it's just beautiful as we see there. The bearded Hawaiian Jacob Romero looking very focused on this next heat. I mean, it's going to be some insane riding, so definitely stay tuned to this.
So you saw Jacob Romero. Look at the scores on your screen. So solid run right there from both of these riders. Very, very close. Wow, look at that. They are actually tied, but as you can see on your score, it is Tanner McDaniel who is behind, who needs an 5.84 to get that lead from Alan Munoz, even though they are in the same scores. And Ian Campbell explained to that. Explained it. Go ahead, take it over.
Yeah, guys, just explain to you guys that he's got the high of the top scoring wave, so that's why he is in first position. But these riders are both capable of putting some big scores down. We've seen them both do it in the last couple heats, and it's been absolutely insane. So you just see them both looking over this mountain as we get the sickest drone footage. These guys are incredible. They've been driving these the entire week, and it's just so sick to see this wave from above. I mean, these guys, the drones, Manny, I was just unbelievable flying.
I'm really surprised they're having them out there with a little bit of sprinkle out in the water. I mean, are those things waterproof? I really don't know about the Phantom cameras.
I'm not sure. I mean, I saw a couple of them go into the water recently, and
Yes.
they don't look waterproof after they've been in there. So
No, look at this. Okay, both riders paddling up and over. So the clouds are coming in. Let's pray that, oh my goodness, let's just pray that they, look at this. So Tanner taking a look, Alan Munoz letting him go by. So another incredible heat out in the water, and we are still in round number 4. This round has been a very tough one to get through. I mean, we're on the second day already, and the winds are coming in, and they're gonna start moving a lot of things around here. Tents are gonna be taken down, I'm sure, and some banners. We wanna make sure everybody's safe. And look at this. The crowd is stoked right now.
man, I think everyone's just anticipation and just full concentration on the water to see these guys ride some of the biggest and best waves on the planet in this competition. Maybe even see the final going down today. I'm not sure if they're looking to run that, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see some insane action. We still got a lot of heats to get through, a lot of the top riders in the world still to surf, and it's
Alan Munoz, live action right-handers. Nice clean scoop right there. There's no way he's going to come out of that. He looked too. Oh, wait a second. There he is. I thought he was done, but silhouette behind the lip. He was still driving when I counted him out.
Manny, that was sick from Alan. I mean, we've seen Alan in the last couple events just going for broke, and he's been smashing some insane maneuvers. I mean, we saw him take out Tristan Roberts, who was looking in top form in Sintra, and go on all the way to win that event in some crazy style. Oh man, we're just seeing some crazy waves go down here. Alan Munoz and Tanner McDaniel in the water. And unfortunately, Alan just couldn't thread the needle on the end of that section, so we're seeing Alan just unfortunately getting a low score and not being able to back up his previous rides, but that's just that shot of Tanner McDaniel out there. And here we have PLC, the winner of the previous heat.
See that scar on PLC's face right there? That wasn't in the competition today. That was during his free surf at that wave called Agujero. And I was on the beach when that happened. He pulled into a giant right-hand wave, and his face just came face to face with the reef during a free surf. But luckily, he was still in the run, and he barely made it out of that last heat. But he's stoked, and there he is with the Pride distributor. So yeah, PLC is stoked. Chalk and shop right there.
This is,
Oh my gosh.
I am tired, Manny.
Wait a second, you've only been here for
I've only been here for a little bit, but man, this is draining me completely. We're just watching. I keep saying it, but this is insane to just watch some of the best bodyboarders go into some of the craziest conditions we've seen this year on tour and do incredible things out there, as we just see.
And I said it before, this is how a world title should be determined. The heaviest slabs in some active epic conditions, and this is the way the world title should be determined as a bodyboarder.
Agreed, Manny. I mean, we're not into doing cutbacks on the face. We're into pulling into heavy slabs on some dangerous reefs. So this is what we have here, and it's been a morning full of action already, and we're only into, I think, the 3rd or 4th heats of the day. So you guys better stay tuned at home. This is some incredible competition going down here, and we just see some of the craziest waves unloading on this reef at El Fronton for the final day of the Fronton King 2016. Title contenders in the water the whole day, so wow, it's going to be an insane day out here.
Tanner McDaniel waiting patiently on the outside. He has priority. Alan Munoz in yellow is making his way out to the peak from around the right hand. But even if you catch it right, Alan Munoz waving his hand to the left, you don't see him, but Tanner McDaniel, he has priority. We have 2 minutes, 46 seconds remaining. So Tanner McDaniel needing a 5.84 And he has priority, so Tanner McDaniel, to make it into the 4-man quarterfinals, needs to look for a 5.84. Look at this thing right here. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is easily a 6 to 8 foot bomb just unloading on the shallow reef here at El Fronton.
Tanner's looking very interested in this one, just having a look, but just backing out of that, and we watch this wave unload.
So how deep is it right there?
Manny, I'm going to be lying if I say it's probably about 2 to 3 meters deep. And when those waves come through, all that water is getting drained off the reef. So, I mean, it goes from being very casual on that reef to very scary in a matter of seconds. So these guys are just, I mean, this is pushing the levels of bodyboarding to
Wave
their full
riding.
potential. Wave riding, exactly. Not just bodyboarding, but wave riding. And we've got 1 minute 40 on the clock. Tanner McDaniel still needing that 5.84 to advance, but Alan looking at a very good position at the moment.
Yeah. So for all the Americans who probably don't understand the metric system, it's about 4 to 6 feet when the wave comes in, but once it starts draining off and creating these very deep hollow barrels, it's no more than 3 to 4 feet deep. So if you don't want to hit the reef, you got to either maintain or you just hold on tight and try to ride it out. So Tanner McDaniel is oh, wait a second. Alan Munoz on this right-hander. Can he pull it out? He pulls out of the barrel a giant flip maneuver and pulls it around. Oh my gosh, Tanner McDaniel now is behind the 8 ball. He was within striking distance, but that wave right there for Alan Munoz, it was solid.
Manny, that is going to push him over the top for sure. I mean, he is an incredible rider. He's had an amazing end to this year, and we just see that skill and that level of bodyboarding. He's just flying through that pit, and he's going to get a 6-7 on that last wave. So now Tanner is going to need an 8.2 to advance through this heat with 20 seconds to go. So let's see if he can do it.
All right, so winding down, can Tanner McDaniel catch this wave? He is on the hunt. Look at this right-hander forming up behind the section. Is he going to come out? He comes out with a little bit of spit. He needs to do a big move right there. It's a conservative roll. He'll ride it out and pull it off. Wow. So Tanner McDaniel needed a 5.84. Sorry, he needed a higher score than that. He needed an 8.27. Did he get it on that last wave? That was a pretty solid wave. It was a medium-sized wave. The maneuver at the end wasn't very it was an awesome maneuver, but it wasn't one of those big backflips. But I don't know. That's going to be hard to call.
That is a very hard to call. So 8.17 coming in for Tanner McDaniel. Shame, Manny. That was an insane ride. Unfortunately, just maybe if he had gone for broke on that end wave, that was key to riding out of that, but judges just not granting that enough. So unfortunately, Tanner McDaniel out, and Alan Munoz moving through into a very intense quarterfinal matchup. So
I'm going to put a couple chips in Alan Munoz's corner. I mean, he's now going into the quarterfinals. He's been looking strong all year, and he's looking very strong out in these conditions. Alan Munoz is on a hunt right now for a Fronton King win, so I'm going to put a couple chips in his corner. But ladies and gentlemen, intense action out here at the 2016 Fronton King. Manny V here with Ian Campbell. He is breathing very hard, and as well as I, because this is some intense action coming to you live from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. This wave, El Fronton, is incredible.
Manny, I am speechless from today. I mean, we've just seen some insane stuff go down in the dying seconds of each of these heats, and I might have to crack open that Red Bull.
Do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the next heat. Dave Hubbard and Udi Valadao, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I made.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and out in the water right now we do have David Hubbard in red, Udi Valadao in yellow, and the Brazilian. It looks like he did catch a wave. We're lining that wave up that we missed during the commercials, but you can see right now the conditions are still pumping as far as the waves are concerned, but the winds, you can see, that's us right there, drone guy. But yeah, Planet Drone has been giving us an incredible feed here at the 2016 Fronton King in Campbell and Manny V, giving you the live feed. Again, heat 7 of 8 of round number 4 out on the water. Dave Hubbard in red, Udi Valadao in yellow.
Manny V.
Woo!
I just want to say, if you have not been watching at home on this live feed, what have you been doing? It has been an intense morning so far. We went to heat number 5 of the day, and wow, Manny, I'm blown away. These rides from these guys have just been insane. We just saw Uri Valadao, as we see here, and Dave Hubbard. Uri just drawing first blood there, just getting a low scoring 2, unfortunately. So he's going to head back out. It's quite a long paddle for these riders each time they get a wave.
So if Dave Hubbard makes it out of this heat, he may, I think he will end up in a quarterfinal where his brother will be situated as well. I'm pretty sure that's where the draw is, but we'll talk about that in a second. Look at David Hubbard eyeing up this wave. He's looking right. He's behind the section. Nice clean stall right there, or bottom turn, but not much there for Dub. He's gonna ride as far as he can out into the channel to make it out a little quicker. So out in the water, Udi Valadao now with priority.
Yeah, Manny, that was just unfortunate for Dave. I think he could have got a little bit deeper on that last one, and just not getting deep enough, I think, as we see brother Jeff Hubbard, the aerial maniac.
Can you imagine him on some of these lip sections on the rights? Jeff Hubbard is one of the 3 riders up for a world title here at this event, the last event on the 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And PLC is still in the run. Jeff Hubbard as well as Omri Laverne all still in the event, still have a shot at that world title. So it is still up for grabs, along with a win here at the Fronton King. So out in the water, not to slow down in the action for sure. Dave Hubbard in red, Udi Valadao in yellow.
Oh, Manny, this is going to be an insane day. As we see both of these riders just opting not for that one, and I think we know why, Manny. That thing was insane. I mean, if you're sitting here on the beach, you can actually feel the amount of pressure that these waves offload, the vibrations just shocking through our bodies, and wow, I am blown away, Manny. This is one insane day. All these riders looking on. Here's another one just going to offload on this reef, and Uri going to take a look at this one.
He pulls into the barrel, nice medium-sized wave. He's just going to get a solid ride, solid barrel. That right there on any other day would have been awesome, but right now it's just good. I mean, that was a medium-sized wave, easy in and out, and it was a pretty sweet ride, but it won't be a high-scoring wave, but it is going to be a solid wave for Udi Valadao. Here's another look at Udi's last wave.
Yeah, just driving off the bottom and getting a nice cover up, and you just see that gas just pushing him, and he comes flying out with that split. So really sick wave from Uri there. He's going to be happy with that medium score. I'm sure it's going to be coming up for us soon, and he's going to be happy with those scores, Manny. I mean, we've seen the guys in the last heat just getting those smaller, medium-sized waves and getting the scores that they need to advance through these heats. So maybe that's Uri's plan for these. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can pull it off with one solid giant wave, but if you get a couple medium-sized waves, you can pull off an advancement as well. Mitch Rollins and Hankus trying to get our attention here in the booth and saying, hey, look to the west there. And we took a peek, and there is a storm coming. The last time I got scared from a storm was in Tahiti, and we just want to make sure we have our protocol for what will happen. But look at this, Dave Hubbard, he doesn't care about that storm coming. He's just dropping on that wave right there and pulls into the section. Clean pocket ride and pulls out of that, but it was a pretty good sized wave for David Hubbard.
Yeah, Manny, again, we're just seeing Dave just maybe a little bit, oh man, these are some crazy waves coming through here, but Dave just, maybe his positioning just slightly off, but it's insane, Manny. There's some, oh my, look at that
I think you've said insane like 15 times in the last half hour, but you're right, because it is insane. And it's probably going to get more insane right now if this rain comes in our direction. Last time I got scared was with David Hubbard in the booth, and it was in Tahiti where the storm, we saw it coming. But first, let's take a look. See, it was more of a pocket ride for Dave, where he was riding, but wow, he went for a roll maneuver that was, we just saw right there. So he actually rolled out of that pocket ride.
That's going to be a very good ride for Dave. We're probably going to be bettering those medium scores. I mean, that's what the judges are looking for, and still waiting for the scores to come through. We see a 5 from Uri's last barrel, so there we go. The perfect average 5 scoring for Uri on that last one, and he's going to just look to build from that.
So it looks like rain is starting to roll our ways. We're just going to make sure we have everything ready as that storm is coming our way. But Carolina from down south in South America saying what's up, enjoying the live feed. But yeah, it's going to be pretty hectic here in a few minutes, so we want to make sure at least we can bring you the live coverage. But it's coming, and everybody's huddled under the tents for now. Want to make sure that we got everything in place and ready to rock. And out in the water right now, taking a look.
Uri going to paddle on this one, and he just slides in onto this one, and unfortunately not much there for him, Manny, so he's going to kick out and head back out there. So wow, this storm is coming, and it's coming quick, so we're just getting a little bit of a change of scenery here, and
I'm just getting ready because this storm is coming. It's going to come and go, but it's going to get pretty hectic here in a few minutes. I mean, if you look to the west here, it's going to be coming in pretty strong. So making sure all the things are getting packed and ready. But David Hubbard, he doesn't care about the storm coming in. He's dropping in on this left. Nice clean scoop under the barrel. And he comes out with another solid clean ride right there.
Yeah, that's going to be another good ride for him, Manny, and he's going to look to go into that with some good scores. So,
all right, Ian Campbell preparing over here, making sure everything is on lockdown. Woo, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in here at the 2016 Fronton King, where all day long it's been non-stop action. Oh my goodness. I would be careful with the Red Bull tent, making sure they take that down. So Tanner McDaniel unfortunately didn't make it out of that heat. Out in the water, David Hubbard. And David Hubbard and Udi Valadao currently out in the water. Coming up next, Miguel Aldao and Jeff Hubbard.
oh, Manny.
All right, scores. You can see the wind on the water right there. The wind has picked up tremendously. And we're just making sure all bases are covered as if that storm does come in full speed. And you can see the texture on the water. It's coming in from the west. It's coming from the Sardina side. Want to make sure everything's strapped down here.
Wow, that got real quick.
Oh man, it was hectic in Tahiti. A little remnants.
When
Sorry,
the storms
ladies.
come, they come, eh, Manny?
Oh my gosh, we are in the middle of the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, and we just want to make sure everything is covered here. Oh my goodness. Woo! All right, so that was pretty hectic. Ian Campbell, you all right?
Man, sorry guys, back home, that just got intense real quickly, and there wasn't much talking going down there because we saw scrambling here trying to get everything set up for what looks like a small torrential downpour, Manny, as we would call it in the islands, eh? So
on your screen right there, this heat a little bit slower pace because of I'm going to say the wind's probably mellowed out, but here we go. We got David Hubbard on this left coming around the section, big lip section, nice clean, but cannot pull it off in front of the wave, air forward, but lands out the back. That was Dave Hubbard.
yeah, Dave just unfortunately not getting enough of that lip, and maybe a little bit of wind factor too, Manny, just pushing him off the back. So he's going to head back out, and still got 12 minutes on the clock, so he's got plenty of time to get back out there and into the action.
I mean, we are in the Atlantic, and we are seeing a storm roll in right now, full-on storm. There is a slight possibility, ladies and gentlemen, that we may go on hold after this heat. But look at this, not holding back. Oh my, deep barrel. There's no way he's going to come out of that.
Oh, Manny, just not enough drive off the bottom there, and wow, we just see him breaking through the water there. So, sure, this just got intense. We can see the Wayne coming down here, and Uri Valadao just not making it out of that one, unfortunately. I mean, looked like he had some good drive off the bottom, Manny, but that wave just way too quick for him. So, as we hear the crowd clapping for Alan Munoz after that last TT. He's riding really well, Manny, and
Uri Valadao, look at him on the screen. He's pretty far inside, but you can see the currents pushing him over to the keyhole pretty quick. Contest is still on. We lost cameras 6 and 2. We had to disconnect. The rain is coming in. We have 2 cameras right now, and we're going to keep that on the action, but look at that thing just unloading. It is hectic here at El Fronton. Oh my goodness.
yeah, Manny, this is going to turn into an even crazier day than we expected. And
here comes the rain. Here comes the rain. Luckily, we have shelter here. We want to make sure we're covered here. But we believe the storm is going to come and go. We don't know how long, and there's a slight chance we may put the event on hold for that storm to cross and pass. So hang with us. We will let you know if we do go on hold or not. But we have 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Uri Valadao leading right now with 2 medium-sized scores. But here's a wide angle look. You can see the rain is here. The rain is pouring. We do have the judges high atop. They have a perfect angle at the action, so the colors are nice and bright. Red is visible. Yellow, it's Uri Valadao over in the channel, so you can still see the colors of the riders. And we're gonna keep on trucking here in this heat number 7 of 8 in round number 4. Here's a wide shot, and again, we only have a couple cameras now, as cameras 4 and 6 have been disabled to get them out of the rain. We're gonna most likely disable the commentary camera as well, as it is subjected to the rain as well. Ian Campbell, how you doing over there?
oh man, I'm holding down the gazebo here, bro.
Welcome to the big leagues.
It's been insane. I keep saying that word, but I really don't know how else to explain this, and here it comes, Manny.
Oh my gosh, this is hectic. Ladies and gentlemen, hang tight. I am pretty sure this wind and this storm is going to come and go. We're double checking that, making sure everything is on lockdown. Ian Campbell giving the hand signals to Tanner McDaniel to make sure his bag is moved into a dry area. So second priority is in yellow. First priority was red, David Hubbard. David Hubbard out there now has priority. He has the chance to, or has the opportunity to catch any wave. And I'm looking right now, and you can see the left is still unloading on the shallow reef. The rights are holding up a little better because the wind is actually holding it up just a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, we still have waves out the back. Judges can see clearly down to the water's action, and Ian Campbell holding on to the tent so it doesn't fly away.
Oh, Manny. I love this sport so much, bro. This is insane. We're just getting blasted with every possible condition we have. I mean, last couple of days we had to take a break, and now today, amazing conditions this morning, and heading straight into this tropical storm almost, Manny. Look at that one.
Oh my goodness. That is just raw mother nature right there, just at its finest. And it is absolutely pretty beautiful to see. Look at the left right there, just spinning onto the channel and just spraying everybody who's waiting in the channel.
Okay, competitors.
Woo.
After this heat, we're going to be on hold.
We can hear the
After this heat, we're going to be on hold.
beach commentator. Want to make sure safety is priority number one. And unfortunately for Jeff Hubbard and Miguel Adao, we are going to put the event on hold after this heat. So we want to confirm that we will be going on hold after this heat out in the water. 7 minutes. So I believe we are going on hold after this heat. All right, so 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So we only have one camera now on lockdown, and it's giving you the live action. Udi Valadao on this right-hander. It is blowing right into the right. Look at this air forward, Udi Valadao. That was incredible. And we just lost the light here in the commentating area, but we still have the live action. That was insane. Uri Valadao.
Uri Valadao using the wind to his advantage.
Did you see how he maneuvered the wind like a sail?
Almost like a sail he uses it, and just an amazing show of bodyboarding right now. So,
oh my goodness, it's coming in full force, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Thank you for tuning in, everybody from around the world. And this is Manny V and Ian Campbell bringing you the live action from the middle of the storm, the eye of the storm, here at the 2016 Fronton King. We lost light, we lost our monitor here in the commentator's booth.
5 minutes and 45 seconds.
So hang in there. We're gonna still keep on the action at least for the next 5-7 minutes. So the poor little dogs are scrambling, trying to find coverage, yanking on the chains from their owners. We are going into code orange right here, code orange. So Ian Campbell, how are we looking out in the water? How are we looking out in the water?
Man, these conditions are insane. I mean, we've got guys here holding the screen down. We have the competitors holding the gazebo down, and out in the water we have two riders putting on an absolute show. So we see another massive one coming through and just offloading here.
So last in yellow, 7.0, situation changed. Now second red.
All right, Ian Campbell. I think we should move location. Let's move location. Just to make sure this thing falls, we want to stay clear. So just grab a couple things, keep an eye on the water, call the action.
Oh my goodness, what have we been put into, Manny?
Well, we put into a world title race in the middle of the Atlantic at the most incredible wave on the planet for bodyboarding. We just got word we're going to move out of here. Let's go into the control room and call the action from the control room. So we're heading out right now.
Man, we just see a little bit of a lull in the sets, Manny, and both of these riders still sitting out there waiting
Did I
patiently.
just see lightning? Oh no, that's the monitor. All right, so let's keep this here. Keep it nice and safe. Okay.
And let's take a run, Manny.
Go, go, go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully nobody catches a wave right now as we make our way into the control tower. Ian Campbell is right behind me. Oh my gosh, I wish you could see what we're seeing right now. Oh my gosh. So we're going over to the control booth right now to hopefully not miss any of the action. Again, oh man, we're going code orange, code orange. We're coming into the control tower. We're coming into the control tower. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, so we still have live action out the back.
We see both riders just sitting out there, Manny. That was a mad scramble, but
We made it into the control tower. So welcome to the Atlantics. All right.
oh, Manny, that was
So
insane.
we're looking at the live action right here from control tower. Woo! We survived.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining in this heat still, and a little bit of action slowed down, Manny. It just seems that storm just, these riders battling as we see rider in yellow there. I think that was Uri Valadao just looking for another wave, but nothing much happening at the moment, Manny. It just seems that this wind has kind of flattened the waves a little bit, and yeah, as we just stand here in the control room, glad to be out of that.
Yeah, that was pretty hectic. They just wanted to clear us out of the commentator's booth because this giant, 20-foot by 20-foot LCD screen may come down. Here we go, live action. Dave Hubbard up on this right-hander. He is coming out of that, so another clean, safe ride for Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, Manny, with a couple minutes remaining on the clock, he's definitely going to be looking to improve his scores now, but unfortunately not much coming through, so he's just going to sit out there and get those smaller waves and try and build on those scores that he's already has. So we see him needing a 4.28, or sorry, it's just changed to a 6.34, so hopefully he can get that and get back out there. But Uri Valadao looking really good there, and a 5 and a 7 on his scorecard, so a little bit of a tough ride for Dave Hubbard at the moment with the storm coming through.
That's right. Less than 1 minute remaining. Less than 1 minute remaining for David Hubbard to make it out of that heat. He needs that 6.34. If not, Uri Valadao, former world champion, will advance on into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Manny. Uri Valadao just getting the upper hand in this heat, maybe getting those first couple average scores earlier.
Exactly.
Now he can work on it, and he's shown that his competitive skill and the Brazilian storm coming through.
That's right. So we do have less than a minute. We got 20 seconds remaining in this heat, and we did get word we're going to put the event on hold for this storm to pass, and we're going to bring you more action as soon as the storm passes. But please stay on our APB Facebook page for all the details. Look at this, taking a look. David Hubbard, and he drops in, but it was Uri Valadao with priority. So Uri Valadao holding off David Hubbard, and it is Uri Valadao advancing on, and there are the riders from the next heat. Woo! That was pretty hectic morning.
Yeah, Manny, that's been a extremely hectic morning for us. I mean, from the craziest heat we've seen maybe of the competition with PLC and Diego Cabrera, and now to running back and forth here. And
that right there, that heat could be the highlight reel for the entire event.
Oh, Manny, I don't doubt that for a second. It's been some of the most incredible riding we've seen. It's back-to-back waves for the entire heat, and a lot of big scores being thrown down, and these guys in the last couple heats just definitely not disappointing us.
No, I mean, we've seen that heat. We've seen all the other heats that went out in the water today, even from the likes of Mike Stewart, who went for a pre-contest surf just to test the waters, and he made it look rideable, but still, it was still massive out there. So stay tuned with us. We're going to give you more action if we come back after the storm. again, Mother Nature always has the upper hand no matter where you go on this planet. And right now, we're going to hold steady. We're trying to get the final words on where we're going to go with the live broadcast, whether to put it on hold for the storm to pass, or if we're going to roll on through. But right now, as it stands, we are on standby until the next for the next heat until the storm passes. But your favorite wave so far that you've seen?
Oh, Manny, it's so hard to say. I mean, maybe one of Diego's 8-point barrels. I mean, that guy's just been, unfortunately, getting knocked out, but he's just been putting on a show for everyone back home. And I mean, if you guys haven't seen that, go back in this live feed and watch that heat. I mean, we were on the edge of our seats the entire time. Manny Vargas cracking open his Red Bull.
I needed the energy.
It was insane. I just felt so drained after that heat. But then the heat straight after, I mean, we had Tanner McDaniel and Alan Munoz, and those guys just put on another show for us. It's been just back-to-back action for the last 70 minutes or so, and Manny, I need a break and maybe a coffee.
I mean, we saw from the very get-go all the heavy waves rolling through, and then the storm just rolled in. I mean, we saw it coming over from the west, and then all of a sudden, within minutes, it was Hinkes and Mitch Rollins that were getting our attention. Hey, you guys, look to the west, look to the west. The storm is coming, and within minutes, we saw it roll in. So check this out. We do have what we got a call right now from Alex Leon.
Yeah, we'll be coming back to you. Next call, 1 o'clock, waiting for the storm to pass.
All right, so the next call will be at 1 o'clock local time, which, what time is it here now? We have 12:47. We're going to let the storm pass, and it looks like it is passing. And our next call will be in 15 minutes, so hang in there. Thank you all for tuning in. There's going to be more incredible action shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
When it's your
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Ian Campbell and Manny V here throwing it down from the booth. And Ian Campbell, what has happened in the last 4 hours is definitely one for the history books.
Manny, this has been the most insane, intense, crazy battle with Mother Nature that we've had in a long time. I mean, the guys in the water had to just sit and wait, and us up here, we were running backwards and forwards. The rain was coming down, wind nearly blew down the screen, and just like, there's so much action going down here. Waves are still pumping. This heat has started with Jeff Hubbard and Miguel Adao, and this is one for the books, hey Manny.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one that will go down in history as well. Can Miguel Adao, the young Portuguese, be the spoiler for this world title contender, Jeff Hubbard? Jeff Hubbard out in the water right now in the yellow jersey, and in red, Miguel Adao, the Portuguese. So scores are starting to come down the pipeline. There they are on your screen, but now up and riding. Miguel Adao, the Portuguese, slides under the pocket, looking for a lip maneuver, but you can see there's still a lot of wind on the water, making for these little side wind chops on the face of the wave. So now the conditions look absolutely perfect for some of these right-hand waves.
Oh man, it looks like the wind has just calmed these waves down, and a lot of these riders are going to be very happy that this is just glassed off. We can just see Moz in the competitors area dying to get out there, and the wind has seemed to play to a lot of the riders' benefit, I feel, Manny. It just cleaning the faces up. We saw a little bit of wind chop before, but now it's just clean and looking pristine.
Looking on your screen right there, you see a few riders in the channel along with the jet ski. One of them who has been out there from the very beginning, Ryan Hardy, is out there in the green jersey. He's that extra safety cushion that we have out in the water along with the jet ski. So Ryan Hardy, big, huge props for Hard Balls, who's holding it down in the channel, along with, I believe, a couple other riders who are caddies for the competitors out in the water. Really quick, what is a caddy?
So in these big conditions, Manny, we see a lot of the guys maybe losing a fin or a board or breaking a leash, and those guys are out there to just be there in support. If he loses a fin, hand him a fin. If he loses his board and his leash snaps, he's got an extra one out there. So, I mean, these conditions, it's pretty vital to have those guys out there, and I had Ryan Hardy in my heat just sit out there with an extra pair of fins because it was big and it was gnarly, Manny. So those fins getting ripped straight off, maybe your tethers aren't as strong, and these guys are pretty vital to the entire position of riding these big waves. So very exciting to see these guys out there pushing the levels and making it so worth being out there, and you're able to then, I guess, push the levels even harder knowing that you got that spare stuff there.
The conditions have cleaned up tremendously. That storm coming through, pretty much putting everything on pause for the past half hour. But we have the live action once again. Manny V here with Ian Campbell, bringing you the live feed from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria, one of the islands here in the Canary Island archipelago. And we are just less than 100 miles away from
oh my goodness.
Africa. We have action, and that was, yes,
Jeff
I believe
Hubbard.
that was the rider in yellow.
Jeff Hubbard, yeah.
Oh,
Manny.
my.
Wow, that was insane. He just elevator dropped into that mental one, and it just, everything exploded and the water just went crazy. So very, very crazy wave there for Jeff. We're going to have to wait and see what the judges think of that. And
So priority is with not only the rider in red out in the water, but with the live action. So if you see me turning away looking at my notes and you see live action on the monitor, you interrupt me like no other.
yeah, well, there we go. Miguel Adao. Man, Miguel just dropping into that one. And unfortunately, when you carry no speed like that, Manny, you just seem to go straight under that wave. So
Look at him.
there he is, just coming up, and he's okay, but just going to paddle across and get out of that one.
All right, so you hear if you hear the cheering behind us, That is for the riders who are going out in that next heat. And look at the fin right there. That is what we're talking about right there, is having a caddy out in the channel just in case a fin falls off. And Miguel Adao, it looks like his fin is on, being held on by a fin tether, but he's giving a thumbs up to the caddy, just saying, hey, my fin is off. I need to put my fin back on. But that's how much power is out in the water. You can lose a fin, or you can actually, Dino Carmo hitting the reef earlier in the competition and ripping his jersey in half. So that is what that reef can do to you. So we do have the quarterfinals coming up after this heat. We are going to a 4-man format for the quarterfinals. A 4-man format for these next heats, and it's a 35 minute semifinals. 35-minute semifinals, and here's a look who's coming up in that first quarterfinal. Can you believe that? Look at this heat. Talk about stacked. Omri Laverne, Jacob Romero, Mitch Rollins, Igor Sanchez. Please, if you haven't already done so, get the word out. This heat is going to be amazing out there. None of these guys are going to be holding anything back.
No ways, Manny. This is
my.
We got another title contender here, Omari Laverne, commonly known here as Moz, and he's definitely not going to be holding back from this one.
Look at this, live action.
Jeff Hubbard on this one.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, with a nice little floater air there. So, I mean, the old school guys will be going off their nuts for that one, Manny?
But the new school guys are probably questioning, why didn't he hit that the way Jeff Hubbard usually hits that? And it's because of that shallow reef. I mean, the last thing you want to do is get projected and land in front of the wave where it's breaking in the shallow part of the reef. So he's just being a little cautious because there's still a lot of time in this heat. But sorry, to go back to that first semifinal. Are you kidding
Manny,
me?
It is going to be insane. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure everyone at home is really looking forward to it. And this action just keeps getting better and better. I mean, as we get into the later rounds, these guys are going to start pushing to the death, and it's going to be so sick. So we just see a nice smaller score coming in for Jeff Hubbard, a 4.67 on his last wave, and you just see him kicking frantically back out. So Jeff going to go back out into the lineup there, and hopefully he can just get another wave and maybe choose a little bit better line into that end bowl, Manny, to get flying out of that end section.
He had a ton of speed. I thought he was going to go for, here's the scores right there, and you can see Jeff Hubbard, if he would have hit that air maneuver at the end, definitely higher than a 4.7. But again, it's still early in the heat. We got 11 minutes remaining in this heat, the last heat of round number 4. Man, it seems like forever to get through this round, but this is it, the last heat of round number 4 out in the water. Miguel Adao, plenty of time for him to go out and get 2 more solid waves, especially with these ramps coming in and the barrels staying wide open with these winds.
Oh, Manny, Miguel Adao, we saw him in that heat against Tristan Roberts in his last round. He absolutely got a smoker of a wave and barreled across the entire reef, and then a nice invert on the end for 9.5, and got that heat ahead of Tristan Roberts, who was seeming like he was running really well. But I mean, these guys are going to put the scores down. Jeff Hubbard, we know what he's like. I mean, he's a multiple world champion and looking to fight this title out going into the end of this competition.
So because of the logistics going down in this day, the last day, with a lot of logistics that have to come into play to make everything run smooth, we are going into 4-man semifinals and a 4-man grand final. And that's where we are with this event, and nobody is complaining about that because these 4-man heats are going to be stacked with the best riders in the world. It's going to be very exciting to see those go down. How much, I hate to put you on the spot, but how much do you hate being out of the event right now?
Oh, Manny, I mean, part of me is very thankful that I'm out of the event, just because these waves are, it is insane out there, and these guys are pushing levels, and I mean, I'm sure we could all do it, but yeah, it's looking insane, and a part of me is a little bit disappointed that, you know, I couldn't get into the final rounds, and get into this world title race a little bit further. But I mean, I've had a great year, and I'm really stoked with how all my competitions went, and I really can't complain about anything, Manny. It's been an unbelievable trip this year, and just going to focus on the next year. So me being out of the competition right now, completely satisfied with my position this year, and just want to watch this action go down and commentate it, and so grateful to be in here in the booth with you. So
we got pretty much front row seat. And look at this, we got Miguel Adal, Portuguese, making it to the bottom, holding on steady. And I'm really surprised. Oh, he looked like he went for possibly a lip maneuver with the camera angle that you're seeing on our screen. Look at this, out the back. Jeff Hubbard sliding into this giant gutter, finds the pocket, and he hangs up high and rolls out of that one. The drop on that was insane. Jeff Hubbard pulling out all the stops, as well as these perfect conditions have been groomed after that storm just rolled through. So we are seeing some solid sets still rolling in.
Manny, this has turned into an amazing competition to finish on a day like today with the conditions that we've been blessed with. It's just something that we've never really seen in the past coming into these last final events. I mean, we had it in Puerto Rico last year. The waves were really good for a couple of days, but you know, you get down to those final days where you have to run, and unfortunately we just have to take what we can get. So today, getting blessed with some of possibly the heaviest slab waves that you can get on the planet, and it's right here at the Fronton King 2016.
Look at that thing just coming onto the ledge right there here at El Fronton. Again, thank you all for tuning in here in apbtour.com/live, and we can't thank you enough. And you know what? I think it's a perfect time right now, as there's a quick little lull in the action. I'm going to post something on our APB Tour Facebook page and ask you where you at. So give me a second to put that on our APB Tour Facebook page. We can't read all the names, so the first 15, 20 people that comment on that right now, give me a second. We'll be able to get to those. But for now, again, out in the water, the last heat number 8 of round number 4 in the water. Jeff Hubbard, who is a world title contender, going head-to-head with the Portuguese, who's been on a tear in the red jersey, Miguel Adal. Miguel Adal, here are the scores.
So Miguel Adal is sitting with a 2.5 and a 1.9, just battling to find those scores, Manny, and Jeff Hubbard sitting with a pocket score of 5.83 and a 4.67, so he's going to be looking to advance in those scores and maybe just hit it above average. I mean, we saw him racing towards that bowl on that last one, and unfortunately just not getting enough on that, and opting to do that prone float air. So he's going to look to get those big ramps and maybe even feel the conditions for the next heat. I mean, if he wins and advances through this heat, he is going to be matching up with Pierre-Louis Costas, Alan Munoz, and Uri Valadao all in one heat with Jeff Hubbard or Miguel Adal. So, I mean, these guys are going to have a heat on their hands. So these next 2 heats stacked, Manny.
Now that we go to a 4-man semifinal format, everything changes as far as the world title and how far some of the riders have to go up and ride. Miguel Adal opting to go right, slides under the pocket. Oh my! Just hits a little wind chop that comes up the face of the wave and surprised him, and digs a rail, and just not. He came out of that pocket ride, but he's still underwater. Oh my gosh, he was underwater that entire time.
So much water moving out there. Yeah, we just saw Miguel just kind of sliding a little bit too much on his rail and clipping that. So unfortunately, he never made it out of that one. So that's going to go into another low scoring. Still going to need the 8 to advance through this heat. But wow, Miguel Adal trying to slide into a couple really nice pits out there, Manny.
Miguel Adal making his way back out to the channel on the right. And as Jeff Hubbard waits patiently, Miguel Adal, he's not paddling as strong as he did earlier in the heat, but there he goes. Now he's putting it back into gear. But Jeff Hubbard waiting patiently with priority out in the water. So now let me attack some of these names that are posting comments on our APB Facebook page. But Jeff Hubbard waiting patiently. So let's crack down this list. Sean Peterson is tuned in from Shark Island, Cronulla. So, Sean, good to see you and miss you, brother. Jewel is tuned in from France, and Yuri Textera, who is in the pretty much commanding lead in the entire APB Tour virtual tour in the Journey, the bodyboard game. If you haven't played, you can actually compete through October 31st in the Journey bodyboard video game. Download it, and I dare you to try to beat Uri Textera. He goes by You Riding. So Uri can't work. He's tuning in from Rio de Janeiro. Juan Santos is tuned in.
Yeah, Juan. What's up, brother?
Joao from Sintra. Tom Healy in Australia. Ben in Cornwall, UK. Lindsay is tuned in from Brisbane, Australia. Luke is also tuned in from Cape Town, Australia. We got everybody from around the world tuning in. Marcus in Scarborough, West Australia. Rick Abbott, Gavin in London. Martin, hey, thanks for tuning in from the Philippines, but he is from the Basque Country. So we're going to keep attacking this list, keep sending the word out that we are having an incredible semifinal coming up, a four-man final. Omri Laverne, Jacob Romero, Mitch Rollins, Igor Sanchez. Are you kidding me?
That is going to be insane, man. I'm so lucky to just sit in the booth here and run through these heats with you, and what a pleasure it's been to be here for this 2016 Fronton King. I mean, some of the most incredible conditions we could have ever hoped for, and this last day, seriously, not even close to letting us down. I mean, already this morning we've seen some incredible waves, and this reef just offloads some insane water onto this beautiful wave of Fronton, and there goes another one offloading on the reef. So I think that was a 10-minute warning call for this heat, Manny, and let's see what these riders have in store for us as we're closing it to the end of this heat.
I think it's going to be less than 10 minutes. It could have been 2 minutes. It's 2-minute warning call. And look at this bomb coming in right here. Oh my God, you see Jeff pedaling up and over the side. Yeah, 1 minute 40 seconds. It's weird to see Jeff in a yellow jersey. I'm always used to seeing him in a red jersey, but here he is in the last round 4, heat 8. And again, second place in this heat will get an equal 9th place. And we are going to a 4-man semifinal due to many of the logistical calls that were made throughout the day. I mean, starting off with epic massive waves, but could not run because of the weather and forecast authorities here in the Canary Islands said, no, we cannot run. We have an orange alert. We have an orange alert and no water activity until we give you the green light. And we had to put the event on hold for quite some time, and then we got the green light, saw insane back-to-back action, and all of a sudden a storm rolled through here because we're in the middle of the Atlantic. And now we're back, 42 seconds remaining. Miguel Adao looking for a 7.6, and I see a wave out the back, 30 seconds remaining. Will it happen?
Oh, Manny, Jeff is in priority.
Look at
so
this.
He's going to have the first choice of waves, and
oh, he's going to fend him off then.
this is an absolute monster coming through. 20 seconds left on the clock. Miguel Adao in priority too, but he's going to look to try get one of these. Oh, look at that, Manny.
Yeah, Jeff Hubbard with priority is going to fend off Miguel Adao, and you saw that little move there. And oh, look at that thing just imploding on the shallow reef. So Miguel Adao, hands down, great performance, brother. The Portuguese holding up the Portuguese flag, very strong in this event. So the riders are coming in. A nice little twist for Jeff Hubbard on the exit there, but Miguel Adao, the Portuguese, showing some the Portuguese that they're a force to be reckoned with, especially with waves like Praia del Norte in Nazaré. If you're a bodyboarder and haven't ridden there and you're from Europe, you have to put that on your map just to get some really quality wave riding skills under your belt. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Manny Vargas here with Ian Campbell. We are bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Fronton King, and look at this, semifinal number 1. Are you kidding me? This is
my goodness.
going down in the history books as going to be insane. Are you kidding me?
Manny V, Omri Laverne, Jacob Romero, Mitch Rawlins, and Igor Sanchez. I mean, all these guys have been showing some insane riding, and it's going to be an incredible heat to watch. I mean, if we just from the past couple heats, if we just put half of what we've seen into this heat, it's going to be magical. So I'm sure these guys aren't going to disappoint, and once they get this priority sorted out, it'll calm down maybe a little bit, but for now, it's free game.
It's as soon as the sets start rolling in, I'm telling you, nobody's going to hold back at all. And again, woo, Gara from Gran Canaria tuning in, probably at work but cannot be here. Troy in Perth is tuned in. Dion, what's up from Melbourne, Australia. Liam in South Oz. Jake is also tuned in. Scott McGregor, what up, brother? He's coming in from Perth. A lot of people from Perth tuning in, including Lenny. But we got Patrick from South Africa as well. So keep throwing those down. We wanted to give you wait a second, here we go. Live action. Amaury Laverne in red. Jacob Romero in yellow. Mitch Rawlins in blue. Igor Sanchez in black.
Oh, Manny.
Actually, I think Igor's wearing the green jersey just so they don't confuse it with blue. So Igor Sanchez is going to be in the green jersey. So let's talk about it. We have Amaury Laverne. He's in the red jersey. World title contender. He has a lot at stake right now in the water. Jacob Romero, he wants that first win on the APB Tour under his belt. He can do it here. And we have Mitch Rawlins. He loves this stuff. He's not going to hold back on any sets, and he also wants to get back into that final. And then Igor Sanchez, can you imagine winning in your home country and your home island this event? So all of these guys have something that they want to take home, and each one of them are going to put everything on the line to do so.
Oh, Manny, I don't doubt that for a second. These guys have been pushing the levels the entire competition, and we're just seeing a small paddle here from one of the riders, but I think that was Amaury Laverne in red. He's been riding incredible, Manny, and he's in a must-win situation in order to take this title out. I was looking at the points difference yesterday, and it just seemed that if we were keeping in that man-on-man competition, he was in a must-win situation, and also hope that Pierre-Louis would get knocked out. So Pierre making it through that heat could make it quite difficult for Moz to win this this contest and for him to win the title. But now that we're done to this four-man system, I don't actually know the correct scoring, but it'd be very interesting to see what each of these riders will need to go and do in order to make it. But here's a wave coming through, and Moz looking very interested, but not going to take that one, man. He looked like it just wasn't opening up enough, and he's opting out of that.
It's very interesting on how everybody's trying to get in that right zone, the right position, pushing each other. Here we go. Amaury Laverne finding that inside section, slides under the pocket way deep, and that section breaks in front of him, but he just cannot come out of that as the whitewash was too strong, and it's just like it'll grab your legs and just pull you back in as if you're coming out of a you can't get away from it.
Yeah, Manny, it just seems to hold you there the whole time, and if you don't push through that end section, it just, you just get stuck in that white water, and it's very much stronger than you'd expect in a lot of other places. Man, look at the power of that wave, Manny. So much water offloading on this very shallow reef, and all the riders going to be putting it on the line as we get into the little bit lower tide, I think, that's coming up now. So it's going to be a lot better for the competitors when there's a little bit less water on the reef, and a lot scarier for the loved ones at home, I'm sure.
Yes, I mean, definitely. I talk about it pretty much at every event. If you can afford it, if you have vacation time, put it in now, and just come to visit an APB Tour event. And I'm actually going to be doing some talks with the APB director and possibly put together some tours to the events where we'll have 5 spots exclusive available where everything will be taken care of. You pay that and I will organize everything just so you can come and witness. And I tell you what, if that does go down, all 5 spots to the Fronton King will disappear within the first 24 hours
Oh,
guaranteed.
Manny, how do I get in on this? I'm already excited to get that. But man, as a rider, just coming to watch these guys compete, as a fan, I mean, guys would put some big things on the plate there to get onto that. So I think it's a very good idea, and I'm sure a lot of the guys would be keen on that. And wow, if you got to see this and oh man,
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. So I
Big
think
set
everybody's
approaching.
starting to start getting into the group, finding that position out there. But yeah, that definitely is going to be something that we're trying to put together and make it exclusive. Five spots is plenty. So that will be going down, and you'll hear either from me or the APP guys. But I think people should come and witness this firsthand, especially this event.
Oh, Manny, the Fronton King is one of the most amazing events that we have on tour. Not downgrading any of the other events, but just this wave is just the ultimate bodyboarding wave. And we're just watching today. These guys are going to put life and limb on the line in order to win this event. And that's what the bodyboarding scene is all about. And wave riding in a hole on this wave is incredible. As we see a paddle here from Omri Laverne, it looks like again. He's just going to keep busy in there. And
Oh
wow,
my
that was a
goodness.
huge backflip from Moz. And he's going to, oh man, that was so close, Manny. He nearly rode out of that. And maybe the judges will score that as a complete, showing that he had control just riding into that channel section. But it's going to be a tough one, and I'd hate to call it. Here's the replay.
Let's take another look. All right, so Omri Laverne is catching another wave on the inside, but is able to find the pocket and then go up for a big backflip. He lands on top of the whitewash, but the judges are really critical about how you pull that off. That was not a completed ride. They want to see the rider out in front of the whitewash to deem it complete. Even though you're moving forward on top of the whitewash, I don't think the judges will see that complete. Jacob Romero, look at this. Nice clean drop, pulls into the barrel. If he comes out of this, this will be a solid score for Jacob Romero. And no, it doesn't look like he made it out of there. But in fact, he may have cut out of there.
He may have cut out of that, Manny. It looked like he really got away from that foam section quite quickly, so it'll be nice to maybe get a replay on that if possible, just to see exactly what's going on. And we see Moz there just waving his arm to see what his scores are and what he needs to advance through this heat. So, wow. Non-stop action out here, Manny.
So look at this. Moz is just finding these little gems on the inside. Look at this one right here. Nice clean bottom turn going straight off the bottom and another flip. And that's what the judges want to see. They want to see it ridden out in front of the whitewash.
That is exactly it, Manny. You couldn't have been more correct there. Those are the waves that the judges are looking for. They're looking for the guys to ride out of those exactly like that. And yeah, it's just insane to see what Omri's done. I mean, he lives here in Gran Canaria and he surfs this wave a lot, so he's just getting some really sick ones and kind of almost want to call it local knowledge, Manny.
Yeah, and I mean, calling this area home. He now has a beautiful wife and kid living here on. Here's another look at what went down. So as you can see, pulling in really deep right there, it was Jacob Romero, but he had to cut out of that and wasn't able to come out of that wave right there. And here's Omri Laverne straight off the bottom and goes for a big backflip. And this is what the judges want to see. They want to see you out in front of the whitewash and ride it out cleanly. So Omri Laverne on a solid score right there. So a 5.83 for Omri Laverne on that maneuver. So a very conservative score, but he did pull it off.
Manny, I think it's really clever what Moz has done here. I mean, he's a really competitive guy, and he looks at these waves, and he's just seeing the smaller ones, but we got a big paddle here from rider in green. I think this is Igor Sanchez as he just stalls under the lip there, and big spit out, but he's going to look for that end move, and there he goes with a nice roll, and the local guy, everyone going crazy here for him. They want to see him in the final.
My,
and
Jacob Romero. Nice clean barrel. He's going to come out with a spin. He does. And he actually turned a little bit to get back into that zone to try to do a maneuver. But awesome back-to-back waves right here. And oh my goodness. There was red. Aubrey Laverne.
Laverne,
He
oh.
did drop in on the left, and he was just lost in the whitewash, and he came out of there. And so epic wave exchange between the three riders.
Oh, this has been insane, Manny. Wow, I don't know what else to use there. I mean, it's the craziest competition of the year. These guys just going wave for wave. I mean, we saw Igor Sanchez there in green, straight after Jacob Romero in yellow, and straight after that, Marie Laverne in red. So these guys getting back-to-back waves. Moz maybe getting the better out of that exchange, but we saw Jacob with a really nice barrel there and just come flying out with the spits, as well as Igor Sanchez with a little cover-up barrel to a roll as we watch the replays here. First, we're going to be watching Igor Sanchez, just unfortunately maybe missing that barrel a little bit, Manny, and he's going to head straight to the roof, and a nice clean roll out of there. A little bit caught up in the foam, but just getting kind of caught back there. So let's see how the judges, and then straight after Jacob Romero and that heavy gaping barrel, nice spit out of there, and turning, as you said, Manny, to come straight down the face, show really good control. And then let's see if we can get Moz's wave. So this is the end of Moz's wave, and just that massive gas out, and he just got so much control coming out of that, Manny. Judges loved it. So
live action. Aubrey Laverne, a big old section coming out at him, and go for a big front flip right there, or back flip, I'm sorry.
Backflip loop, that's what that was.
Yeah, and Marie Laverne not completing that move, but it was pretty exciting to watch. So scores are dropping. Mitch Rollins has yet to catch a wave. Igor Sanchez's score has yet to drop, but Mitch playing it quiet out there. What do you think's happening?
Yeah, I think Mitch is maybe just waiting for the better waves to come through, and that's taking him a little bit of time, but he's in priority one, Manny, and he's waiting for that wave. I mean, you know, they've got a lot of time on the clock. We spoke about it before. They have 55 minutes in this heat, so it's a lot of time, but with four guys, you know, it's really hard to get those waves, but Mitch Rawlins maybe just showing a little bit of experience waiting for the waves as we watch this replay. So this is Marie Laverne, and
wow,
see how he eyes out that section, and it's a massive backflip loop, so very sick move, and unfortunately not just getting back onto that wave, so that wave definitely not going to come into his top two scoring waves, and wow.
Woo. Yes, again, live action. Semifinal number one out in the water. Scores are dropping.
As we see.
Yes, it is Mitch Rollins on his first wave. Nice clean turn, engaging that rail, getting as much speed as possible after that barrel, looking for an end section, and nothing is there for Mitch Rollins, but he does have his first wave under his belt, finally, after waiting quite some time to catch that first wave, and it was a clean barrel off the top.
Yeah, Manny, I'm sure he's going to be happy with that, and he'll look to head back out there and build on his scores, but here we just see the scores dropping. I mean, Jacob's last barrel is 7, and Moz getting an 8.5 on his wave, so that's into the excellent range, Manny. That's obviously what the judges are looking for, and they are super stoked to see those waves coming through, and these guys really putting in all the work to get those scores.
If you're just joining us, this is a 4-man semifinal. We're going to have another 4-man semifinal after this with PLC, Alan Munoz, Udi Valadao, and Jeff Hubbard. So that is going to be coming up. 2 riders will advance on to the grand final. And here we go. Look at this. Aubrey Laverne on a giant right-hander. Beautiful bottom turn. Scoops under the lip. Gets barreled, and he will come out with a spit. Oh, it looked like he was going for maneuver at the end there. Very interesting on how he was able to pull off this maneuver. Jacob Romero answering back.
Oh, Jacob with a nice open pit, and maybe just not getting deep enough there, but he's kind of eyeing out those end bowls. So you can see these guys, I mean, Manny, they're looking for those nice big barrels, but at the end, eye on the prize, eye on the end section, and they want that last end mover. So I'd be very interested to see that wave of Marie Laverne again. I mean, he's been battling with trying to do those end maneuvers and just getting a little bit caught up, but looked like he might have done a forward coming out of that one, Manny. Not too sure on the angle we had, but that was a very sick wave. Nice open barrel. Definitely going to go into his top scores if you ask me.
The question is, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, if you're just joining us, this is Manny V with Ian Campbell, the tour leader coming into this event. Unfortunately, he got knocked out early, but we are so stoked to have him here. Let's take a little look at that wave exchange. Marie Laverne finds a perfect right-hand wave, and you can see right there, it looked like he did a backflip under the lip, but we'll take a closer look. But Jacob Romero, looking for a deep barrel, was only able to get a white frothy pocket ride, but still 2 scores that are good to have on your scorecard. So Ian Campbell, question is, how is Amory able to catch almost already 8 waves and Mitch only has 1 wave?
I think, Manny, in this competitive format, you need to get those scores that are going to count. And Omri's just looking for those smaller inside ones. He's seen them in the previous heats. Those are the waves that are giving some good scoring potential. I mean, the bigger ones obviously are going to give you those 9s, 8s, 9s, and 10s, but he's been getting a couple of those too. So he's really been working hard out there, Manny. It takes a lot for you to paddle around, especially in these bigger conditions. But maybe what Moz was thinking was, let me see how many waves I can get. I'll get as many as I can and just try to do those basic maneuvers that are going to give him the scores. I mean, if some of the other heats, the guys really battling to get the good scores, and some guys getting amazing scores the entire heat, like that heat with Pierre and Diego. We just saw back-to-back 8s
Incredible.
and 9s. So, I mean, Moz has been watching. He's super locked into this wave. He knows exactly what's going on, and he's going to try to score those best and biggest waves now. I think we might see him just slow down a little bit and try to watch out for the bigger waves and get those higher scoring potentials.
Here are your scores so far in semifinal number 1. Top 2 riders will advance on into the grand final. The the bottom 2 will have an equal 5th. Equal 5th and 7th place overall in the event. But here we go, up and riding. Looks like Mitch Rollins taking a look. Did he give up his priority? That it could be crucial when it comes down to the wire, especially because there is such a small takeoff area. You can see all the riders huddle around the same area. That is the spot where you want to take off here. So with Mitch Rollins taking off and giving up that priority, that could work against him when it comes down to the last few minutes.
For sure, Manny. I think for his own sake, it was maybe a good call to back out of that one, because that looked heavy. But yeah, we see Mitch just falling out of priority 1 and into priority 2. So Igor Sanchez looking at this one, but opting not to go. That won't be I don't think that was a full paddle, so he'll probably still keep that priority situation. But no, we've seen a priority change there. So very interesting to see these priority changes, and I mean, that's what's going to make these heats so interesting, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, if you have priority, that means essentially you can catch any wave that comes in, and that could be used as a strategy towards the end as well. You can use that priority to fend off any other player or any other rider who has the potential to catch the wave. You can quote unquote block them from catching that wave and getting a better score than what you have. So, but with priority, you essentially have a free reign on any wave that comes your way. So having that first priority in a 4-man format, definitely vital.
Oh yeah, it's crucial, Manny, but these guys know what's going on. I mean, they've all been competitive surfing for a long time, and especially Omari. I mean, he's the one that's going to look to head out of this heat with that real keen world title in mind, and he's going to head out of this heat and just focus on that last heat, you know. So it's a lot of work still for him, but we see a paddle again from Omari, and man, he just gets them, Manny. He just gets the good ones. I promise you. It's like he just knows exactly where to be. He's always in the right spot, and just showing his experience out there in the water on that last one.
And he's doing this all without priority. So that is experience top level. And that pretty much is telling everybody, hey, I want this world title more than anybody else, especially in this heat, and that's why he's pretty much running circles around everybody. The closest one that can get to him right now is Jacob Romero, because Jacob Romero's 7-point ride is looking solid. Let's take another look. Look at this wave.
Man, he just threads the needle, Manny. And he just comes out with so much speed. I mean, if he had a section in front of him, I'm sure he was going to hit it, but that's not going to go even into his top 2 scoring waves. So he's got an 8.5 and a 7 on his hands, so he's very happy just being there and still keeping busy, Manny. So he's looking to even better his scores to keep them on top, and we just see that situation coming into play.
15 minutes and 15 seconds.
Very interesting to see these guys' strategies out there, Manny. I mean, we got two polar opposites. You got Mars, who's catching every wave that he can see, and then you've got Mitch Rawlins, who's sitting back and just waiting for those two good scores to come through. So Mars' strategy definitely working in his favor, and interesting to see what these riders have.
Look at that thing coming in. So Ian Campbell one more time with Manny V here, bringing you the live feed. Sorry about that, Ian, I cut you off. But yeah, the riders definitely, oh, look at that thing. That right there, how big would you call that?
Man, that was like 6 to 8 feet, maybe bigger, 10-foot barrels.
So when he says that, he's pretty much saying that face wave is about 10 to 12 feet easy. So it's still massive. You can see the rain. The jet ski guys are still out there. Ian Campbell, Manny V bringing you the live feed. We look over our shoulder and we see the semifinal number 2 getting ready to head on out into the water. Woo, look at that one.
Oh, Manny, it's just, they just keep offloading on this reef. I'm surprised the reef doesn't fall away. I mean, there's so much water just pounding it. And I mean, if you've been out there and you've seen it, it's crazy to see what's under there. That shelf is, it's scary.
We talked about it too. It's not just the rock shelf where it's all nice and smooth. There's actually these little pinnacle barnacles that poke out like a little point. And it's a cheese grater down there. So if you, luckily, Dino Carmo, Portuguese rider who smashed himself pretty hard in the earlier rounds, was okay. But man, the cuts he had on his inside thigh, his hand smashed really hard, and just taking a full-on, right hook to the face with the reef. Luckily, he's still okay and able, to walk around on his own. But that's how dangerous it is out here, especially as the day progresses. The tide is starting to drop, and you're going to be able to see the reef starting to be exposed. So it's going to be pretty hectic as we wind down and get closer to the final.
Oh, Manny. This reef, just to let the people that don't exactly know, this is lava rock. I mean, we're at the bottom of this crater, but we'll talk about that. Jacob Romero. Looking for that end section, but man, he had his eye on that end section, Manny, and just going for that roll there. We'll see if he pops out the foam, but
look at him. He's still underwater. Came up for a quick breath, but just went straight back down.
That is hard work out there, Manny. So, yeah, as I was saying, this is lava rock. I mean, we're sitting out here at the bottom of a crater that is now dormant, and back in the day, it's erupted and formed this magical reef, but with that comes these sharp points that this lava creates. And as we see, rider in green, Igor Sanchez, just getting another nice barrel and looking for that end section, Manny. These guys are now eyeing out that end bowl, and a nice ride from him. He's going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, Igor Sanchez has a very unique style, and he's very comfortable on the right-hand waves as opposed to the left-hand waves. He can still go left, but he has favored the right through these heats, and we'll talk about his style in the replay. But here is your current scores. Again, 35-minute semifinals. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, and all the scores have yet to be dropped. You'll see them dropping right there. But Omri Laverne is looking very strong. Now it's a fight for that second place spot, although Igor and Mitch still have a pretty good score, but they are in combination land for first place, but still have a shot for that second place. And second place, top two riders advance on to the grand final. Wow, Mitch Rawlins, he's got to get moving.
Yeah, Manny, I mean, I'm not too sure on the calculations of what he needs, but for sure he needs to get moving, and he needs to get waves, Manny. So we just see PLC and Alan Munoz. This heat is going to be insane. I am so excited.
Yes, again, PLC, but live action. Mitch Rawlins on the right-hander, and he pulls under the barrel. He hits the brake, spreads open his legs, and he's able to get a nice, clean pocket ride. He comes into the inside section. If he can come out of that, solid wave right there for Mitch Rawlins. That's going to definitely be above average for sure.
Well, Manny, we just said earlier, he's just waiting and trying to get that priority so that he can choose any wave he wants, and it seems to be working on his last two waves as we just see a big one coming through, and Mars just opting to paddle over it. But that strategy is working for Mitch Rawlins. I mean, we've seen him just waiting at the back, and a couple waves are coming towards him, and he's getting the most out of that. That last one, double barrel, the judges are going to love that, and they're going to score that really good. So he's going to head back out there and maybe sit, try and get one last wave in the last 10 minutes of this heat. And it's really exciting to see these guys just put it all down there and get some mental waves. So here comes another one as we just watch this offload on the reef.
So I just want to make clear to everybody why we are in a four-man format here in the semifinals and finals, and there are a ton of logistics behind making that call, one of which is this is going to be the best conditions until the end of the contest period. So we wanted to make sure we give the best riders the best opportunity to show the best riding they can do in the best conditions here at El Fronton. So that is the number one thing. Number two, tides. The tide is very, very vital here to make El Fronton what it is, and to be able to run the event all day here is impossible, because at low tide in these conditions are pretty much, it's a death wish. Running an event at El Fronton low tide with this size, it's absolutely impossible. People will definitely get hurt. Here is the situation out in the water. Igor Sanchez with his last wave, going straight into that second place position. Mitch Rawlins now in third, only needs a 6.3, and Jacob Romero only needs a 5.93. And I say only, they can totally do it in these conditions.
Oh, Manny, for sure. I mean, there's a couple tough heats coming through in the next couple rounds, and when we head into the semifinals like this, they're going to be stacked. And you say only fives, but I mean, we've seen a lot of big scores, but we also haven't in some of the heats. So I mean, depending on these next couple conditions is going to depend on the final results, but Omari's sitting very happy out there. I mean, he got really busy at the start of the heat, and he's now just started to, sit in that priority one, and if he sees those guys paddling, he's going to go for it.
Here we go, up and riding.
We just got Igor Sanchez here. He just drives into that one. Good use of the rail there, and I mean, judges are going to be really stoked with that, and wow. It's been an insane heat so far. So these guys pushing the levels of the sport, wave riding and riding at Fronton here in the Canary Islands.
Igor Sanchez, the lone Canary Island rider in this event so far. We have Omri Laverne as well. Oh, look at this. Omri Laverne. Oh, pulling back. Will he get sucked over? We saw PLC get sucked over the falls earlier, but he is able to pull back on that. Oh, my goodness.
That's risky business, Manny. He just kind of looked like he was going to go for that one, and to back off that late is so dangerous. But, I mean, Moz is a strong guy. He's a real strong competitor and physically fit. And he was able to paddle just and kick off the back of that one. So super lucky to not get sucked over, because that reef comes up real quick when you get sucked over.
Yeah, we saw PLC earlier today actually pull back on a wave, but didn't have enough backward momentum to pull back, and he got sucked over the falls and just got exploded on into the shallow reef. So Omri Laverne was able to get out of that situation. Look at where we are now on your screen. Mitch Rawlins and Jacob Romero are essentially battling for that second place spot, as Omri Laverne is in a very commanding lead, putting those two riders in combination land. So it is definitely possible for Jacob Romero. Here he goes, up and riding.
Jacob just drawing a nice line and just kind of getting stuck behind that foam ball, unfortunately. And Manny, that's definitely not going to be a score. He was trying to draw that line to get into that barrel and just couldn't quite get into that end section. So he'll head out and unfortunately be in priority 4 and looking for that next wave.
Jacob Romero and Mitch Rawlins now looking for that second place position. So we are still on a world title hunt out in the water. Omri Laverne, one of the 3 riders who are on the hunt. We got PLC and Jeff Hubbard, who are coming up in semifinal number 2. So back to what I was explaining about going into a 4-man format for the semifinals and the grand final. Again, A lot of factors are into play, but the two I mentioned are the two crucial ones. One, we are running out of time with the tide here at Fronton. And two, this is going to be the best day to show you the best bodyboarding possible for this event. And Omri Laverne taking a look.
Oh, Marie just sliding into this one.
Oh my goodness, if he comes out of that, look at that. I think I saw him come out of there.
Manny, I don't want to even call that. I don't want to even be a judge on that one, but that was insane, Manny.
I thought it looked like his line was perfect, but I'm thinking there was just too much speed. He must have dug a rail. I'm not too quite sure what happened right there.
Manny, that shockwave inside that wave must have been unreal. And man, trying to hold on for those are just, that's crazy. Mars just pushing his levels there, I feel.
That was insane. That wave just sucked it off the shallow reef. Here's the replay. Take us through it.
Yeah, so Mars just drawing that line out. I mean, he's leaning really hard on that rail to try to push through that, and we just see that end section kind of clipping, and there he was, Manny, you're correct, yeah. So he was actually probably coming out of that one, and maybe just too much force on the back, or a hand slipped off or something small, but we know how powerful this wave is, and we know how much water's moving, so really tough to say exactly what happened there, but wow, and some incredible rides here. Omri Laverne, unfortunately not coming out of that one. That's not going to go into his top two scoring waves, but really eyes on blue and yellow here. Mitch Rawlins and Jacob Romero, as we see Mitch just having a look at this one. Omri having a look, but unfortunately none of the riders going in that one. And wow, what a heat, Manny.
Yes, it's pretty insane out there. Music. The music. Manny V here and Ian Camo bringing you the live feed. One more time, semifinal number one. 3 minutes remaining. Omri Laverne out in red. He is looking very strong. Igor Sanchez with 2 solid scores in that second place spot. Only 2 riders advance on to the grand final. It's Mitch Rollins and Jacob Romero who are looking for that score to go into that second place spot.
Yeah, Manny, we just got Mitch Rawlins, who's kind of sat back and watched this heat quite a lot. But he's got those 2 scores that are potentials for him to go in there, and we just see both riders here. Here's Jacob Romero.
Oh my airdrop! Here he is coming around the section, regains that control, but has 0 speed, and there was really not much there for that wave, but just making it to the bottom, man. Woo!
Man, that gives me shivers, Manny. Heart races, and I just get, I mean, the anticipation just builds on every wave here, so Jacob Romero with that big drop on that last one.
Oh my goodness. So look at the water. It's just sucking off the reef, and it's just getting shallower and shallower as the time gets closer to the late afternoon. Right now, it is, the scores are dropping right there. Again, Mitch Rollins needs a 6.3 to get in the second, 5.93 for Jacob Romero to get in second. 1 minute 45 seconds. Oh my goodness, Omri Laverne looking solid in this heat.
Yeah, for sure, Manny. I mean, as we said earlier, he just got really busy at the start, and I think it's paying off for him. He's got those 2 big scores. I mean, he tested a lot of waves at the beginning, so here's the replay, Manny.
Look at this airdrop from Jacob Romero, straight from the top all the way to the bottom, and then boom, that's like a 6, 7, 8 foot drop, but he's able to control his rail, engages it in the face of the wave, and starts moving forward. That alone right there is next level, but to be able to ride it out. So Jacob Romero staying safe, but unfortunately that's not a high scoring wave.
No, that's definitely not what he's looking for. I mean, he's going to be looking for those in sections, and with 1 minute to go, it's a big ask for him to be in 4th priority, but we see Jacob Romero paddling for this one.
It's a little inside wave coming into the section, but he's trying to pull everything out right now. He knows that time is winding down, less than a minute. Omri Laverne, but look at this. Mitch Rollins on his last efforts comes off the bottom, big extended roll right there. 5.83, he pulls out in front of the whitewash. It is completed, but is that a 5.83 that he needed? Igor Sanchez biting his nails. He's answering back with this inside wave right here, going for an ARS, a little sloppy around the landing, but still was able to pull it around. Omri Laverne keeping his world title hopes alive by coming out on top of his semifinal heat number 1. 10 seconds to go. The 3 riders who just caught a wave making their way back out into water. Jacob Romero needed a 5.93. Do you think that was enough?
Manny, unfortunately, I don't think the judges are going to award that. Just looks a little bit tough, and he didn't really get to the top of that section with enough speed, but we could potentially see Mitch Rawlins heading into the 2nd position here. I mean, he drew out a really cool line there, nice big roll, but we'll see if the judges award him that. But we're just going to wait for those scores to be dropped out. And
yeah, we can hear the cheering. The beach commentators calling the scores right now. And I'm going to say Igor Sanchez may have held on to that 2nd place spot away from Mitch Rollins and Jacob Romero.
wow, that was an intense end to that heat, Manny. All 3 riders that needed the scores trying to get into that 2nd position with Omri way ahead, but it's going to be Omri Laverne and the local Igor Sanchez as we hear the crowd going wild for him. So
keeping the hopes alive for the Canary Island locals is Igor Sanchez. You can see everybody cheering. So don't go anywhere. We're coming back with semifinal number 2 right after this.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome semifinal number 2 out in the water. The 4-man format is incredible. You know what? Let's get out there in the water right now. Let's go straight into the action. Manny V here with Ian Campbell. Let's get out in the action. We are in semifinal number 2. Red, we have PLC. Yellow, Alan Munoz from Chile. In blue, Udi Valadao. And in black, Jeff Hubbard. So, Ian Campbell, conditions look insane right now.
Oh, Manny, this wind has just died off. It cleaned these conditions up so nasty. I think the rain helped a little bit to just flatten everything out, and we have just got absolute glass perfection out there. A little bit of rain still happening here. Kind of dark, but some incredible conditions we've seen. Maybe even the best.
Live action.
Watch a rider
Live
here.
action. Up and riding on this, coming off the bottom. Doing a maneuver right there, kind of blinded right there from that whitewash. That was Jeff Hubbard. That was Jeff Hubbard in the green jersey. And look at this thing coming in. Oh my goodness, that is Alan Munoz. Can he come out of there? Can he come out? No.
Manny.
Doors were slammed shut for the Chilean. Alan Munoz on a solid wave right there. I know Begonia and the Erizos crew in Chile are all tuning in, watching their very own Alan Munoz. Can he make it to the final here at El Fronton, the Fronton King?
Oh, Manny.
Woo.
Poor Alan. That was a sick pit. But just before that, I think we had Jeff Hubbard just flying out of that section. And fortunately, just couldn't quite see what he did. But wow, what a start to the heat. During the break, we saw PLC get a nice left pit. And here are the riders in the heat. We have Pierre-Louis Costa in red.
Look at that
Alan
live
Munoz
action. Oh, PLC on the left, up and riding, gets into the barrel. Can he come out of that? And the doors stay open for PLC.
Man, this is sick, Manny. I am so stoked to be up here in the booth with you. And PLC just putting on a show out there.
Yeah, the boys hanging out in the channel are all smiles right now. We got Ryan Hardy for sure is out there getting front row seat, playing an extra safety guard out there. And I believe there's a couple other riders who are just chilling out in the channel, but I wish I was out there.
Yeah, Manny. Likewise, I mean, that is the seat to have in the house. I mean, you're right there, you're in the action. I heard Ryan Hardy come up earlier and he was just frothing about it. So we're just seeing a couple paddles out the back. And
look at this.
Wow, this is...
Oh my, perfect landing on stalling on that drop. That's our rider in blue, Udi Valadao, the Brazilian, looking very strong in this heat so far. So Udi has a set of 2 waves right now, like in the mid-range scored, but Udi is looking strong and he's moving. That's positive.
Yeah, I mean, he's maybe looked at the previous heats and saw that Moz was getting a lot of waves and that was paying off for him, but we see the leader of the heat at the moment with the scores that we have, Pierre-Louis Costes with a 7.67 and looking really strong out there, Manny, opting for the lefts rather than the rights on his first 2 rides, and he's getting the scores.
Look at this.
Another rider paddling into this one. Pierre.
PLC with a nice stalling bottom turn. Extended his legs as he was coming down the face of the wave to maintain control of his speed, but not much there for the wave. But that was an excellent showing on how to be able to make these drops as you have a ton of speed coming down. You want to be engaged in the face of the wave and then pull off that scoop, is that what we call, and then be able to maintain that rail control. So excellent rail control, but not a high scoring wave for PLC.
Oh, Manny, this is turning into one hell of a competition. I mean, we've seen all these riders, all 3 title contenders still in the competition. Omari going through in first place in that last heat, and Pierre-Louis Costes and Jeff Hubbard, the other 2 contenders in this heat. So action all over here.
And we are getting the final tallies on the possible World Tour title scenarios right now, because we went to the 4-man format. We are waking up Craig Haddon in Australia to get the latest update, to work the numbers and give us the inside scoops. If all 4 riders make, all 3 world title contenders make it to the final, we want to make sure, because there are points at the things situated now because of format process. We're getting that right now. Up and riding Jeff Hubbard in the green jersey, coming around the section. Oh, puts his head down, tries to punch through that section, but cannot make it.
Wow, that was a really crazy decision from Jeff. I mean, riding into that, like pretty much a closeout, Manny, and just trying to punch through that foam. I mean, getting really low and tucked into the board, but here we see the situation unfolding in this heat. I mean, Pierre with 2 huge scores on the border, 7.67 and 8.33. So he's going to be sitting really happy there, Manny. I mean, the other guys need all in combination, and if they want to beat him, and they still got a lot of time on the clock. Remember, we have 35 minutes in these heats, still have 28 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So Jeff Hubbard with just a 5.57 and Alan Munoz with that 2.1. I mean, they don't need much to take that second place, but if they are going for the lead in this heat, they've got a big job ahead of them, as we see. Just a look there from Alan Munoz, but
look at the right,
not to go. But man, these waves just keep offloading on the reef, Manny.
All right, Alan Munoz out there in the yellow jersey on the left, taking a look, but pulls back. The waves are going off here in the shallow reefs of El Fronton. And Ian Campbell, Manny V, bringing you the live feed from the booth. And it looks like PLC in red, taking a look at that one. Again, out in the water, PLC in red. Alan Munoz in yellow from Chile. Blue, we have Udi Valadao, the Brazilian, and Jeff Hubbard in the green jersey from Hawaii.
Wow, PLC looking at this one, Manny.
So PLC dropping in a ton of speed, coming around that section. And not much there. He got clipped by that section. Now he's aiming for something, but by that time, there was not much there for PLC to do.
Yeah, a lot of speed being dropped off when he got clipped by that, Manny. So he was maybe looking for a big lip move, but unfortunately just not getting much. But we see out the back we might have another paddle here. So
Alan Munoz,
Munoz.
Go!
Oh my goodness. Man, that one just not having enough foam, unfortunately, Manny. He's just driving into that one, but wow.
Yeah, that was insane. Drop right there. So now it's going to come down to crunch time. Not only can you get the biggest waves, but can you get into the barrel? Now, we're noticing that the medium-sized waves are the ones that you can get into the barrel deeper. But look at this.
Oh, Alan, you see him just driving off that rail there. A little bit of clip, but I don't know if the judges will score that as a full barrel, but he likes it, Manny. That was a really sick one. He got not really deep, but he was behind the curtain, as you see Uri here.
Up and riding, Uri Valadao, the Brazilian. That's what we're talking about right there. The medium-sized ones, you can get a little deeper, you can ride the barrel a little longer, and that was a perfect executed barrel riding from Uri Valadao. So Uri Valadao looking very good now as we're coming down closer to the halfway point.
Yeah, Manny, we can just see that Uri was definitely having a look at Moz in the last heat. We've seen him catch a couple of the insiders, and he's scoring on those insiders really well, and he's going to keep pushing on those, and maybe he can get the bigger scores and move into that top position, but he's got a big job ahead of him in combination situation, looking for a total of 16 points to take Pierre. So Pierre looking really good at the moment as we see this one coming through, Pierre taking off.
PLC, nice clean bottom turn, now looking for a section, goes for a spin under the lip. Can he pull it around? And he does. Beautiful executed spin under the lip for PLC. Very interesting how the judges are going to score that, but that was very well executed for PLC. Luckily he was able to pull that around. He could have got sucked over. Both of the riders outside, look at that.
Oh,
monster
Manny.
Coming in ready to unload. Boom.
So much water moving on those, and not much water underneath, but
we talked about it earlier. You said how deep?
Oh man, like maybe 6 feet if we're lucky, but these guys, I mean, they're pushing the levels of the sport, they're pushing the levels of the wave riding, and it's just amazing to see all these guys getting rides. Maybe even the rides that they laugh, Manny, if I'm not scared to say that.
Yeah, it's pretty insane right now. Water coming down the tent right here as the winds start to mellow. I see blue skies, and this is the current situation. Wow, only 10 minutes have passed out of this 35-minute heat. This is going to be a long one. PLC sizing up this section.
PLC driving off the bottom, and another huge air forward, but unfortunately just not getting enough on that, and as we pan across to see if another rider takes off on that back one, but Pierre maybe just hitting that one a little bit early, Manny, and just landing on the back a bit, so a little bit unfortunate for him, and but he'll be back out there. I mean, he's sitting happy with a heat score, a total heat score of 16 at the moment, with still 25 minutes remaining, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, so world title up for grabs, but also to have that prestige and to have that the bragging rights to call yourself a Fronton King winner. Definitely just a handful of riders can claim that. From 2010, it was Jeff Hubbard, 2011, Jason Finlay, 2012, Pierre-Louis Costes. And in 2013, it was Miguel Macias. 2014, Guillermo Cobo. Amaury Laverne took it last year, and now we're going to find out who will become the Fronton King of 2016. That is going to be determined within the next hour.
Action all day long, Manny. We've had the most insane day. If you've just tuned in, you missed out. We went live, then we got called off. But we see PLC taking off on this. Oh no, sorry, Uri Valadao taking off on that one, and just not finding enough on that, so he's going to cut out and head back out there. But we have a couple sets approaching on the outside, but as I was saying, if you weren't tuning in, you've missed out. There's been some incredible conditions down here. We saw one of the best heats of the whole competition earlier, and against Pierre and Diego Cabrera, but Jeff Hubbard just pulling back on that one, and we can see why, Manny. That was heavy.
That was heavy. Again, water coming, the waves coming from very deep water and then unloading raw power. And look at this, turn around. Nope, not going for it. That was Jeff Hubbard. And here is the current situation out in the water. Jeff Hubbard, he is in that 4th place position. If he wants a shot at that world title, he has to make it out of this heat. Definitely. PLC looking very strong in that 1st place position. So Amaury is already waiting in the grand final along with Igor Sanchez. But PLC, if he wants that world title, he also has to make it into that grand final. So it's coming down to the wire right here with 22 minutes remaining in semifinal number 2. I'm excited.
Oh, Manny, this is probably the event everyone's been waiting for the entire year. This is the ultimate bodyboarding wave, and we're sitting here at Fronton just frothing out at these conditions. I mean, we saw this morning we had that storm come through, and it just seems to have cleaned up these conditions, and they have turned on, Manny. The sun is about to break through the clouds, and we are going to have the final of the Fronton King, as well as crowning the 2016 World Bodyboarding Champion.
Yes, and that is all going down today. And the reason why we are holding to the event today is this is the best day. Live action, up and riding. Oh my! My goodness! Are you kidding me? Alan Munoz, the Chilean, he is going to get props for that, just for taking off. But that thing broke in the most critical part of the entire wave. Now he's got to duck under this monster. There's only 3 feet of water under him.
Oh, Manny, that was insane. I mean,
we've
seen in the past year guys like Mark McCarthy taking off on those kind of sections and just airdropping in. Alan Munoz,
he's still in the
Chilean,
whitewash,
is getting thumped on the inside, but he seems to have got his board together and he's heading back out on the right-hander. But Manny, that was next level. I can't believe he paddled for that one, and man, if he had got out of that, Manny, that was a 10 for sure. But as we look back out there, these conditions, just after that, so much white water on the inside, and Alan Munoz is lucky to come out of that one unscathed, Manny.
All right, Ian Campbell, check this out. I just got word. We did wake up Craig Haddon in Australia, and he was taking a little cat nap, but we did wake him up, and this is the call. If Jeff Hubbard does not make it to the final, PLC is your 2016 world champion. So that is how critical semifinal number 2 is out in the water, not only for Jeff Hubbard, but also for PLC. So PLC can become the world champion for 2016 if Jeff Hubbard does not make it into the final. 19 minutes and 30 seconds remaining to find that out. So very critical right now. This is critical time for Jeff Hubbard and PLC.
Wow. Jeff just got thrown into the lion's den.
Yes, he did. He has 19 minutes and 18 seconds remaining to make that happen.
Oh, but we know Jeff from the past. I mean, we've seen him come out of these heats, and he's a multiple world champion, Manny. He knows what's up, and I'm sure he's never going to let this down until the dying seconds. And talking about the man, he's just eyeing out this one, and he's paddling into Jeff Hubbard.
All right, Jeff Hubbard on this right-hander, finds the pocket, finds the barrel, comes out with a roll, lands with the whitewash. It's not going to be a super strong score, but it will definitely help him add on to his scorecard. So PLC still looking very comfortable right now. Jeff Hubbard will definitely get rid of that 1.5 as we are looking for the top 2 scores and only 2 riders advancing on to the grand final. So again, if you didn't hear, Jeff Hubbard has to advance into the final to even have a chance. If he does not make it out of this final or semifinal, PLC is your new 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Tour champion.
Oh, this heat just got very exciting and very incredible, Manny. I mean, we've got 4 of the best riders in this competition. The other 4 have just paddled out and finished their semi-final, but wow, what a year it's been, and it's going to come down to this heat to see if Jeff Hubbard still has a chance to take out this world title. But after that last wave, we're just going to have to wait and see what score he got for that ride, and hopefully he can make it through, because that'll make for an insane final, Manny.
Oh my gosh, it would be amazing to have actually any one of these riders going to the final, but yes, to have PLC and Jeff Hubbard meet up with Amaury and Igor Sanchez in the grand final would be pretty spectacular. But I'm going to say any one of these guys in this semifinal are going to make it look fun. Out in the water, live action. It is, that is Alan Munoz, the Chilean. He really would love to have another win on the APB Tour out in the water. So he won the Sintra event. He would love to have a win here at Fronton.
Oh, Manny, we've just seen him go from strength to strength this year. The last couple of years he's been battling with injury, but Alan Munoz, what an incredible rider. I mean, we saw him come on the tour a couple of years back, and he hasn't disappointed, but unfortunately, you know, when you hit those injuries and you just have to stay out the water for a while, he came back much stronger, and this year he's shown it with, I think he was one of the first Chileans as we see live action here.
Oh my. Udi Valadao comes out of that, the Brazilian looking strong, and go for an ARS. Oh my God. He landed on top of the water. He got sucked back over, and now it's a very scary situation for Udi Valadao because he is very close to the inside reef where it is exposed when the water gets sucked out. So very scary situation when these riders, and there he is getting sucked closer and closer to the reef. So it's very scary to see these guys come into the inside. It's right behind him. He doesn't even know it, but he's like right behind. He's going to try to make it to the left, but he should take one of these right waves. Well, he's out in the water. He knows the current will take him over to the keyhole, so he's going to be okay. He knows what he's doing. Udi Valadao. Look at the conditions out the back, and look at this. We have a rider up and riding. It is Jeff Hubbard in the green jersey, and is able to manipulate his board to get him up and do a roll at the end of that wave.
Wow, Manny, that was insane riding from Jeff, and it just seems like wave after wave. Oh my goodness.
Did you see that on your screen?
Did you see that left? So, I mean, there's still plenty of waves out there, and Jeff just in that situation where he's in a must make the heat to be in competition for this world title for 2016 year. So we just see the riders from the previous heat, Jacob Romero with a huge smile on his face, just stoked to be back on dry land, I'm sure, as we see rider in yellow, Alan Munoz.
Alan Munoz finds a little pocket, gets barreled, and he does come out. It's going to be a nice score right there, but he's got to work a little harder and find the bigger waves if he wants to get into that second place spot. Alan Munoz with a solid score, but more in the mid-range. So he's taking himself back out to the lineup along with Udi Valadao, who's over on the left.
Yeah, Manny. This has been insane. PLC with those first two waves in the start of, like, I think it was about 10 minutes that we went through, and he just been sitting out there and kind of waiting for those better ones to come through. But what a day of competition. I mean, we've just seen some insane rides, and Udi Valadao doing exceptionally well to stay in this heat. He's come out and he's been ripping this whole contest.
Yeah, if you're looking at the conditions right now, beautiful, glassy. You would not know that there was a Category 3 storm that rolled in here just hours before, but now it's absolutely beautiful and everything is now under control. But what is out in the water is a world title that could possibly be claimed right now from the Frenchman Pierre-Louis Costes. Pierre-Louis Costes, if he makes it out of this heat and Jeff Hubbard does not advance on, he will be crowned the 2016 APB World Champion. So big heat right now for PLC and Jeff Hubbard, who are sitting right next to each other out on the peak, and it is Jeff Hubbard with priority. And PLC and Jeff see the set rolling in. Are they in position? Can they catch this wave? We have 13 minutes remaining. PLC, Jeff Hubbard, PLC. Oh, both pull back on this beautiful wave, but oh my gosh.
Manny.
The whitewash took the entire screen.
That was crazy. So now we have both riders just getting under that one, and again.
Oh gosh, look at that thing.
So much water floating on that reef, and wow.
It's 1 meter deep, 3 feet deep, right where they're taking off at, and that's what makes this place so scary, but at the same time makes it the beautiful wave that it is, and the best bodyboarding wave that many have called what it is. I mean, it is just a giant sucking up gutter with massive gaping barrels, and in some instances, a perfect ramp lined up for doing gigantic, big lip maneuvers. I wouldn't put it past PLC to attempt a double backflip with these conditions.
Manny, it's very possible. I mean, we've seen a couple guys go to the lip, and we might have a paddle here from PLC.
PLC dropping in, nice clean bottom turn, gets under the curtain, nice clean barrel. Look at this section coming up at him, and not much there, but a clean, perfectly executed barrel ride. Jeff Hubbard.
Jeff Hubbard just stroking into this one and ducking out of that, thank goodness, because that one just looked like it closed out on the reef, and yeah, unfortunately Jeff just not able to find that score that he needs at the moment, but he's going to head back out there, and he knows how to do it, Manny. He's been in many competitions, so let's see if he can do it. As you just see him on the side, on the right-hand side, just getting a little wave to get off the reef, and he's going to paddle back out there and get there into the lineup again to advance to his heat, as we see that Jeff has to make this into the final, or PLC will win the APB World Bodyboarding Tour for 2016.
That's right, and that will be PLC's second world title. So he's going for number 2. If Jeff Hubbard wins the world title, that will be number 4 for Jeff Hubbard. But PLC is looking very solid right now out in the water at semifinal number 2. The conditions are perfect right now.
Oh, Manny, as we just see that, another one offload on this reef, and I keep saying that, but there's just so much water as we see a paddle here.
Oh my, Uri Valadao dropping in.
Oh, he just drives into that one, and big gas, and
he
comes
comes
out of that. Wow, that was an incredible ride from Uri. Sorry, I just got caught up in the action there, couldn't even speak, but man, he just slid underneath that one, and amazing riding from the Brazilian. I mean, we've seen him in small waves, absolutely ripped him up, and here he is in 8 to 10 foot fronton doing the exact same thing. So another huge barrel from Uri Valadao there, the Brazilian rider in blue.
Wow, it looks like PLC and Uri Valadao are looking very strong right now out in the water. Now, Jeff Hubbard needing a 7.56, but we know Jeff Hubbard, he has done it before. He'll wait till the last minute to pull off a 7.56 if he needs to. Don't count him out until that last horn has been sounded. So Jeff Hubbard still within striking distance. Again, he only needs to get into that second place position. First and second place advance on to the grand final. But as you saw on the screen, the graphic just before, Jeff Hubbard needs to make it out of this heat, or it is PLC who will walk away with a title.
Wow, Manny, this heat just got insane. We just see ride after ride, these guys building on their scores. Uri Valadao with a 7.53 and a 5.6, and he just bettered that 5.6. And PLC, we just see those first 2 rides, absolutely amazing, man. He's got a total of 16 and put those guys into combination very early in the heat, and they're still battling to get out of it, eh?
And that's where we are right now. The conditions are pretty epic, and the 7.56 and 7.96 scores totally capable of getting obtained here in these last minutes. Again, we are on critical. Operation Critical right now for PLC, and it looks like Jeff Hubbard taking a peek at that one and pulling back, but conditions are perfect. Glassy, tide is dropping. That's the only concern we have right now with the grand final on tap. That's when it gets scary.
Oh yeah, Manny. I mean, this reef just starting to show itself as we look over the cliff here, and wow, it's getting really low really quickly. But these guys, as we watch this replay from Uri.
Uri Valadao finding a deep, deep gutter right there, and you can see him maintaining control after a little sketchy bottom turn, but is able to come out of that. Cameraman got too excited and didn't want to miss any of the action, but he did come out of that, so Uri Valadao with a solid score right there. Oh my.
That was an insane barrel from Uri. We just saw in that replay, if you watch really closely there, he kind of lost a little bit of it, Manny, but he just gets straight back up onto that rail and drives through, and what a ride from him. I mean, Uri just really showing his bodyboarding talent here.
Yeah, Uri Valadao looking very strong now, holding that first place spot pretty steady. But again, Jeff Hubbard looking for a 7.56. Alan Munoz still in contention for that second place spot. He needs a 7.96. Sorry, Jeff needed a 7.56. So both of those riders totally capable of getting those scores. Conditions are perfect out here. Ian Campbell, give us the update. What do you think? How big? Here we go, up and riding, yellow. Taking a look. Alan Munoz.
Alan Munoz just sliding under that one and not getting much, and unfortunately just bailing out of that one, Manny. We just see him let go of his board and just come flying out of the back of that one. So yeah, it's some tough conditions out there still, Manny. As we see it getting a little bit lower, it's going to get a lot tougher for the riders, especially on the left-handers when they start to brake and gurgle at the end. So what a day, though. I mean, it just turned into the most pristine conditions out there, glassy. Almost looks like it could have been going a little bit offshore, but Jeff Hubbard, the man of the hour, needing to get through this heat in order to stay in the title race for this 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Tour, and it just doesn't stop coming. These waves are just insane, Manny.
So definitely a big shout out to our DK. Hold on. Looks like, no, Jeff Hubbard pulling back on that one, but DK World Champion 2016, David Hubbard. 2016 Women's Champion, Isabella Sosa. And Ruth Pinheiro, that is PLC's beautiful wife. She is always stressing when she shows up to these places with the PLC, having a world title on the line. Dudu Pedra on her right. And yeah, definitely going to be holding their breath as this heat comes down to the wire. Again, if Jeff Hubbard does not get into that second place position, PLC will be your 2016 world champion. Up and riding, PLC coming around that section. Going for a backflip, patented backflip, a little late, not super clean, but a good ride nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to factor into his two top scores, Manny, and we just seen him really destroy those first two waves and get those high scores that he needs, but attention back out into the water, hoping in this dying minutes. We got 5 minutes left in this heat, and we're just hoping to see Jeff Hubbard get into this and get that exciting final out the way. I'm sure everyone else in the Pride team is really hoping that PLC can take out this heat, and as we just see Alan Munoz kind of getting on the back of that last one, but not really getting much, so all attention now on Jeff Hubbard.
Yes, again, I want to round out the world champions on the APB tour. It was Socrates Santana winning the Pro Junior. It was Isabella Sosa, who had a perfect season in that first in the women's division, and David Hubbard on the DK. So David Hubbard, 2016 DK world champion. Isabella Sosa, your woman, and Socrates Santana winning the Pro Junior. So now we are just minutes away to finding out if PLC will be your 2016 world champion if Jeff Hubbard can't get into that second place spot. Wow, look at that. Yuri Valadao pulling way ahead. Now 9.73 is what Jeff Hubbard needs for that second place spot. And here we go. Jeff Hubbard, look at this thing lining up for Jeff Hubbard.
Oh my goodness, Manny. Just pulls into that pit, getting really deep, and if you can punch out the end of that.
Oh no.
Unfortunately going down there. It's a big shame for Jeff. And man, you can just see that water holding him under
He's
there.
still underwater. Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's intense riding out there, Manny. I mean, Jeff just trying to thread the needle and come out the end of that one, but
oh, he's still getting sucked over. I don't know if we can get back to Jeff Hubbard, but he's pretty close to the rocks now. But it's pretty massive amount of water just unloading on this reef right here. But Jeff Hubbard finally trying to make get himself back out there. But man, look at right there. This is how close he is to the rocks here, and that right there is just a piece of the big picture when you're competing out in this ocean. One is getting out through the keyhole, which is almost close to impossible.
That's hard enough.
And then when you catch a wave, you have to deal with the whitewash coming into the shallow reef.
Oh, Manny, yeah, this is real tough conditions for all these guys. I mean, we've seen so much water moving around here today, and I mean, Jeff Hubbard, he's paddling out, but he's still getting caught by that whitewater. I mean, and he's pretty far out. The last couple of days, when it gets bigger, it just gets crazy here. There's so much water moving on and off the reef, and not much water under there. So it's a little bit tough for all these riders, but Jeff Hubbard still needing that 9.73 if he wants to keep that world title hopes alive.
All right, 2011 was the last time PLC has claimed a world title. He is just 2 minutes away from claiming his second world title. Can he do it? The beautiful wife of PLC, Ruth, is standing by. Eder Luciano and Dudu Petra and everybody there standing by waiting for these last 2 minutes. Is PLC going to be your 2016 world champion? It all depends on if Jeff Hubbard can get a 9.73 in the next minute and 30 seconds. Ian Campbell.
90 seconds, Manny, is what Jeff Hubbard has in order to stay in this fight. We might be crowning our 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Champion in the next 90 seconds. Now 80 seconds on the clock in the semi-final number 2 with PLC in the lead and looking real strong this heat, Manny.
And you know what? That's not even done. We're not done with the action. This is just the semi-final. We still have the grand final lining up, and we have action, I believe. All right, so we can you repeat that, please, technical advisor?
As we see this one, oh my goodness.
Okay, so it sounds like we just we're going to give the riders who advance on into the grand final a 5-minute break in the water to catch their breath, and then we're going to start the grand final. So the grand final will be coming down. 30 seconds. Will Jeff need an out? Will Jeff get that score? I don't see anything happening. We have PLC about to claim the 2016 APB World Tour title, and this is it coming down to the wire. Oh my goodness, we are watching history in the making, counting down. Jeff Hubbard in the green jersey, needing a 9.73. And ladies and gentlemen, there he is. PLC putting in a incredible season here and bringing it down here at he is stoked right there. Definitely bonus check from the Pride crew. They are going to their checkbook right now to make sure they have the funds available for the bonus check for a world title that PLC has just claimed. Ian Campbell, man, how bad, how close were you?
Oh, man. Yeah, it's just sick to see. I mean, Pierre's been killing it the whole year, and he's just gone from strength to strength this year. He started off in a real good position in Hawaii, and unfortunately, you know, the points weren't there, but going into the next couple events, he just really didn't look like he was in complete form, and out here, Manny, he's just taken it to the sky. He's got some mental barrels, and those forwards are just like none other, so a huge congrats to Pierre. He's taken out our 2016 APB World Tour, and he did it in style, Manny. He put those guys into combination the first 10 minutes, and what a true champion. I mean, unbelievable to see all the guys congratulating him in the water. We saw Jeff Hubbard paddle across there and give him a big hug, so what a heat, Manny.
That was insane, and we saw pretty much a repeat from that semifinal number 1. It was the rider in the red jersey as well, Amory Laverne, who went out there firing. And there goes the lovely Ruth, going to go down and meet her husband, who is now the 2016 world champion. And we're going to keep him out in the water, and then he'll be able to celebrate as he comes out of that grand final. But yeah, PLC, your 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Champion. Amazing. Woo!
Wow.
I think I can have a bocadillo with tortilla right now.
Yeah, I'd like to join you on that one, Manny, but unfortunately we're going to have to just commentate this last heat, the final. So although PLC has won the world title for 2016, we still have the Fronton King 2016 title to give away, and the 4 guys that are going into this final will be Henri Laverne from Reunion Island, Igor Sanchez from right here in the Canary Islands, PLC, the winner of the last heat from France, and Uri Valadao from Brazil. So we still got some time. I think the guys are just changing over some rash vests out there, and then, you know, it's all on, Manny.
All right, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm gonna keep standing just so I don't have to worry about sitting down. But ladies and gentlemen, so of course the world title trophy will be handed to PLC, but it's not over yet. We are still looking for the winner, the prestigious, the bragging rights of the Fronton King. This is one of those events you want to put on your resume because everybody knows this is one of the most powerful, probably the best bodyboarding wave on the planet is what a lot of bodyboarders are saying. But this right here, this awesome trophy is going to be going to the winner of this event, and Henri Laverne, Igor Sanchez, PLC, and Uri Valadao are going to be battling it out for that first place prize of being called the Fronton King winner. So we're not done yet. Congratulations to PLC for winning the 2016 world title, but we are going to come with action of the grand final. Thank you, Ian Campbell. You can be a hand model any day. But he's going to hang out in here. Do you mind hanging out another?
Not at all, Manny. What a pleasure.
All right,
what
so
a pleasure to call this last heat the final of the Fronton King 2016.
all right, Ian Campbell and myself, Manny V, will be back right after this with the grand final.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. Manny V here with Ian Campbell, bringing you the live feed of the grand final. Out in the water, we're going to see Henri Laverne in red, in yellow Igor Sanchez, in blue PLC, and in black Uri Valadao. Each one of these riders have something to prove, and that is Henri Laverne. He just came up short of a world title, but to call his new home and to be able to win here at his new home definitely is going to be he's going to be very stoked on that. Igor Sanchez has never won here, and PLC, of course, a double win would be incredible, and Uri Valadao would love to have a win in the big surf as well. So, you know what? Who do you have your money on?
Oh, I knew this question was coming, Manny. But for me personally, I mean, the rider that stood out in my eyes has been Henri. I mean, he lives here now.
Yeah.
Really experienced in competitive riding, and if there was another guy that had the experience in Igor Sanchez, I really think he can take it out. But all four of these riders, man, you can never count them out. It's been an incredible competition, and it's been an incredible two semi-finals. So Pierre's going to be on top of the world after that, and possibly going to use that positivity and that momentum to push him through this heat. So it's going to be very exciting. But what are your thoughts, Manny?
Oh, you know what? I may have to pretty much almost say exactly what you said. But at the same time, Igor Sanchez, to be able to win here with the Canary flag, you know, it's if Igor Sanchez wins, I'm calling off everything for the next 2 days because there's going to be a party for at least the next 3 days, and Igor Sanchez is going to do everything he can so he can party with his friends. But Uri Valadao, to be able to win an event in the big surf against the best riders in the world, that is the only thing. He's got a world title under his belt. I mean, he won the world title back in, I want to say, yes, 2008 is when Yuri Vadaldao has won a world championship. But to win it here at Fronton is just going to put icing on the cake if he can have that on his resume. But you know what? Each one of these guys can pull it off.
Yeah, for sure, Manny. I mean, we've seen these riders. There's a reason why they're in the final, and that's because they are the best riders of this competition. So these guys they're not gonna step back, and they're not gonna wait for anything but the best waves to come through. We just have a little bit of a countdown on this, and it looks like it could be happening in the next couple minutes. So, Manny V.
Yes, so Manny V here with Ian Campbell. We're going to bring you the live feed, and I have to stand up. I can't sit down, especially with these conditions. The grand final is about to begin, and this grand final, again, PLC, he won the 2016 World Tour Championship title. Now, right now, it's all about bragging rights. Who is going to be called the winner of the Fronton King? Let's get into the action, and here we go. The heat has started. Out in the water, again, in red, Omri Laverne. In yellow, Igor Sanchez. In blue, PLC. And in black, Uri Valadao. Sorry, in green, Uri Valadao.
Oh, Manny, I'm really excited for this. We have a 40-minute heat on our hands here. And then you have the guys in this heat. Omri Laverne, Igor Sanchez, Pierre-Louis Costes, and Uri Valadao. Pierre-Louis Costes, if you missed it, has just been crowned our 2016 APB World Champion.
All right, check this out. I'm going to post something on our APB Tour Facebook page. It's the grand final. Where you at? This is your chance to get in here and let us know where you are tuning in from, and let me know what time it is and who you're going for in the grand final. Up and riding. Here we go. Drawing first blood. It is our rider in blue, PLC, coming off the bottom, and a big air forward. Wow, so much height, and it pulls it off. That looks like it hurt a little bit. You can see him right there with his head down. Ow, that hurt me. I would keep an eye on him, make sure the jet skis are near him. It looked very, very hard landing. Look at the speed, amount of speed. He's all, and a giant air forward, and he just lands really hard right there on the back of his board. I mean, when he hit, you can see him right there holding his head down. But when he hurt his face at the wave down the beach during the free surf, he also hit one of his ribs. So I'm thinking that's what happened out in the water on that wave right there. So looks like David Hubbard has come in, but a big shout out to Ian Campbell for holding it down for the last few heats. He was very excited to have it here, and I thought he was going to jump off the cliff. There was so much excitement up here. But again, thanks Ian Campbell for holding it down. David Hubbard, oh my goodness. How you doing, brother?
Well, it's intense out there, Manny. I've been spending a couple heats caddying for my brother Jeff.
Okay,
and with him not in the final, figured I'd join you back here in the booth for the last heat of the day, last heat of the APB 2016 Men's World Tour.
And this is it. Out in the water, we just saw PLC catch his first wave of the heat, and look at this. It is Omri Laverne. Oh my goodness. Oh ho, ho, ho. Omri Laverne, he's not done yet. He sees a section down the way and goes for a roll. I would say that's pretty close to one of the best waves of the day so far. Perfectly executed. It wasn't a giant wave, but the way he rode it, and above the medium-sized wave. So Omri Laverne, solid first wave.
Yeah, that was amazing, and we've seen those rights starting to stretch out a little bit further. Earlier, they were kind of a bit more compact, but we've seen the right starting to stretch itself out. Moz getting up underneath that one. Nice long tube ride. Great way to start off his final here at the Fronton King.
Wow, look at the scores dropping. 8.33 for PLC's giant air forward. And Omri Laverne's score is going to be right up there too. And I don't know if you can hear the clapping in the background, but that is for your brother Jeff Hubbard, who just made his way up onto the athletes area. So what a great performance from Jeff Hubbard, always keeping the action exciting.
Yeah, for sure, and a terrific year for Jeff, and it ended there in the semifinals, and wasn't able to continue that dream for the Men's World Tour, but did a terrific performance throughout the whole year and that semifinal. Let's take a look at Udi.
Udi Valadao coming off the bottom, holding a nice clean speed line, and he just got too deep on that one, and the barrel opening just got away from him, and he did not make it out of there. So the current is going to push him over into the channel, and he's going to make his way back out to the lineup. So it's going to be interesting. Now that PLC won the title, he just landed that huge air forward and may have hurt his rib a little bit more. Do you think he's going to hit the brakes and just tone it down a little bit, or do you think he's still going to go all in?
Nah, he's still super hungry. He wants the win for sure. He wants to be the Fronton king, and with the scenarios just, kind of being thrown out there from all angles. There is talk, and there was in the channel, Brahim was telling Maz, hey, if you win and Pierre gets fourth, you could be the world champion, Maz. So, I'm not sure if that's verified, but for sure PLC isn't going to be relying on, outside possibilities. He's going to go as hard as he possibly can. He wants to win the Fronton King, and that would make sure that he would be the world champion for this year.
Well, with that 8.33 ride from PLC on his first run, that's going to pretty much be that will definitely help that cause. So PLC and Omri's 7.77 coming in. Again, 40-minute heat. We are stoked, and big shout out while there's a little lull in the action out in the water. It is Taylor Prisk tuning in from Bali, but he is from the UK, so enjoying some of the Indonesian love. Yuri Textera from Brazil, currently dominating the Journey bodyboard game from U Riding. Troy Smith is tuning in from Durban, South Africa. Joao is tuning in as well from Argentina. Luis is in Nazaré. Oh, wait. Luis, I don't know where you're from, but Travis tuning in from Queensland. Igurito, oh, no takers on that one. From Germany. Danielle from San Diego, California. Luis is also tuning in. Travis going for Igor. And look at this. Up and riding. PLC dropping in. Nice clean barrel. And he's going to come out trying to hit the brakes, trying to get a little bit more barrel time. Oh, nice little quick. Oh, check turn, and then timing it perfect for that maneuver at the end. So PLC, he is definitely looking strong. Oh my, look at this section coming up for Omri Laverne. Oh, not much there for Omri Laverne.
Yeah, that was terrific riding from PLC. That's definitely the way he wants to continue his efforts to become the Fronton King this year. And wow, we've been waiting for his bread and butter, the backflip, to be pulled out, and indeed he did with that one.
That was a quality little check turn to get back into the power zone, but here we are taking a nice pan of the athletes area. Ruth can finally relax a little bit. She was
not really.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Out in the final, and he's putting his life and limb on the line, so I wouldn't be relaxed.
Omri Laverne coming up on paddling back out, but look at this giant section coming at him. Going for a little invert right there, and lands in, pulls around that section. Julian is tuned in from Madrid, Spain. Mark Eaton from Perth is tuned in. Jason as well from South Oz. Jordan from Cape Town, South Africa. Dean is tuned in from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Braden, what's up, dog, from Newcastle. Ben from West Australia, and Tom from West Oz. Those are our first 24 comments, posts from our APB Tour Facebook page, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in from all over the world. And this is it. PLC, your 2016 APB World Tour champion, and out in the water is the fight for that first place prize to become the winner of the Fronton King.
Yeah, and what a prestigious trophy to hoist up over your head. Just getting a glimpse of it on screen there. That's the trophy. And since we're right next to a banana plantation, a massive bunch of bananas nearly unliftable, and possibly going to give our champion of the Fronton King a hernia if they try to lift it over their head. But PLC is in the driver's seat of this final. 6.67 for that last barrel to backflip. So he's got a solid total in his score line. Moz, though, not too far off with a 7.77. He's within reach, just needing a 7.24 at this point. But Udi Valadao and Igor Sanchez yet to get their campaigns started in this final, but still plenty of time left.
Oh, wow, look at this one lining up. Igor Sanchez on a perfect right. Look at that thing just detonate right behind him. He gets into the pocket, but just gets sucked back into the barrel, and the whitewash will not let go. Oh, my gosh, he's still underwater. And another wave just detonating on the shallow reef here at El Fronton. Wow, Igor Sanchez finally coming up for air and making his way back out in the water. Again, oh my gosh. The riders are getting pushed closer and closer to the shallow reef right here. And the waves are firing here at El Fronton. Out in the water, PLC in the blue jersey. He won this event back in 2012 against Jared Houston in almost similar conditions where the tide was low and the waves were massive. And also, Amaury Laverne, he has won here before, last year in fact, trying to defend that 2015 Fronton King title.
Yeah, exactly. He's the defending champion out here. He serves this place maybe more than anyone else, lives just right down the street. So he's definitely hungry. This is an event he looks forward to all year for sure, regardless of its association with the APB Tour. He wants to be the Fronton King every year that this event runs.
It's totally doable. But on the same note, Udi Valadao, the Brazilian, he would love to have this prestigious win on his resume as well. And to win at home, Igor Sanchez, definitely a party would start immediately.
Oh, for sure. Let's take a look at up and riding now. This is Udi Valadao. He's hoping to get to the lip line and just ends up riding this one way out into the channel.
Oh my, Amaury Laverne, look at this thing. Hits a little chop on the bottom turn. Can he come out of this section? The tide is dropping, and it's going to be a little tougher to get into these waves a little quicker, but Amaury Laverne, I thought he had it, but that he hit a chop inside of the barrel.
Yeah, that was critical, and we'll see it if we get a replay that there was just a bump at the bottom of the wave. But let's take a look at Pierre.
Oh my goodness. Is he going to come out?
And suffering the same fate as Amaury Laverne on the previous wave, just getting caught on that bottom, not transferring the speed from the drop to lateral speed down the line.
That was amazing. So again, there is a lot of water moving out here in El Fronton, and making it to the bottom, all these riders can do it. But can they get and engage their rail into the face of the wave and get on the horse and start speeding through the barrel? Here's another look at what went down.
So this is Moz, and there's that extra airdrop, that happened almost at the very bottom of the wave. There's a big step there, put him into the air, and, landing that airdrop, it looked like he reconnected with his rail, but lost quite a bit of speed. Then the barrel went way past him. Look at that huge foam ball. It engulfs everything around it. So he would have had to keep all his speed, and that little airdrop was exactly what eliminated him from the possibility of pulling out of that barrel.
If you are just joining us, thank you for tuning in from all over the world. Again, let's bring you up to speed. We have already seen the 2016 APB Tour winner win PLC. Now we are in the grand final with Amaury Laverne in red, Igor Sanchez in yellow, PLC in blue, and in black, Udi Valadao. This is a 40-minute grand final, and you can start seeing the tide is dropping. That reef is becoming exposed, and here's the athletes area over here. You can see J. Rom texting his girlfriend, I'm sure, or fiance, sorry. And we got Tanner and the Groms down below, and the live action out in the water.
And And it definitely has cleaned up since, you know, that end of round 4 where it was really blustery and rainy. I'm sure you guys had a lot to deal with up here.
Oh, I had memories of Tahiti earlier in the year. I started getting scared up here again. Oh my goodness.
But, you know, since that time, the wind swirled a little bit. It's really cleaned up. It's glassy. The only issue is now it is becoming really low tide. Here's some of the riders and the spectators who are, you know, just guests of the athletes in the area. And wow, everybody's fired up to watch this, and we're not even halfway through this lengthy final. Want to make sure, since this is a 4-man final, that everybody has opportunity for big scores, possibly on waves just like that. Perfect barrels to big spitting exits, and this thing didn't blow away in the storm. Manny Vargas is pulling out the world title trophy as we see Uri Valadao in and out on that one. So yeah, just counting it all down. Boy, what a year it's been, Manny Vargas.
What a year, what a day. I mean, today was pretty hectic, and it was great to see the year come down to an end here at epic conditions at El Fronton, and congratulations for your DK World Championship or champion title. That I think, what is that, 55 now?
Almost, little less, but yeah, they're getting hard to keep track of, I suppose. But here's another great view of everybody who's on their feet. There we see Dino and Miguel. Wow, we got a set coming. Let's see what happens out in the lineup.
Oh my
Back to
God.
the action. Huge detonation there.
You can hear the sounds. I can hear the sounds, but I mean, if you can hear how powerful that sounds from the top of the cliff, we're easily about a half a mile away, or close to a half mile away from the ocean and the wave, but just you can hear it just unload. Look at these guys having a good old time now that the event is coming down to the wire. Great showing from all of those riders at this event and on the tour.
Oh, definitely, and great to have, you know, some people show up out of the woodwork for this event. You know, some of the Western Australians like Davis making his way over here, Ryan Hardy, who's in the channel.
He's been out there all day.
Yeah, it was great to enjoy the view with him, and wow, as we turn around, we just see an immense wave almost catching.
Oh my God.
Valadao. That wave on your screen just detonated on the back of Uri Valadao, it seems. He might have got, he just got under it. He just got under it. So, you know, just kind of catching Uri a bit off guard, and the rest of the riders weren't in a position where they could catch that. And this heat has definitely quieted down for the last 10 minutes. Opened up with a flurry. We saw PLC and Moz getting on the board with some substantial scores, and still yet to really get their campaigns going in this heat. Uri Valadao and Igor Sanchez sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively. Yet to really get a good number here. Got PLC taking a look. He's taken off on this one quite late. This is a nice right-hander. No barrel there for him, no section. He'll coast off into the channel and get right back out into the lineup.
PLC making his way back out into the water. Again, we are in a 40-minute grand final. We're only going for a first place win right here. This is all for being called the winner of the 2016 Fronton King. One of the most prestigious wins you can have on the APB World Tour. Actually, you know what? They're all prestigious. Think about it. We had Tahiti, the first event. All the Grand Slam events, they're all amazing. We went to Itacoachara, heavy conditions. We had Chile, of course, Arica, always throwing down. We had Nazare as well with the Praia del Norte, throwing down some epic conditions. And here we are. The Fronton King.
Gran Canaria. They are one of the main sponsors, and if you want some information about the island, go to that website, grancanaria.com.
I can't wait to get back here next year. I love it here. Ladies and gentlemen, Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the grand final at the 2016 Fronton King. Here's a look, a wide shot of what's going on out in the water. PLC, 2 solid scores. Again, the judges, it's going to be the top 2 waves are scored, and that'll give you what you see on your screen. So again, we're going for first place right here. This is it, the grand final.
It is indeed. Udi Valadao had a look at that one. It didn't really eventuate. It broke quite a bit inside. So these riders are starting to become really patient as we approach the second half of this final, Manny, because I feel that they all want to be on the very best wave of the final. And check this out. This is the trophy for the men's APB 2016 world title that will be handed out at the finale of this final. It will be given to, most likely, PLC.
Yes, and we're going to be broadcasting that live as well, the world title trophy handover ceremony, as well as the first place Fronton King ceremony. So both of those are going to be coming up shortly. But what an amazing tour. What an amazing day of action. Omri Laverne taking a look.
He's dropping in late on this one. Ends up having a dive out on that left-hander. Boy, the lefts are getting really shallow, Manny. But Amoy Laverne manages to dive out through the back cleanly. Didn't get sucked over. He'll be back in the lineup very shortly. And
wow,
there's
command
some of
center.
The production team. Yeah, that's the command center, as you said.
It's so
Alex
close.
Leon right in the middle there, wearing many, many hats. Not only the CEO of the APB, but also director of the webcast production, as well as pretty much
everything.
18 other jobs that I would miss a few if I started to rattle them off. So
but you know what? He's one of the hardest working component of the APB tour. He's pretty much making it happen. So
for sure.
Yeah, Alex Leon holding it down.
Got a big set out the back, no takers. Left looked possibly doable, but difficult exit. And another big ride with nobody on it. This is one of the bigger sets in this final, and no takers.
All right, we are, like you said, slowing down a little bit from the Mother Nature, producing the quality. Oh my God, that was amazing right there. But again, riders are now being a little bit more cautious and being more a little bit picky on which waves they want to get. They know they have 40 minutes. That's a ton of time. And now it's just a matter of picking off the good ones. But look at the two, first and second. They each have a solid score, and third and fourth, they have 1 and 2 point rides. So it's very interesting how this is panning out. But Igor Sanchez and Udi Valadao can definitely pull off a solid score within that time, and another second solid score as well. So it's turning out to be an amazing day here at Fronton.
Fronton, definitely an amazing place, and the wind and the weather have started to cooperate in the latter half of this day, and glassy, nice conditions. The only trouble is it's extremely precarious, almost dangerous on this kind of a tide. We're past mid-tide, so we've gone up to the high, and now we're down past mid-tide. Most of the other days we haven't run past the mid-tide, but we are today, just to make sure we get this thing underway. And it is Udi Valadao taking off deep, trying to backdoor that section. Doesn't quite get what he was looking for, and he has to get out the back.
First priority is with yellow. So now our rider in yellow, that is Igor Sanchez. And it looks like a wave is coming. Igor spotting it. Now trying to get in position to take advantage of the right, which he loves more than the left. but Amory Laverne sees this left, and Amory Laverne up and riding. Oh, pulling back, but look at this gutter.
Pierre
Oh,
on the right. Oh my goodness. Pierre did not make that right-hander, and Moss dove out of the left. Whoa. That was wild.
all right, we're gonna try to get you that the right.
First priority yellow, second priority blue,
So now priority still with
red,
Igor. Second priority, I
fourth
believe,
priority green.
is
First yellow,
with
second
Moz.
red, third green.
And now Udi Valadao makes it back out into the lineup so he can take his third priority. PLC getting washed quite a ways in. He's now going to be making his way back out from the right-hander. And there you see him in the suds. That is just off of the shelf there. So he is in some deeper water. It's not necessarily deep, but it's deeper than a meter, which is where he got washed in from. The shelf here, we've said over the past few days, extremely shallow, and pretty much the reason why this wave is what it is and why it breaks as it does, and we see these waves just heaving themselves violently onto this near dry reef shelf.
All right, the sun is coming out, and look at that gutter. So it's going to be very hard to pick off the solid waves now that the tide is dropping. They're going to be, the perfect ones are going to be far and few between, and I think that's why the riders are being very, very picky on, look at that, right there, easily only 3 feet deep, and that gutter was 7-8 foot. So definitely scary conditions right now out in the water. But the conditions themselves, I mean, I'm turning around and I see sunny, beautiful, glassy waves coming in. But a lot of them are scary because they're breaking in really, really close, or right in the shallow. That right there, 3 feet deep. 1 meter for those, everybody outside of the U.S.
Right. Yeah, it's super shallow. It can get even more shallow than 3 feet at times, especially on the corner. And when the water drains off this reef, there's almost no water covering it, so it can get almost dry, as we say.
We had an exciting day of action here at the Fronton King. Here's a wide shot of everybody who battled the rains earlier today and who stuck it out and enjoying the festivities. Is that my jacket?
Almost looks like your Mexico Adidas jacket that you proudly display.
Well, welcome everybody out on the crowd, and welcome everybody tuning in from all over the world. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed, the last heat of the APB World Tour and Fronton King. Do we have any takers on this one? Yes, we do. Up and riding.
Both directions, but we're sticking with Amory Laverne.
My goodness.
Nice.
Oh
On
my.
the left. Beautiful roll out for Amory Laverne, defending champion here at the Fronton King. And we did hear spectacular applause on the right-hander. It was Igor Sanchez having a dig, but getting smoked. His board actually detached from him, looks like potentially broken leash, but he quickly gets back to his board because the board was blown out the back of that one. And he's now back on his board, paddling out. Let's take a look at the replay of Moz.
Oh my God, perfectly executed, a ton of speed, was able to come around that section and get a ton of, got a barrel ride, took advantage of his speed and went straight up for a roll. But that was a solid ride right there for Amory Laverne. So it looks like it's going to be an Amory Laverne PLC showdown here in the last few minutes of the grand final. But yeah, that airdrop from Igor Sanchez was insane. So wow, look at that guy stoked right there in the channel. I mean, on the grandstand. Amory Laverne is looking really strong right now with that score from Amory Laverne.
9.33. It's enough to put him into that lead, back into that position where he may be able to defend his title here as the Fronton King. He's up and riding again on this left. He's hoping for a big maneuver.
Oh,
Nice big ARS. Lands off the side of it, so it won't be a massive score, but definitely congrats to Moz for a pair of beautiful rides back to back.
yeah, he was able to catch those two waves within, 1 minute of each other. So it's totally possible for all these riders to do that and come out and take that first place spot away in the last minute or so. So it's not over until the horn has sounded. But yep, you're right. Aubrey Laverne jumping into that first place spot with that 9.33 ride. PLC now on the hunt for an 8.78. Igor Sanchez with that airdrop from hell, 1.67. But Uri Valadao, he needs to get rolling right now, and so does Igor if they want to get into those first or second place spots. Wow, incredible.
Incredible indeed, and there we see the scores and the situation. Oh, a quick little look there from Uri, but not too much longer left in this heat now. We're winding it down. Moz, the defending champion, has moved into first place. Pierre now needing something along the lines of an 8-point ride, but he's sitting in second. Here we got a look. It's Igor Sanchez, scoops into this right-hander. A nice clean barrel. Fun ride for him. Not too deep. And he tickles a rollover on the way out. Uri Valadao out the back. He's looking at this right. Scoops under the hood again and comes out as well. So these will be some mid-range scores for the fellows. Probably their best rides yet of the heat. Won't be anything close to attacking that lead held by Moz.
Yeah, they both needed these scores to get their campaign underway here in the grand final. They need to get rolling right here. They got about 10 minutes remaining in this heat, and those two rides will definitely help them get into that second place zone. The scores have yet to drop for Igor Sanchez and Uri Valadao's last waves, but they are battling an uphill. They have an uphill battle to get into that first place spot. Again, we saw Moz doing a back-to-back solid run, and totally possible. And they can totally do it until the last second of this heat.
We got some lines coming in, Manny. We could see one of the biggest scores yet, but no takers on that one. We have another wave right out the back. There's paddling occurring. It is red and blue having a look. Blue just getting under it. So PLC, let's see if he gets out the back of that one or if he gets caught. Ooh, he just makes it.
Oh
And
my gosh.
now
Clean up.
just looking for Igor. Igor is getting washed on that one, but he's got a hold of his board. Let's take a look at that replay. Beautiful air forward from PLC. And wow, difficult landing there. Here's a nice barrel from Pierre. This was when he check turned and then did this beautiful backflip. So PLC's top two rides on that replay there.
8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. There's nothing out the back as the riders are waiting patiently. Woo! Wow, the sun is out. The day is looking absolutely amazing. Oh, we have a lost board. That is the whistles. That board is coming in all the way to the rocks.
Right, yeah, Igor.
Is that Igor's board? Igor
was able
Sanchez?
to hold on to his board for a few waves, but then that wave was pretty big. It actually washed it away from him. His board's almost going to get up onto this inside shelf, but it's going to be hard to retrieve it. Igor himself has been retrieved by the ski, so he's safe, but it'll be now a matter of trying to recover his board.
All right, so I think he's going to get a ride over to the channel on the left and get a board from his caddy if they have that ready. But paddling into this one, it looks like we may have, nope.
Red priority, red priority.
Again, Manny B here with David Hubbard giving you the live feed of the grand final. We're coming down to 7 minutes 7 minutes remaining.
In the lead, red.
And Amaury Laverne defending his title as the Fronton King thus far. We've got a nice wave coming in, no takers there. Yeah, good call, wasn't really eventuating on that one. But now that Igor is without a board, looks like he will be yielding to this scenario. You know, coming out into the lineup without a caddy and without a backup board, it's at your own peril. And so he didn't take the time to line that up and have an extra board waiting for him. Had he, the ski would have brought him to the caddy. He would have changed boards. He would already probably be back out in the lineup competing in this final. As it is now, as it stands, he does have a 5, 6, 7 on his score line. It's enough right now for third place. But, you know, he's in a tough spot for sure. He's actually in a combination situation.
Well, that's
so is Udi.
Well, Udi Valadao has the door open now to get into that third place spot, who's currently in fourth place, and possibly into that second place spot if he has. Here he goes, looking at this one. Udi pulling back. That's streaking. Oh yeah, it's getting really shallow, ladies and gentlemen. You can see they're gurgling on the inside before the whitewash rolls over it, but we're looking at really pretty dangerous situation out in the water as far as being really shallow. So the rider's going to be very, very extra picky on which wave to choose. Look at the water on the left of your screen just sucking off of the reef, and the jet ski making it around to the channel on the left. But you can see the reef is becoming exposed. And we got about 5 minutes. We do have 5 minutes remaining out in the water, and we're coming down to the wire. And how stoked would Amaury be to defend the Fronton King title?
Oh yeah, he's fired up. That's his aim. You know, coming into this event, you know, you can't get hung up on what the other fellas need. You know, he was in the world title coming into this event, and his goal was to win the event. Clear and simple. If he is able to achieve that goal, even if he doesn't get the world title, he's going to be stoked.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, and to be able to win here after moving here for the past, I believe, a few years now, is just going to add to his credibility when he starts his bodyboarding academy here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, and Amaury Academy already up and functioning internationally. He's been doing some clinics throughout the globe, actually, and just a terrific opportunity. It does look like Igor Sanchez has recovered his board, but up and riding now. Udi Valadao hoping for something big, extended arm roll, and even though he doesn't complete it, he's going to get a similar score to as if he did. You know, even if he landed that, he wouldn't have gotten more than a 3, I think. But incomplete, probably coming in just above a 1. So now we're going to see another look out the back. No paddle there. But interesting way to continue on there.
Second priority blue.
There's a situation out in the water right now, and Amaury's 9.33 is what got him into that first place spot. PLC now leading in 8.78. Totally possible with 3 minutes remaining in this heat, but Amaury with that priority and a very small takeoff area where all the riders are huddling is going to be probably going to be used. That priority will be used. Oh, and it sounds like there was a warning given to Amaury Laverne, but now he will be still with that priority, and now he can only use it to catch the next wave and not intentionally block the person who has second priority, who is Udi Valadao. So again, Amaury Laverne still in that first place spot, PLC in second, and you can see the rest of what the riders need. So being in combination land for second place for Igor Sanchez and Udi Valadao is a very tough pill to swallow, but PLC All he needs is the 8.78.
Yeah, 878. PLC has an 833, but he doesn't quite have an 878 yet. So he's got those throughout this event. He's gotten some massive numbers. A near perfect score earlier on in the competition. And if he can get close to a 9, if not a 878, he could move into that lead. Massive left coming through here.
Oh, clean up.
Everybody has to duck dive it. This was one of the best lefts we've seen in a long time. And just waiting to see.
15 seconds. Minuto 15 segundos para el final.
Coming down to the last minute, 1 minute 15 seconds. 1 minute 15 seconds for Amaury to remain and hold on to that Fronton King title, defending it here in 2016. 1 minute, 1 minute remaining.
Down to that manic minute. Here we are. We're just about to find out who is the Fronton King. This is the final event, of course, of the 2016 APB Men's World Tour. One of the most prestigious titles on the line. And of course, the men's world champion will be crowned. Once they get to shore, it will be Pierre-Louis Coste. And that's him dropping this one. It's going to get a... Whoa, now he's standing up.
Is this the victory lap?
Whoa, victory lap from PLC. And we got Moz out the back. He's getting a beautiful ride.
Oh, my.
And he's claiming it. He's feeling it. He knows he is the Fronton King. As we count down this heat, no other rides will be ridden. And the crowd erupts. There he is, Amaury Laverne, fired up. He is, for the second year in a row, the king of Fronton. And his compatriot, also from France, just further on in the channel, in the blue, PLC, is the men's 2016 APB World Champion. And I'm sure once they get to within reach of each other, they are going to be engaging in a massive embrace.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There are the riders waiting in the channel. Ryan Hardy, props to Ryan Hardy in the green jersey there for playing that safety card. He was out there all day, through the morning, through the storm, and out there through the grand final. So congratulations to all the competitors and Ryan Hardy for being out there, and our jet ski riders as well, and there they are.
And that was the embrace I was talking about. Amaury Laverne and PLC, both of them have had terrific years. Moz ending his year with a big win here at Fronton. PLC, the dream has been achieved for the second time. He is now a two-time world champion. Amazing
year for all the competitors who are in the grand final, and PLC is super stoked. There he is, he's super happy. Is he saying get the beers ready or the champagne ready?
He said make sure that shower's working. I want to rinse off and get all clean so that then I can be sprayed with champagne.
So here's another look at the athletes area. Everybody chilling and excited to wait for the ceremony that is about to go down here. For the not only the World Championship trophy, but also to hand over. There he is, Amaury, the Fronton King trophy, traditional hat, and bunch of bananas. So congratulations one more time to both Amaury Laverne, the Fronton King champion, and your 2016 APB World Tour champion, Pierre-Louis Coste.
LC, here's a beautiful view from down close to the water's edge as the jet ski makes its way to the east to Caleta, to that beautiful little town. I got a couple of ski rides myself in there. Ski driver doing a great job getting into that little cove. It's actually quite a little operation there, dropping off the riders and some of the caddies as I was. And then it's a vertical hike up back to this cliff that we are on now, and then a good trot back to where the event is. So it will take Amour de Verne a good probably 7.5, maybe even 9 minutes and 15 seconds to get back here. So as we wait for that, we're going to show you this live shot. We're going to keep our eye on PLC, who's still in the water. He's having a good chat with Ryan Hardy, as well as Udi Valadao, I believe. Massive set breaking behind us. Wow, that was an amazing final, and we're going to have the presentation coming right up.
Yes, don't go anywhere. We're going to bring you the live presentation and a lot more fun here from El Fronton. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
When it's your I've just been thinking about my will, thinking about what mark I've made, and if I get killed, I wonder who'll bring roses.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Gran Canaria se ha convertido en punto de referencia para la celebración de grandes pruebas deportivas, ofreciendo tanto a residentes como visitantes sus magníficas condiciones durante todo el año. Seguir creciendo es labor de todos. Participa y apoya el deporte en tu isla. Gran Canaria, Isla Europea del Deporte.
Life's greatness cannot be measured. Not in kilometers, nautical miles, or flight hours. The truly great thing is to live. The truly wonderful thing is to share it. Gran Canaria, it's your chance for your great escape.
Used to be a straight talker. Used to be straight as an arrow. Used to be on a straight and narrow. Now I'm all sideways. Used to be a straight talker. Used to be straight as an arrow. Used to be on a straight and narrow. Now I'm all sideways. I can't see where I'm going. Can't see where I've been. All I can see is the scenery that serves to fence me in. Fence me in. Fence me in.
Para arriba abajo. Hostia. Venga. Sí, sí, sí.
Used
Sí,
to
sí, sí.
be a straight
Sí, sí, sí.
talker.
Sí, sí, sí. Hello,
Used
hello.
to be straight as
Perfecto.
an
Ya.
arrow.
Ya tengo que dejar hablar.
Used to be on a straight and narrow. Now I'm all sideways. And you're looking at me as if I can tell you why the stars are aligned. And you're looking at me as if I have the wisdom to enlighten your mind. But if there are answers here to find, you brought them with you, baby.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and what an incredible day, event, year. It was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, what an amazing finish to an amazing year for sure. And, you know, Amory Laverne getting his first win of the tour here at the last event and defending his title as Fronton King. And of course, the story of the day, PLC becoming a two-time men's world champion.
So PLC is super stoked. Amory Laverne is very amped, and we're still holding off, waiting for the ceremony to begin to distribute not only this big old trophy here. I don't know if you can see it. Let's move this in right here. There we go. So this guy right here is going to be handed over to PLC, and then we have an awesome presentation with the Fronton King trophies as well to the winners of this event. And it was pretty amazing. I gotta say, that heat between Diego Cabrera and PLC, by far, heat of the year, back-to-back battle, wave exchanges in the 8, 7, 9-point range. It was incredible. Shout out to these guys for holding it down. Incredible job to the judges. And are they taking a photo or is it? Yeah, they're taking a photo.
And that's Ali with the microphone,
Yeah,
the
Ali.
beach announcer. The rest of the panel is the judging panel. So terrific job to a terrific staff of very experienced judges who are here at the Fronton King. So big shout out to those guys, and well done to deal with the difficult conditions.
And wave streamers, the production crew here at the Fronton King. It was great to have these guys behind the control tower to make sure everything ran as smoothly as it did, and especially through that storm that rolled through. That was crazy.
That was wicked wild and massive, disturbance to the whole scene, but kept the broadcast running right through it. So Wave Streamer's doing a tremendous job, and fellas like yourself and Ian Campbell who had to weather the storm.
It was
on
pretty
camera.
crazy.
Great job.
And also all the viewers, thank you for tuning in. Not only this event, but as well as every single event that we thrown down. Manu in Portugal, Shane Lono in Hawaii, just to name a couple, and I know Howie B and a whole slew of other bodyboarding fans from around the world tuning in each and every single broadcast. We can't thank you enough for being part of what makes the APP what it is. So again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world, and it looks like we are getting one step closer to the ceremony.
Yeah, as some of our finalists make their way into the area via a secret little back door, they're getting let in, and big rounds of applause being distributed for a few of our great finalists.
Yes, again, and thank you to the promoters for making it happen, and Igor Sanchez is making it so making it down to the athletes area. Ardiel Jimenez right there in the orange jersey, a staple name here on Gran Canaria, and along with the rest of the crew holding it down.
Even Dailos and a few others, but Ardiel getting the shot right there of the Gran Canaria local who found himself in the final of the Fronton King and had actually lost his board at a few points during the heat, managed to get it back, surf the heat to completion, but he probably took some of the heaviest wipeouts in that final, but made it back to shore safely. So he's definitely getting applauded for his efforts here at Fronton.
El Fronton, one of the craziest and probably the heaviest wave on the tour. Rika, actually every single wave on the Grand Slam series has been spectacular, but this one has that little bit extra, gnarliness to it. I mean, just getting out into the wave and then coming in. So that is Uri Valadao right there.
No surprise to me that he made the final. He was charging so hard in the free surfs, and he really put it on the line in some of those heats today. And just coming up short, not quite getting exactly what he needed to attack that potential Fronton King title. And that just kind of slipped out of both Igor and Uri's hands. But terrific job. They both made it into the final. Just an amazing performance throughout the event and throughout this finals day.
I mean, all the competitors that were plugging away all the way as far as they could here at this event was pretty incredible. So Mitch Rollins making it to the semifinals was incredible. But that heat with PLC, you can hear the crowd cheering. Yeah, there's Omri Laverne. He is super stoked. That's number 2 right here for Omri Laverne, last year's winner and defending champion, making it number 2 here at 2016, and his good friend right there, PLC, Pierre-Louis Costes, is your 2016 APB World Champion. So both of these riders are very stoked to have a win, a tour, and the event respectively. So PLC in the blue, Omri Laverne in the red. Both of these guys are stoked.
Yeah, simply amazing, terrific. There is, the 2 winners of today. One coming home with the event title, one coming home with the world title. They're good friends too. Amelie Laverne and PLC, definitely 2 guys who are equally as stoked for each other as they are for the accolades that they have achieved today. And their minds are just blown. They're just still kind of taking it in.
Yeah, and yeah, Ryan Hardy's name's being called out, but Ryan Hardy for holding it down in the channel. PLC and Omri Laverne enjoying their wins today here at El Fronton.
Yeah, and as these riders are just kind of starting to soak it in, it's becoming just a little emotional. You know, they're getting all the support from fellow riders, friends, and you know, they just made their way through the crowd, who for sure was just fired up to support them. And look, here's getting chaired right now. He's been lifted up. So has Maz. Both these riders are now celebrating, and they're feeling it. They're starting to take in that victory. We are going to have the world title trophy potentially get handed over on screen. Here it comes right now. It's making its way through the crowd, and there it is. PLC sets his eyes on it. He can't believe it's about to be put in his hands. And there it is. He's achieved it. It goes over the head, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few tears being shed right now. He's screaming. He's pumped. Congratulations to him.
That is insane, and I have to mention it. That little circle icon on the bottom of PLC's board. I have to. You Riding is the Journey bodyboard game. Get it, download it. You can compete still at Fronton King through October 31st. So I had to throw it out there. You Riding, the Journey, download it, keep competing. Now, here we are back for the ceremony. Omri Laverne and PLC making their way to the ceremony area.
Yeah, we're getting very close to getting the presentation underway. The stage is being set literally as the finalists make their way to the zone. Of course, Jeff Hubbard congratulating PLC, and you know, he was one of those guys in the title race up until earlier today. Everybody congratulating PLC on a terrific job done. Absolutely amazing, and he's getting in the area. Of course, tons of congratulations being handed to our Fronton King, Emily Laverne. He's getting shakas, he's doing shaka bumps. Everybody is fired up, and we are just about to get the presentation underway. Just a few more things to dial in as we prepare to officially crown the Fronton King here in Galdar.
So great opportunity to just a quick 2016 DK champion on the APB Tour, David Hubbard. Socrates Santana, our Pro Junior APB Tour winner. And also Isabella Sosa with an incredible perfect season as your women's 2016 APB World Tour champion.
And we are getting ready. We just saw the world title trophy being handed over to our 2016 men's world champion. It's this guy right here, PLC. He's got a couple shiners from the free surf, and he is still fired up. He is just amped and raging as everybody's just kind of pensively preparing for these final moments here. And you know, lots of congratulations, well earned to all those, and great job to this fellow, Udi Valadao, making it into the final. He did great throughout this event and throughout the year as well, so big kudos to one of our top 24 riders, Udi Valadao.
Udi Valadao.
This result will definitely help him in the ratings. And Igor Sanchez, you know, just came into this event as a trialist, made his way all the way into the finals. So he's not necessarily one of our APB Tour riders, but you know, knew the Fronton King was coming to town, and he came as a trilist, made it all the way to the final. So just moments away from seeing that, potentially injuring our Fronton King. See if he's psyched up and there's enough adrenaline for him to lift that over his head, because I'd say it's probably 37 kilos, close to 70 pounds.
Oh my goodness. But I don't know if he got really hurt on that air forward, but I think he can pull it off. I mean, he's here now, looking healthy. Oh, Maz, I was thinking of
so fit.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking of PLC, but no,
He
Maz
hoisted
can
it
lift
over
up
his-
4 of those bunches with one in each of his limbs.
Legs going over his head too. Cool, yeah, yoga stance almost. But he's lifted it over his head as recently as 1 year ago,
That's right.
and he will be lifting it over his head again today.
So 2015 world champion Jared Houston will be handing over that title to that rider in the blue jersey, PLC. So shout out to Jared Houston and Natasha, who are probably tuning in from Puerto Rico, the Enchanted Island.
The Enchanted Island, yes, of course. And thanks to just every single viewer out there who's tuned in to this broadcast. We appreciate you guys so much. Manny mentioning the viewers who've been tuned in throughout the whole European leg and throughout every day of this day of competition. But as well, thank you, everybody.
Okay, so PLC, again, your 2016 APB world champion. Omri Laverne in red right there is your 2016 Fronton King. Igor Sanchez making it into the final, as well as Uri Valadao, 2008 world champion, now holding it down here in the grand final. And what a spectacular show from all the competitors all the way to the final. It was absolutely amazing, and the crowd has been amazing. They've been cheering on every drop and every wave, and it was incredible. And I looked over my shoulder and saw Ryan Hardy finally coming out of the water. And usually when you're in the water that long, your hands and fingers turn into prunes, but not Ryan Hardy.
Oh, I guess not. Skin still taut around his fingertips and his toes. There's just a preview. We're getting all the finalists, getting a nice photo there. And we're just about to get this presentation underway. Thanks to everybody for hanging in there. We want to bring you this very exciting portion of the Fronton King. Oh, and somehow we're right there on live right behind these guys. We got the booth. And Manny's getting a picture, doing a little bit of double duty here while we wait for the presentation to begin. So look, Ma's just explaining all sorts of cool stuff that he's been doing on his bodyboard to win this thing. So yeah, these guys are just having a little moment together, just enjoying that special time on the podium. All 4 of these guys making the podium as we did go into 4-man condensed draw, so a 4-man final. Of course, we served 4-man semifinals as well. And here are the 4 finalists that made it the furthest, and just an amazing day of competition, just an amazing year that's now being kind of almost
Amazing.
crescendo to the year, you know?
All right, so it looks like the ceremonies are ready to go, and Ali is ready as well with the microphone. So we're just going to hand it over as soon as Ali starts talking. We're ready to rock. Yep. Quick shot of PLC one more time.
And we're just moments away again. Thank you for your patience throughout the whole event. You know, going on hold, lay days, and tricky situations that presented themselves. So thanks everybody for being patient, not only in this moment right now, but throughout the entire event. And we are just moments away from getting this started. Just a few more adornments, just a few more little shrubberies to add to the stage to make it just that much prettier, I suppose.
I'm pretty
It's-
nervous sitting this close because there's
We're
champagne.
tremendously close.
There's champagne bottles just on the other side of the stage, and I'm ducking for cover for sure.
This desk will shield us. I'm sure of it, Manny.
Yeah, but that $100,000 screen behind them hopefully is waterproof. So when Ali is ready, we're ready as well. So Ali was your beach commentator, very famous here on Gran Canaria, and doing a spectacular job on the mic here on the beach. And it was an incredible event, and it looks like we're ready to rock.
Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016, última prueba del circuito mundial. Bueno, decir que esto ha sido un evento. ¿Puedo subir? ¿Puedo subir esto para arriba? ¿Qué pone? Bueno, ahora se me escucha mejor, perfecto. Bueno, pues eso, lo que decía, hemos llegado al final de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016. Fuerte el aplauso para todos los que lo han hecho posible. Un año más aquí en Galdar, Gran Canaria, la prueba más importante del circuito mundial, la prueba decisiva, un campeonato que ha sido posible gracias a muchas personas. Bueno, un campeonato que ha sido posible, como decía, gracias a un equipo humano muy grande y a instituciones, empresas privadas, etcétera, etcétera. Empezando por el patrocinio del Patronato de Turismo de Gran Canaria, el Instituto Insular de Deportes, el Ayuntamiento de Galdar y, como no, por supuesto, la colaboración del OIP, RS Sonocom, la Arrancadilla y la Obra Social de la Caixa. Por otro lado, también este evento ha sido organizado durante todo el año trabajando duro, un equipo grande, un equipo muy grande de personas. Ellos son Epic Events y la APB, la Asociación de Bodyboarders Profesionales. Fuerte el aplauso para todos los que lo han hecho posible. Un año más. Claro que sí. Bueno, pues esto ha llegado al fin, como decimos, esto ha llegado al final. A su final hemos presenciado unas condiciones épicas desde el día 1 hasta el último día. La verdad que ha sido un placer y me consta que el público ha disfrutado mucho. ¿A que el público ha disfrutado mucho del espectáculo? ¿Sí o no? ¡No se oye! Claro que sí, claro que sí. Bueno. Pues vamos con la entrega de premios. Vamos a hacer la entrega de premios, pero como les dije antes también, esto será una entrega de premios aquí para todos nosotros, para los que estamos aquí, para hacer el streaming, para la conexión en directo, pero la entrega oficial tendrá lugar el próximo sábado día 29, a partir de las 9 de la noche, en la terraza Tao, en Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Las entradas las pueden adquirir en la misma puerta de la terraza o en la tienda Link Store Las Palmas, en la calle Numancia, en el barrio de Buenarteme, en Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Bueno, señores, dicho esto, vamos ya con la entrega de premios. Vamos a ver. En cuarto lugar, en este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016. Cuarto clasificado. Venido desde Brasil. El gran Uri Baladao. Fuerte ese aplauso. Le hace entrega el premio Alejandro Reyes. Ale Reyes, el Yuyu, gran local, colaborador del evento, que nos ha ayudado mucho. Una vez más, felicidades Uri Baladao, cuarto clasificado de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016. Uri, do you want to say something? Unas palabras?
Me gostaria de felicitar a Pierre, a Mauri e Igor pela incrível final. A mim me encanta Canárias. Eu conquistei meu único título mundial aqui em Confital em 2008 e me encanta a gente, me encanta isso, las olas. Para mim, mi sítio favorito. Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Gracias, Canarias.
Muchas gracias a ti. Fuerte ese aplauso, Uri Baladao. Grande. Ok, vamos con el tercer clasificado. No vienes de tan lejos. No. Mira que han venido competidores de todos los rincones del planeta. Pero este competidor, este campeón, este tercer clasificado de Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro es natural, aunque vive en Chile, pero es natural de aquí, de esta isla de Gran Canaria, de la costa este, de Telde. Él es Igor Sánchez. Dejando el pabellón canario muy alto, muy alto, muy alto. Y le hace entrega del premio su gran amigo Javi Ceballos. Le hacen entrega al premio Javi Ceballos, uno de los organizadores del evento de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016. Muchísimas gracias, Igor, por dejar el pabellón canario tan alto, tan alto. Tercer clasificado con una de estas condiciones épicas. Un placer, un placer. Bueno, Igor, de verdad ha sido todo un placer verte surfear y verte pasar las mangas ronda tras ronda con una calidad impresionante. Se ve que has estado entrenando mucho en estos últimos años. Se nota una mejoría ahí potente. Y me gustaría, a todos nos gustaría que dijeras unas palabras.
Bueno, primero que nada, dar las gracias a todos por estar aquí, que diga. Y bueno, muy contento, no me esperaba llegar hasta donde he llegado, ya que no tuve hasta el último día para inscribirme en el campeonato. Y bueno, dar las felicitaciones a los chicos, a Pierre por el título, a Mauri por el Fronton King que acaba de ganar y a Uri Bararao por estar en la final. Así que gracias a todos y muy contento por este resultado. Y a los organizadores igualmente.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a ti, Igor. Bueno, un placer de verdad tener a un canario aquí en la gran final, llegando tan lejos, tan lejos. Bueno, en segundo lugar, segundo clasificado de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016, que además de ser segundo, creo que se ha llevado algún premio más este año, no sé, no caigo ahora cuál. Después lo diremos. Bueno, él ha sido el francés Pierre-Louis Costes. Fuertes aplausos para él. Y le entrega el premio Máximo Torres, organizador de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro 2016. Muy bien, fuerte ese aplauso, Pierre-Louis Costes.
Sí, lo de la... Contamos de 10 a...
¿De 10? Vale, dijeron 5 a... Vale.
Después, vale, cuando ya se entregue todo.
Se sube arriba, pero esto lo hacemos antes del título mundial. O sea, ahora ya, ¿no? Los platos.
El premio y después suben todo por el champán y después entregamos.
Ah, vale. Después de lo de la Copa Grande y todo. O la Copa Grande al final de todo. Vale. Ok. Tenemos cuarto, tercero, segundo clasificado y nos queda el premio más importante de este evento. El nuevo rey del frontón, el Fronton King 2016, que no es otro que Amaury Laverne. Bueno, además el premio se queda aquí en Gran Canaria, se queda en Galdar. Amaury Laverne, afincado aquí en Galdar, en esta ciudad. Un placer tenerlo por aquí. Y ya se entrega el premio Daniel Hernández, organizador de este evento, de este Gran Canaria Fronton King Pro.
Al podio y hacerlo de la platanera.
Vale. Bueno, que se oiga ese aplauso para los 4 finalistas. Bueno, finalistas, pueden subir a la tarima. Cuarto, tercero, segundo y primero. Vamos a hacer lo que viene siendo ya un poco tradición. Lo que viene siendo ya tradición en este Fronton King. Y por primera vez es... Bueno, una cosa. Me gustaría que dijeran unas palabras que no han hablado. Podemos decir unas palabras por aquí, Pierre-Louis.
Hola a todos. Primero, muchas gracias para estar aquí, para disfrutar de este espectáculo. Es increíble, no tengo palabras. ¿Y qué voy a decir ahora? Voy a decir que en 2011, cuando gané el título mundial aquí, pensé que no iba a tener un día mejor. Y la verdad que hoy es un día mejor. Mi mejor amigo ganó este campeonato que fue increíble y gané otra vez el título. Pero no es solo título mundial también, que hacemos todos los competidores hoy para el deporte. No hacemos eso solo hacemos eso para la pasión, la verdad, porque gustamos, estamos surfando olas que puede matar y, miramos, estamos aquí, pero toda la gente aquí merece nuestro respeto y muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti Pierluis, enhorabuena. Y ahora que también hable el nuevo Fronton King, el campeón del Fronton King, Amaury Laverne, que diga unas palabras.
Muchas gracias. Estoy súper feliz. Muchas gracias a todos para este momento, porque ustedes y toda la gente aquí, la gente que organizan, los jueces, la gente de la PB, todos los competidores, los locales de Galdar, ustedes crean este momento. Y hoy con lo que pasó hoy, los cambios de situación y con mañana lo que pasó que el campeonato no empezó y después la tormenta y todo, yo me confirmo la ley como que todo pasa por algo. Y aquí estamos con sol y un montón de gente aquí y estoy súper agradecido y quiero agradecer mucho a la gente que hace este evento posible. Estoy súper orgulloso de ser bodyboarder ahora mismo porque estamos aquí compitiendo, como dice Pierre, en olas pesadas. Y no estamos aquí por el dinero, estamos aquí porque gustamos este deporte más que todo. Y estoy muy orgulloso ahora mismo de ser un bodyboarder. Y estoy emocionado un poco, hay mi familia que está aquí, mi mujer, mi hijo Oliver y mi cuñado. Y yo no estoy canario, pero amo esta tierra y me siento súper bien aquí. Y estoy también muy orgulloso que este título se queda en Galdar. Y nada, yo voy a tener par de plátano a vender, entonces si ustedes por aquí tienen hambre o qué, pasan a verme aquí que estoy en los Dos Roques. Muchas gracias a todos. ¡Woohoo!
Enhorabuena, felicidades. Y ahora, como siempre, como es tradición ya en el Fronton King, lo ha demostrado dentro del agua, pero también lo tiene que demostrar fuera, tiene que levantar el racimo de plátanos. Y ahora todos contando. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fronton King. Bueno. Enhorabuena. Espectacular. Muy bien. Mira, ahora lo de Pierluis que se ponga como en primero, se bajan todos. Se bajan los demás. Okay.
Well, that's it from here, the 2016 Fronton King. David.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for joining us all throughout the year in this event, and please stick with us next year. It's looking to be an amazing 2017. You're not going to want to miss any of the action.
Okay, so that's it. If you want to get all the details on what's going to in tune for the APB, make sure you go to the APB Tour website as well as the APB Tour Facebook page as well. So on behalf of everybody here at the Fronton King and the APB Tour, I think we're done. We are out of here. Check the highlights. They're coming up next. And check the highlights for today. They're going to be amazing. We are out. See you guys. Boom!
Mundial de Bodyboard 2016, que no es otro que Pierre-Louis Costes, New World Champion. Le entrega el premio a Alex León de la APB, de la Association of Professional Bodyboarders. Pierre-Louis Costes, PLC, New World Champion. Bodyboarding World Champion. ¡Fuertes aplausos! PLC, Pierre-Louis Costes, nuevo campeón mundial de bodyboard 2016 de la APB.
Arriba, dale. Vamos, chicos.
Primero,
Primero. Vamos, chicos. Vamos. Acá no tienen esto,
Bueno, señoras, señores, muchísimas gracias a todos. Gracias a todos, gracias a todo el público que se ha acercado día tras día. Vamos a escuchar unas últimas palabras del nuevo campeón mundial de bodyboard 2016.
Hola. I love you.
You want to say it?
Guys, with the music.
All right.
Don't worry.
Ah, no quiero hacer nada. Okay.
Ya lo digo.
Thanks a lot,
No worries, man.
Bueno, eso ha sido todo, señoras y señores. Recuerden que la entrega oficial, la foto oficial del campeonato.
Gracias, amigo.
Sábado día 29 de octubre a partir de las 9 de la noche. En la Universidad de las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Como estaba en la misma distancia, con el tema del Store. Gracias. Hasta el próximo año.